It was a quiet night in Konoha no Sado. The wind was blowing peacefully while the leaves would dance in the cooling breeze as they fell off the trees. However, in the darkness of the forest, a lone child sat on the grass in front of an old shack. "Okay, what's the first jutsu in this scroll?" asked a certain blonde-haired child. The said child was a boy by the name of Uzumaki Naruto, and at the moment he was reading a scroll. Not just any ordinary scroll, mind you, but the village's most forbidden scroll. You see, the child had just failed his academy exam and was depressed. In desperation of becoming a ninja, he listened to a corrupt teacher by the name of Mizuki who had tricked the boy into stealing the said scroll. Now the boy had done his job successfully. He felt as though he should get started before his sensei arrived. Let's see, the first jutsu on the list is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. "Oh, damn it, this is my worst jutsu," complained the child. But regardless, he still read the instructions before proceeding to learn the jutsu in the scroll. After about half an hour, he had finally managed to master the jutsu effectively for his liking. So after that, he made a decision that would change the course of his life forever and would be with this very action that would begin his legacy. All right, now let's see what else is in this scroll. After tugging on the paper, he unraveled the scroll further so he could see the next jutsu. After the text was readable, he read Fuin Jutsu, Kai no Teseiga. "Sweet, I wonder what this Teseiga thing is," said the excited boy. "Okay, to release this seal, you must simply place a small bit of blood in the center of the ring of kanji, then focus your chakra into the seal. However, if user does not have enough chakra, or the user is trying to use this for ill intentions, the seal immediately burn out all of your chakra coils and will burn off your arm in the process. Wow, whatever this thing is, it must be important for someone to go this far to protect it. Oh well." And with those words, the boy bit his finger, drawing a small amount of blood from the wound, and placed his hand on the seal. The results were immediate as a bright light shined through the forest, illuminating everything in the clearing and even scaring away a few of the late-night animals in the surrounding area. This had forced Naruto to shield his eyes so as not to be blinded by the sudden light coming from the scroll. As the light steadily began to die down, the form of something rising out of the seal, as though it was floating before stopping about 6 centimeters off the ground, shining in a yellow light. Naruto, who was finally able to see again, looked at the object in awe as he reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact with the object, the yellow light faded to reveal an old-looking katana. The cloth on the hilt was torn and faded brown, along with the bronze-colored guard, which also seemed to have a few dents in it. The sheath was all black with the exception of a small red cloth about a few meters away from the guard. Curiously, Naruto unsheathed the katana only to feel mildly disappointed at the sight of the blade. It was not shiny silver like some of the swords he had seen Umbu carry around. This one was a dark gray with multiple dents and scratches all along the blade. Even the edge looked to be in need of sharpening, as most of the blade had huge chips missing off it. So, it was no surprise when Naruto's eyebrow began to twitch in annoyance as he tried to fight off the urge to blow a gasket over this event. Sadly, Naruto wasn't the type of person to keep his anger from showing for very long, and thus resulted in him shouting as he glared down at the sword. "Damn it, why couldn't it be something at least a little bit cooler than this piece of shit? Goddamn scroll, I got ripped off." Frustrated and clearly annoyed, the boy tossed the old sword away. He made his way back towards the scroll in hopes of finding a cooler jutsu to learn from its contents. Yet before he could unravel it any further, he heard something approaching from the bushes and turned to see his other sensei, Irika. The expression on his face made it clear that he was very angry at the blonde. "Found you, Naruto. What are you doing stealing the scroll like that?" yelled the man as a small vein could now be visible on his forehead. "Looks like you found me sooner than I, though. I only learned one jutsu," mumbled Naruto while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "He does look like he has been training a long time," thought Irika. Just then he took notice to the rather old-looking katana lying on the ground out of the corner of his eye. "Naruto, where did you get that from?" Naruto looked back at the sword before scuffing and crossing his arms, Stupid thing ripped me off. I unsealed it from the scroll hoping it was some jutsu or something cooler than that piece of shit. About that, why did you steal it in the first place? Oh yeah, shouted Naruto before grinning. Irika, if I show you the jutsu I learned, then you'll let me pass, right? Where did you come up with that idea? Mizuki-sensei told me. He said that if I got the scroll and learned one jutsu, then I could pass. Why would Mizuki say dash? Just then Irika heard the sound of kunai whizzing through the air and heading in their direction. Thinking quickly, Irika pushed Naruto to the side as a multiple of kunai embedded themselves into his flesh. He looked up in the tree to see Mizuki crouched down on the branch, carrying two Fumashrunkens on his back. Naruto, give me the scroll, shouted Mizuki to the confused blonde. No, don't give it to him, Naruto. He's just using you to get the scroll for himself and to betray the village, shouted Irika as he pulled out the kunai in his shoulder. Don't even bother, Irika. After all, why would he even trust you since this village has been keeping secret from him all his life? What secrets? Asked a still confused Naruto. No, Mizuki. It's forbidden for you to speak of that. Irika shouted only to be ignored by the traitor. A secret so classified that anyone who uttered even a word of it was punished by death. The secret that was meant to be kept secret from everyone, especially you, said Mizuki with an evil grin on his face. What was this secret? Asked the curious and confused blonde. Why was it kept from me? No, don't tell him. The secret that you were the Kyuubi no Kitsune. That was when everything stopped in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. He saw visions of his past come into his mind. He saw parents tell their children not to play with him. He saw the academy children laugh at him when he failed to do something. He saw the drunks beat him into unconsciousness. Then finally he saw himself crying on a swing alone while the parents and children all glared at him. As the pictures came through his mind, he could hear the academy children laugh at him and the adults yell hatful things to him. That is why you will never be accepted by this village, you filthy demon, and that is why you will die here and now, yelled Mizuki as he began to spin the giant shrunken in his hand before throwing it at the still dazed blonde. Naruto, get down. The sound of metal hitting flesh filled the air as the giant shrunken pierced itself into his back. He glanced at his pupil and began to cry at the dazed look in his eyes. Naruto, who had just gotten out of his daze, stared back up at his sensei, who was crying for reasons he didn't know. I am sorry, Naruto. I know I should have helped you more since I knew what kind of pain you were feeling. I'm just sorry I didn't help you more than I could have, sobbed Irika as more tears began to fall. Naruto continued to stare at his sensei for a moment before grabbing the katana and dashed off into the dense forest. He didn't look back. Even when he heard Irika call for him, he didn't look back. He kept running, jumping from branch to branch until he couldn't keep going. He plopped himself down on the ground and rested his head on the tree trunk behind him. Naruto sat there a few moments, catching his breath while wiping away the sweat on his brow. Just as he was about to get up, he heard two voices coming from behind him and saw that it was Mizuki talking to Irika, who was leaned up against a tree while panting heavily. How can you help that demon after everything that it had taken from you? Asked Mizuki. When Irika didn't answer, he sneered at his ex-comrade before saying, You know, me and Naruto are alike. Both of us are demons who want power, and we will do anything to get it. You're right, answered with a sigh Irika. Naruto gripped the sheath of the katana tighter and was trying his very best not to burst into tears. I knew it. I knew he hated me just like everyone else. Those thoughts, however, were soon crushed when he heard Irika's next words. A demon would be like that, but that is not Naruto. Naruto is a great child who only wishes for people to accept him for him and not what he contains. Sure, he makes mistakes at times, but he still has the strength to get back up and try again. That is the Naruto I know, and I acknowledge him in his dream. Mizuki's faces showed viable anger at the man in front of him before sighing and unbuckling the last shuriken off his back. I was planning to kill you last, but now you leave me no choice. That being said, he twirled the shuriken in his hand before rushing towards the now defenseless form of Irika. Yet the man held no fear in his eyes as the traitor advanced upon him. The only thing that showed any signs of life still remaining on the young man's face was the small smile on his lips, and along with one simple thought. I guess this is it then. Just as Mizuki was about to strike, an orange blur shot out from the tree line and landed a knee to the traitor's chin, causing the chunin to go flying backwards and skidding across the clearing. His shrunken, due to the sudden impact, went flying out of the man's hand and into the trees, cutting a few branches off in the process as it flew off into the air. Naruto, thought the surprised chunin as Naruto skidded to glare at the corrupt chunin who had just recovered from his attack. You little brat. Lay one finger on my sensei again, and I'll kill you, growled out Naruto while gripping onto the sword in his hands tightly. You're right. I can take you down in a single move. Naruto gave him no reply. Instead, he put the sword on his waistband and put his hands into a cross-shaped seal before shouting out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a giant puff of smoke, the whole clearing they were standing in was covered in orange, wearing children, all glaring at the chunin. The said chunin was now scared out of his mind. Everywhere he looked, he saw the same boy glaring at him with katanas in their hands. All of them made their advancement on the traitor, and not long after an echo of a traitor's screams could be heard all the way back to the village. When the clones dispersed, the sight of a bloody and bruised Mizuki was lying unconscious on the ground. Satisfied with his actions, the blonde boy turned his attention back towards his sensei and grinned at him. I think I overdid it? This earned him a chuckle from the scared chunin, who was currently smiling at him from his position by the tree. Naruto, come over here and close your eyes for a moment. Naruto nodded and walked over towards his sensei before closing his eyes. He felt his goggles being taken off, followed by the feeling of something else being placed on his forehead. Okay, you can open your eyes now. When he did, he saw that Irika was smiling proudly at him while holding his goggles in his hands, and yet seemed to be missing his hitate. Then it came to him as he reached up to feel his hand brush against metal and the symbol of the leaf engraved into it. Congratulations, Naruto, you graduate, said Irika proudly. Naruto's shocked expression then changed to an expression of great happiness before lunging at his sensei, screaming, I did it, over and over again. Had Naruto been paying attention, he would have felt the sword pulse and glow greenish-yellow for a moment before fading back to normal. Akati had been a few days since the scroll incident, and he had taken his picture yesterday. That day went from a simple picture to teaching a little punk by the name of Kinomaru how to use Oiroke no Jutsu on his sensei. In the end, he had a very boring day, and he had the orientation in 3 days. Naruto stared at the sword that lay in his lap. He had been trying to find something that made the sword so special and had yet to come up with anything. He even asked the Hokage about the sword, and even he didn't know. The old man did say, however, that he could keep it so long as he didn't hurt himself or anyone from the village with it. Damn it, what is it with this thing? What makes you so freaking special? Yelled the frustrated blonde. Blah, I got better things to do than to stare at an old-ass sword, said Naruto before heading out a train. Right as he was about to exit his home, he stopped and looked at the sword again. He grinned before running back to it and racing out the door and out to the closest training field. The moment he arrived, he placed the sword on the side of a nearby tree before pulling a small scroll out of his pocket. After getting permission for keeping the sword, he had been given a small scroll by the old man. He had said that if he was going to keep something so dangerous, he might as well learn how to use it. So now was the perfect time to begin, since he had nothing better to do. He undid the scroll before reading and memorizing the kata for basic swordsmanship. Naruto then created 8 clones before grabbing his sword. He slid into the basic stance and waited as the clones rushed forward towards him. He ducked under one of the clones who tried to do an aerial strike with a kunai and parried around another who was trying to stab him. Turning quickly, he managed to catch the clone off guard and was ready to strike when he was suddenly punched in the stomach by a clone who had burrowed underground. Before he could regain his footing, he was kicked in the face by another clone, which sent him tumbling back. Cursing lightly, Naruto climbed back to his feet before getting back into his stance. He waited for them to attack again before retaliating. This time, however, he didn't keep his concentration on only one target, but was mindful of all of them. He parried a clone that was aiming for his face again and swung the blade, cutting the clone in half before it puffed out of existence. He turned his attention on an incoming clone before glancing around to make sure none of his other clones were trying to sneak attack him. When it appeared that none were, he was about to attack, when he heard something coming up from behind him. Looking behind him, he saw two clones that were about 7 feet behind him. As a last-minute decision, he jumped into the air, only to mentally slap himself as the two clones threw kunai at him. He waited for the sharp metal to pierce his skin, only to be surprised when he heard metal clash against metal. When he opened his eyes, he saw that all his clones were gone, and their place was a single kunoichi. She wore a Chinese-style sleeveless shirt with baggy black pants with blue sandals. Her hair was tied into 2 buns and had dark brown eyes with her Hittite around her forehead. The girl in question just shook her head as he walked up to her. Finally, when he was right in front of her, he smiled before scratching the back of his head. "Thanks for that," said Naruto as he started laughing nervously. The girl didn't reply at first before sighing and shaking her head. "Kid, you suck," said the girl. "What?" yelled Naruto. "Kid, you don't jump when you are outnumbered and surrounded. In fact, that is the last thing you want to do. It makes you completely open, and it just makes it easier for you enemies to hit you with jutsu or weapons," lectured the girl. The blonde just stood there blinking a few times before narrowing his eyes at her. The said girl only raised an eyebrow at this action before asking what. "How long were you watching?" asked Naruto while his eyes were still narrowed at her. The girl snorted before answering. "I only watched for a few seconds, and even I know that you suck." She expected him to get angry, but instead he just grinned and said enthusiastically, "I guess that means I gotta get better, N.E." It was now the girl's turn to blink before smirking at him. "Don't think you can just pick up a sword and then expect to get good right off the bat. It takes time and lots of practice to be a master swordsman." The blonde's grin only widened before asking, "If that's the case, can you help me?" She was tempted to say no, she really was. But after seeing how he fought with the sword, she knew he could use some better instructions than what he was getting from Scroll. Again, she sighed before nodding her head. "Sweet," yelled an excited blonde. He then looked back at her before asking, "What's your name anyways?" "Ten," she answered you. "Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage," shouted Naruto. "Well then, let's get started," said Tenten as she unrolled a scroll before releasing a katana from one of the kanji written on the scroll. "Let the torture begin," thought Tenten as she rushed forward, katana ready in hand. 2 days later. The academy was as crowded as it always was. The children were all excited since today was the day that the graduating class was going to begin their new life as ninja. The select few who weren't as enthusiastic about it were Nara Shikomu, Aburame Shino, and Uchiha Sasuke. As the classrooms began to fill, 2 kunoichi rushed through the hallways, both of which were trying to enter the classroom before the other did. Finally, after struggling for a few minutes, the 2 managed to squeeze through the doorway before shouting first at the same time. One of the 2 girls was a pale blonde-haired girl named Yamanaka Ino who had long light blonde hair, light blue eyes, a purple shirt with bandages underneath, and a matching purple skirt. While the other was a girl named Haruno Sakura who had a red Chinese-like dress with black AMBU-style pants, a white circle on the back, and long pink hair. The girls glared at each other before huffing and turning away from each other. That was when Sakura noticed that the seat next to Sasuke was missing and rushed over. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," squealed Sakura. The brooding Uchiha looked at her for a moment before looking out the window again. As everyone was seated, they all heard the door slide open and turned to see Naruto walking into the classroom, looking exhausted before making his way over the opposite side of Sasuke. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" This is for graduates only," said an obnoxious boy named Kiba as his dog barked at Naruto as he passed. The only reply he got from Naruto was a grunt before finally making it to Sasuke's side of the desk. The Uchiha looked up at Naruto for a moment, only to hear him grunt out, "Move over." The Uchiha scuffed before staring at the board, waiting for Iruka to show up. Sakura, on the other hand, had more to say to the blonde. "Naruto, you baka. You don't boss around Sasuke-kun like that. Now apologize to him before I have to hurt you," shrieked the pink-haired girl. Naruto looked up for a moment with his eyes half opened before looking back down at the Uchiha. Then, without warning, he hit the Uchiha on the top of the head with the end of his sheath, an order move. "Over. Now." The said Uchiha gave Naruto a glare that promised a lot of pain before noticing not only the sword but also the bags under the blonde's eyes. Normally, he wouldn't care if the blonde hadn't gotten any sleep, but after seeing the sword and seeing how he acted right now, he assumed that the orange-clad ninja was in fact tired and just didn't feel like dealing with things. He could recall a time when he was like this and knew that it was annoying, so that was why he snapped at his fangirls who tried to mess with him when he was up all night training. Sighing, he moved himself over to where he was in the middle of the jointed desks and let the boy sit. Without missing a beat, the blonde sat down and banged his head on the desk and let sleep claim him. His soft snores could be heard throughout the classroom, as most people had only one thought in mind. "What have you been up to, Naruto?" Just then, Iruka came into the classroom, and immediately all thought of Naruto were vanished as the thought of who was on their team returned to them full force. "Okay, class, today is the day that you will be on your teams along with your sensei." Now Team 1 Inch, this continued as a rook went down the LLSD of students until finally, Team 7 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your Jounin sensei is Hatake Kakashi. The moment he was finished, he heard a loud squeal of joy as Sakura jumped from her seat and gave the victory sign to Ino, who huffed and looked away. Soon after that, the other teams were called and the bell rang for lunch. Everyone proceeded to get up and leave the classroom while one orange-clad boy stayed in the room by himself. He stirred a bit before raising his head up and looking around. Seeing nobody around, he got up and started to do the exercise that Tintin had given him. He started walking up the wall in the classroom slowly as to not fall off and hurt himself. He continued to do this until he heard the bell ring and decided to go back to sleep. After lunch, all the students returned to the class, with some occasionally glancing at Naruto's sleeping form. Soon after, all the students returned, the Jounins began to arrive and pick up students. Now all that was left was Team 7, who was waiting for their sensei to show up. That was 2 hours ago, and they still hadn't seen hide nor hair of their sensei and were starting to get annoyed. Finally, just as Sakura was about to start yelling, the door to the classroom slid open, revealing a man with gravity-defying silver hair, wearing a mask covering most of his face. He wore a black shirt and matching pants with a standard Jounin vest over the shirt. He had black fingerless gloves on his hands, and his hitate was slanted over so as it covered his right eye. Overall, the man looked really weird in the team's eyes. The man looked at the group with a bored expression before placing a finger on his chin. "My first impression of you three is, I don't like you. Now wake him up and meet me on the roof," said the man before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The two sighed before waking the sleeping blonde and heading to meet their new sensei. When they arrived to the roof, they saw that their sensei was already sitting on the railing of the building. He gestured them to sit, and that is what they did, while Naruto collapsed on the ground before striating himself up into a sitting position. "All right, now that you're all here, we can begin introducing ourselves," said Kakashi. Sensei, why don't you go first, so we know how to do it," said Sakura. "Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes are none of your business. My dislikes them. My dream is to, and I have lots of hobbies," said Kakashi. So all we got from him was his name, thought all the genin. "Okay, now it's your turn. You baggy eyes, you're first," said Kakashi. The boy groaned before looking at his sensei and replying, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are ramen and Sakura-chan. My dislikes are how long it takes for ramen to cook and the color green. My hobbies are training with my new friend Tintin and trying out new ramen flavors. And my dream is to become Hokage and to become a master swordsman. Well, this is something new. I thought he just wanted to become Hokage. Oh, well, I'll ask him about it later, if he passes. Thought the Jounin. Okay, your turn, Pinky, said Kakashi. The said girl glared at him for a moment before saying, My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are glances at Sasuke. My hobbies, repeat process. And my dream is to repeat process and squeals. The Jounin sighed. And your dislikes? Asked Kakashi. Naruto, said Sakura as she glared at the blonde who was too tired to hear her. Kunoichi nowadays are more focused on boys than training. Looks like I gotta fix that problem, otherwise she could become a liability to the team. Thought Kakashi as he rubbed his temples. Okay, your turn, Brooder, said the Jounin. The boy did nothing for a moment before speaking. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have no likes. I dislike almost everything. My hobbies are training, and my dream is to rebuild my clan and kill a certain person. I guessed as much. Well, that's another thing I have to fix. Sasuke-kun is so awesome, thought Sakura. All right, tomorrow we will begin your first mission, stated Kakashi. What type of mission is it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. The Jounin looked at them with his one visible eye curving into an upside-down U before answering survival training. But we already have had survival training in the academy. Whined Sakura. Yes, you have. But this one is different since it will determine whether or not you become Genin. But we already passed. What is the point in trying so hard only to take another test? Asked a now very confused Sakura. That was to see who had the ability to become Genin. The real test is to weed out the ones who will actually become Genin or the ones that will be sent back to the academy. The man then began to chuckle before noticing the questionable looks from the three kids. Oh, I just thought of how funny your expressions would be if I told you that there is a 66 chance that you will not pass this test. The results to his were priceless in his eyes. Sakura looked shocked, Sasuke looked pissed, and Naruto eyes widened slightly. All right, meet me at Training Ground 28 at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, and don't eat anything for breakfast, you'll just throw it back up. With that, the Jounin puffed out of existence, leaving three surprised Genin behind. The next day, two of the three-man team staggered into the training field while desperately trying to keep their eyes open. As they waited, they noticed that someone was missing. That someone was the class dope, the Orange Clan Baka, known as Naruto. The thought of them failing because of one late member angered one of them considerable while the other was still upset, but was able to keep calm about it. After waiting a few moments, the Genin were now furious with not only the tardy teammate, but also their sensei. After 2 hours of waiting, there was a puff of smoke signified the arrival of their sensei. Joe, you're late, shouted Sakura. Yes, well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take an alternate path to get here, lied the Jounin. He saw the annoyed look on both of his students' faces before. Wait, two of them, thought the confused Jounin. Hey, where's the blonde one? Asked Kakashi. He immediately regretted it when he started hearing the rather long ranting of Sakura, who had started stomping around the training field while occasionally kicking one of the 3 logs posted into the ground. After she calmed down a little bit, Kakashi sighed before preparing to search for the blonde when he heard something that made his skin crawl. My eternal rival, shouted a man. Damn it, thought Kakashi as he looked behind him to see a dust cloud coming closer to their location. Finally, just as it was about to pass them, the cloud stopped in the middle of the training field, kicking up more dust in the process. Once it cleared, it revealed a man wearing a green spandex suit with a standard Jounin vest with a red hitate tied around his waist like a belt. The man also had a bowl-cut hairstyle and huge eyebrows that would often twitch. The shocking thing was that right beside him stood an annoyed-looking Naruto who was fingering the hilt of his sword dangerously. My eternal rival, I was informed that this great source of youth was now under your tutelage. I also discovered that he was taking your test today, so I decided to lend my services and help him get here in time, shouted the green-clad man, while ending it with a smile that made his teeth reflect off the sunlight. Kakashi sighed as he heard this. He really didn't feel like dealing the guy today or any time of the week, and this was surely going to bring the Jounin to him, demanding more challenges. Just as he was about to reply to the man, he heard Naruto say, "Guy-sensei, I think I hear Lee saying he needed support and that he was lacking youth." "What? Then I must go. Good luck on your test, my youthful comrades." "Farewell," said Guy before racing off to the training grounds he left his team at. "Thank God," said a relieved Kakashi. "How did you run into him, Naruto?" The boy shrugged before stating, "My new friend is a part of his team. So I was introduced to them yesterday. She told me if I ever wanted to get rid of him, just say something about youth and about Lee, and he will be gone." Note to self, remember that trick next time Guy bugs you. Thought Kakashi before rummaging through his bag and pulled out an alarm clock. He then placed it on one of the 3 stumps in the middle of the training field. "Okay, you 1 hour to complete this test. The goal of this test is to take these dash." He lifts up his hand to show 2 bells dangling in his hand on red string. "For me, before time runs out. If you can get one of these, then you pass. If not, then you fail, and you'll be sent back to the academy." That was why he didn't want us to eat, thought 2 of the genin. "Well then, if you're all ready to begin, then go." And with that, all 3 of them dashed off into 3 different directions. Kakashi sighed before seeing the orange-clad ninja standing there in front of him with his hand on the hilt of his sword. "You know, compared to the others, you're a little bit weird. Don't you think it would be better to strike me while you're hidden instead of head-on?" asked that Jounin. "The only weird one here is you, since you have a rival who has a creepy jinjutsu occur whenever he hugs that Lee guy," stated Naruto. "Ouch," thought Kakashi. Thought Sakura. HN, thought the Uchiha as he shook his head. "Okay, now, that was uncalled for," said Kakashi as he started to reach into his weapons pouch. "I don't matter, because I'm getting that bell whether it's uncalled for or not," shouted Naruto before unsheathing his sword. After meeting Tintin a few days ago, she had gave him something to at least clean the sword off with. Now, instead of a dirty beaten-up sword, it now looks slightly beaten up, only it no longer dirty and dark gray, but shiny silver. Naruto then charged the Jounin with decent speed while swinging the blade, aiming to strike him on the side. The strike was easily parried and had thrown the blonde off balance for a moment before he stuck the blade into the ground and spinning himself to where he was facing his sensei again. He pulled the blade out of the ground and made another attempt to hit his sensei. This surprised the Jounin enough to distract him from dodging the blade. Naruto grinned when he saw that his attack was going to get through, only to be shocked when he heard a loud clang of his sword connecting with the kunai. He gritted his teeth before jumping back, getting himself some distance from his sensei before charging him again while holding the sword in a thrusting stance. The Jounin waited patently for the blonde to get closer before jumping over the blade and hitting it on the side with his kunai, sending the sword and the blonde off course. After landing, he spun around, pulled out 2 shrunkens, and tossed them at the blonde. "Shit," berated the Jounin. He was so used to being an ANBU that he'd forgotten that he wasn't aiming to kill these opponents. It just surprised him how the blonde was fighting. He was sure he was going to be able to read his book, but evidently the dobe of the class was not that bad. He almost sighed when the target burst into smoke. He began looking for the blonde, only to see a group of them charging him all in the same thrusting stance as the previous one had. As he was about to counterattack, he felt something grab hold of his legs. He looked down to see 2 hands holding onto each of his legs and was not letting him go. He looked back up to see 3 of the clones closing the distance between them. "Okay, I admit I underestimated you a little bit, Naruto," thought Kakashi before pulling his legs out of the clone's grip. The force behind that made the 2 clones uproot themselves from the ground and go flying towards the incoming 3. "But now that I know what you're capable of, I can't do that anymore," continued Kakashi before watching the 2 clones collide with 2 others, making them puff out of existence, leaving one left charging. Before the clone even knew what happened, he felt a fist hit him in the face before puffing away. The man turned his attention to the 4 remaining clones. He watched as they prepared to charge when they all suddenly felt a sharp object strike them in the leg. All of them disappeared in a plume of smoke before leaving a confused and shocked Naruto standing in the middle of the clearing. "Nice try, Naruto, but you're going to have to try harder than that to get one of these bells," said Kakashi while pointing at the bells on his waistband. "This guy is fast," thought a now sweating Naruto. "I didn't even see him throw anything, and yet all my clones were dispersed before they even realized they were hit. Is this how strong a Jounin really is?" Just as his thoughts began to wander, he saw something come flying out of one of the trees. He then realized what they were when they hit their target, right in the back, making their sensei fall forward before puffing into smoke, revealing a log covered in kunai and shrunken. Taking that as a hint, the orange-clad ninja sped off into the forest to regroup and think up a new plan of attack. Off in the distance, Sasuke was seething for his predicament. The fact that he had given away his position was mostly revolved around his anger. Though he at least discovered that the blonde wasn't as weak as he had originally thought was somewhat reassuring. Truth be told, he figured that if he could watch the boy fight, he could evaluate how useful the blonde could be. Now, the problem was trying to find his sensei. He needed to test his own strength against the Jounin. If the dobe could last as long as he did, then I should at least be on a higher level than that, thought Sasuke as he stopped at a nearby clearing. Just then he heard a horrified scream coming not far from his location. It wasn't hard to identify scream was Sakura, so that meant that the Jounin was nearby. "Well, I'll give you credit. You're not like your teammates," said a voice behind him. "I differ from those two fools. I will get one of those bells," said Sasuke, not turning around to face his sensei. "Well, if you think you can, then by all means try," said Kakashi calmly. "As you wish," said the Uchiha before turning around quickly before throwing kunai at him. The Jounin jumped to the side, just as Sasuke had planned before tossing another kunai at a rope hidden in the bushes. The Jounin slid to a stop before avoiding the projectiles as they stuck into the tree where he was once kneeling in front of. Just as the Jounin had slid to a stop, the young Uchiha appeared behind him and attempted to punch the Jounin, which he had blocked. The Uchiha then attempted to punch him again, only for his punch to be caught by the Jounin's palm. Sasuke then shifted his body, allowing him to aim a kick at the man-face, which was again blocked by the Jounin. Sasuke smirked before reaching out for one of the bells, which made the Jounin let go of the Genin and jump back, giving them a little distance away from each other. "Well, then is interesting. I knew Sasuke was good, but I didn't think he would come so close to getting one of the bells," thought Kakashi. The Genin glared at the Jounin before doing a few seals after landing on the tiger's seal. The Genin took in a deep breath before placing his hand over his mouth and exhaling Kitan Gokaku no Jutsu. After calling out his jutsu, a giant flame erupted from his mouth, aiming straight for the surprised Jounin. Soon the area that the Jounin was covered in bright red flames. As the flames died down, Sasuke began looking for signs of his sensei. When he found the remains of a scorched log, he began searching frantically around the clearing. Just then he felt something grab his ankle and saw a gloved hand coming from underground. Then, with a fierce tug, the Uchiha was pulled underground, leaving only his head above surface. "Just because you're different doesn't make you better," said the Jounin before pulling out a small orange book and disappearing into the trees. "Damn it," cursed Sasuke. The boy struggled for a moment trying to get out of the hole. Just then he heard a noise coming from a nearby bush before seeing a blur of orange pop out of the forest. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a moment before cursing. "Damn it, I just missed him." He looked back at his teammate before growling. He then walked over to the Uchiha before he started digging. "What are you doing, Dobe?" asked Sasuke. "Even if I hate your guts, I won't leave a comrade behind. A ninja should never abandon his comrade, no matter the situation," stated Naruto as he continued to dig. "Hn, just hurry up," ordered Sasuke. "Don't push it, team," replied Naruto. After a minute or two, he finally made the hole wide enough to pull the Uchiha out. After getting him out, he stood and was about to go looking for his sensei when Sakura burst from the bushes. "Sasuke-kun!" squealed Sakura before embracing Sasuke's arm while having stars in her eyes. Get off, ordered Sasuke as he shoved her off his arm. Hey team, don't push Sakura like that. She was only worried, that's all, yelled Naruto. Don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that, you baka, yelled Sakura before bopping Naruto on the head. I gotta find Kakashi. I almost got a bell, and next time I will have one in my hand, said Sasuke as he got some of the dirt off his shirt. Here you go, Sasuke. Show that scarecrow who's boss, cheered Sakura, not knowing how foolish her statement sounded. Just as Sasuke was about to go searching the timer on the alarm went off. Damn, I was wasting all this time, said a now scowling Sasuke. Good job, Naruto. If you didn't show up, we could have been getting a bell instead of wasting time, yelled Sakura. But I'll let him out of that hole and dash, replied Naruto before he was interrupted by Sakura. You're so useless, Naruto. Now we're going to have to go back to the academy because of you, shouted Sakura before bopping Naruto on the head again. With that, she stormed off while following Sasuke to the clearing where the alarm clock was and, most likely, where their sensei was waiting. Naruto, who was now rubbing the second bump on his head, sighed before tugging along the rest. When they arrived, they saw that their sensei had his nose into a small orange book. They were about to comment when they saw him gesture them to sit down on the ground. When they did, the Jounin snapped the book shut before giving them a bored look. Well, I've decided to not send you all to the academy, said Kakashi with his eye smile. He saw all of their faces light up a little bit, while Sakura and Naruto did, but Sasuke just smirked. Instead, you three will be dropped from the ninja program. That's not fair. Why'd it have to be dropped when it was his fault in the first place? Shouted Sakura as she pointed at Naruto. Explain to me how it's Naruto's fault, Sakura? Asked Kakashi. When he got no answer from the girl, he continued. Yes, Naruto did charge me head on, which, by the way, was a foolish act on his part. But he was standing right here fighting me while you didn't do a single thing to help him. Sakura put her head down in shame as she realized that what he said was true. Naruto, you were being too brash when you charged straight at me. For all you know, I could have killed you before you even got into striking distance, said Kakashi sternly. His eyes softened a bit with his next statement, though. However, you did do a great job, since your records say otherwise, and you did do one part of this test correctly. As for you, Sasuke, you thought that your teammates would only hinder you and decided to leave them behind. If this had been the real thing, then all three of you would be dead. The part of this test was not to evaluate your skills against the Jounin, but to prove you can work properly as a team, stated Kakashi as he stared down at the three genin. The man then walked over and stood over the stone in the middle of the training ground before asking, This is the memorial stone. It has all the names of true heroes of this village. That's the stone that I want to have my name one day. I'm not going to die a nobody. I'm going to be a hero, just those on that stone, said Naruto excitedly. For your sake, Naruto, I hope you don't end up this stone, answered Kakashi in a solemn tone. What? Why? Do you think I'm worthless like everyone else in this village thinks? Asked Naruto, who muttered the last part. No, it's just that the names on this stone are for ninja who were killed in battle, answered Kakashi as he looked back at his team. Naruto's face changed from sad to awestruck. Some of my closest friends' names are engraved into this stone. I promised myself that I would never let anyone I knew die if I could help it. He doesn't hate me, thought Naruto as he looked at his sensei in shock. Well, seeing as how Naruto did one portion of this test correctly, I will give you all one last chance. 2 of you will eat while Sakura gets none. Huh. It's what you deserve after wrongly accusing your teammate for something that was not his doing, answered Kakashi with a stern glare. Now you're not to give her any food, understand? If you even give her a little bit of food, you will automatically fail the test. The Sasuke nodded while Naruto did as well, albeit hesitantly. With that, the Jounin left them their lunches before leaving them in the clearing. After a few minutes, the two heard a grumbling of a stomach before looking at a blushing Sakura who felt like hiding in a hole. Thinking it over, Naruto placed the bento on the ground beside Sakura while glancing around the clearing. What are you doing, Naruto? Didn't you hear what Kakashi-sensei just said? Hissed Sakura. I don't feel his chakra around here. Go ahead and eat. We're going to need all the help we can get if we're going to get a bell. said Sasuke as he too began searching for any signs of their sensei. Yeah, so go ahead and eat Sakura-chan. I ate this morning, so I'm not nearly as hungry as you are right now, said a grinning Naruto. Wait, you mean you ate instead of following sensei's orders? Hissed Sakura again. Haha, I kind of forgot about that since I was so tired yesterday, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head while laughing nervously. Hurry up and eat. We don't want Kakashi to show up and catch us, said Sasuke hurriedly. Sakura just sighed before picking up the chopsticks and took a small amount of rice before devouring it. Just as she did, an explosion of dirt came forth in the middle of the training field. As it cleared, a very pissed-off-looking Kakashi erupted from the smoke. He shouted. All three of Genin were cowering at the killing intent rolling off the Jounin. As he got closer, the killing intent grew until they were close to suffocating. Pass. And just like that, the killing intent was gone, and there stood nigh, smiling Kakashi. Huh, said all three Genin together. You're the first ones to think for yourselves. All the Genin would always choose to listen to those orders. They just never had what it took to do what you just did. In the ninja world, those who disobey the rules are scum. And that is true in most cases. However, those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, said Kakashi as he looked back at the memorial stone. He's kinda cool, said Naruto, while looking like he was about to cry. Now this team is now official, and we will begin our first real mission tomorrow. Meet here tomorrow at 10 a.m., said the Jounin before giving them thumbs up. Sweet, yelled Naruto as he jumped into the air. He held his sword high as he could in the process. Inside the seal, a giant red eye snapped open before it glanced in the direction of a rumbling sound beside its cage. Then, a moment later, a 5-foot-wide doorway began to appear before revealing a man within his late 30s wearing a white kimono and white pants, along with a long, deep red sash around his waist with like a belt. He wore gray battle armor with a red crystal embedded into the chest plate. His long silver hair tied into a ponytail that went all the way to his lower back. He had golden yellow eyes with slits for pupils and teal-colored marks on both his cheeks. The most noticeable thing was that he had two furry white-colored objects that went all the way down to his ankles. The man glanced at the giant red eye before smirking and walking up the beast's cage. When the beast's claws struck the cage, the man didn't even seem to be bothered and stepped right inside the dark cage. You have much to explain and a lot of catching up to do. Correct, Kyubi no Kitsune, said the man with a smirk. The beast growled at him before saying in a loud, booming voice, Why are you here? I do not recall you being sealed inside this Ninjin Inu no Taisho, or should I say, Inu no Mikiba. Naruto was, for lack of better term, pissed. Why, you might ask? That question is simple. D-ranked missions. They were the bane of the ninja world that everyone wished was just go into a corner somewhere and die. For Naruto, it was a mock of his skills and was not helping him gain experience with his kenjutsu training. You see, Tenten had told him that most of her skills she gained from being a genin for so long. That alone was to say she was more than ready for most challenges that headed her way. On top of that, she had fought against bandits, mercenaries, and even a few missing ninja from other countries. So, to Naruto, the gap between them was just too big to fill at this pace. Despite this, Naruto trained himself harder than he did beforehand, and even asked for Guy for help on some occasions. Regardless, the chores, as he took to calling them, were putting a major dent in his advancement as a swordsman, and his very limited patents was nearing its end. All right, team, 7, your next mission is dash. Before Hokage could finish, he was interrupted by Naruto. If it's that cat again, so help me Kami, I'll kill it, growled Naruto while fingering the hilt of his sword again, which was quickly starting to become a habit. He has a point at least, thought Sasuke. But he could at least be a little more polite about it, thought Sakura. Naruto, don't act like that. Your team has only been registered as a genin team for only a week and a half. So don't start getting an attitude about it, said an annoyed Irika. Well, while we were chasing cats and painting fences, I would think we could at least handle something that involved bandits or something of use. Snapped Naruto. This made a few people in the room raise an eyebrow at his words. Since when did Naruto start getting worked up about fighting? Thought most of the adults in the room. Well, I do have something you can do. I doubt you will run into bandits, but it's a C-rank mission that will get you out of the village for a while. And possible let out some steam in the process. Thought the elderly Hokage. Hokage-sama, are you sure it's wise to let a Genin team go on a C-ranked mission when they are not registered for longer than 2 weeks? Asked Irika. I believe that it would be wise seeing as how the other members of the team feel likewise about the situation. Am I correct? Asked Saratobi. When he saw the two others nod, he turned to Kakashi to see him nod as well. All right, you may come in now, said Saratobi. When he did, the door slid open to reveal a tired-looking old man with a brown shirt and black pants holding a sake bottle in his hand while carrying a small bag on his back wearing sake. This is Tazuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. You will be guarding him on his way home and as he finishes the bridge, said the Hokage as he too another puff off his pipe. These are the brats that will be guarding me? They look ridiculous, especially the one with the sword, said the now introduced Tazuna before chugging a good portion of his sake. That's it, I'm killing this old drunken bastard, yelled Naruto while trying to get out Kakashi's grip. Calm down, Naruto. You don't need to kill the client before the mission even starts, says Kakashi, making the child calm down slightly. All right, meet me at the North Gate in about an hour and pack a few days' worth of equipment. The 3 members of Team 7 nodded before they left to their own homes. After arriving to his apartment, he searched his pocket before pulling out his key and unlocking the door. After gathering his things, he made his way to one of the blank scrolls on a shelf before grabbing some ink and a brush. Yet another skill he picked up from Tintin, which was the most basic form of sealing. He knew he didn't have the knowledge to learn seals, so he stuck to learning ones he understood. This was the only one he knew well enough to perform. He placed his equipment in the middle of the circle of kanji before focusing chakra into the seal. After seeing the equipment, extra kunai, tent, sleeping bag, and some extra clothes disappear into the scroll, he rolled it up and placed it into his weapons pouch. He headed back outside before closing and locking the door. He thought about it for a while before he decided to go and see what Tintin was doing. He took his time walking to her team's training ground. After walking for 20 minutes, he finally arrived to see Tintin leaning on the side of a tree trunk while staring up into the clouds. Tintin, on her part, didn't know what was wrong with her. This has never happened to her before. She usually had at least something to do with her time. But today, Guy and Lee had decided to experiment with a new training regiment while Niji had some personal business to deal with. She sighed again and looked back up into the clouds. That one kind of looks like Naruto-kun somewhat, thought Tintin. She giggled at the thought of the boy who she had started hanging around more and more over the past few days. Every day, he would come find her, and the two would spar for a good hour before stopping and getting lunch. She wouldn't admit it, but she real loved his company and even felt as though she was getting attached to the blonde. She sighed again. Naruto said aloud. She blushed when she realized that she said that out loud. She then heard a twig snap and turned to see the said boy standing there grinning. This, of course, made her face turn light pink to almost scarlet red in less than a second. How'd you know it was me? Asked Naruto with his grin still in place. WWL, when you're around someone for a long time, you tend to recognize things like chakra signatures and such, said Tintin while looking back at the clouds in order to hide her blush. Well, I guess I need to learn that trick, huh? Well, hey, I just came by to say that I'm going on my first C-ranked mission, said Naruto excitedly. This brought a smile to the girl's face. That's good to hear, kid. Hope you do well with what I taught you, said Tintin, who had turned to face him. Thanks. I'll be sure to continue what you told me to do while I'm away. Flashback. Tintin was sitting on one of the branches in the nearby tree when she heard him yell in frustration. She looked down to see Naruto glaring up at her while trying to understand the task given to him. Why can't you just give me some advice so I can climb this damn tree? Shouted Naruto. Because then you wouldn't be learning now, would you? Said Tintin with a smirk. The boy continued to curse before focusing chakra into his feet like the times before. He then ran towards a tree and made only to steps up before crashing back onto the ground. GRH. Why can't I get this thing right? Shouted Naruto. It's because you're frustrated, stated Tintin as she dropped down from the tree branch. What does that have to do with anything? Said Naruto through gritted teeth. Tintin sighed before flicking him on the forehead. Listen, whenever you're angry, you tend to make more mistakes than you do at correcting them. You're just distracted by your anger that you can't put full focus into what you're doing. For example, if I was angry when I target practice, I would most likely only hit half of them. So what I do is stop, take a few deep breaths, and then try to relax myself so that I'm not as angry or just not angry anymore. Then when I go back and do my target practicing again, my aim is perfect. You understand now? Asked Tintin. He nodded. So all I have to do is try and calm down and I could do better? Asked the blonde. I guess you could say so. If it helps, just chant these 3 words. Calm, collect, and precise over and over until you feel as though you are calm. The boy said nothing. He just closed his eyes before taking in deep breaths and fingered the hilt of his sword. After a few minutes, he finally opened his eyes again before putting his hands into the ram seal. He focused chakra into the soles of his feet before placing his foot onto the surface of the tree trunk. The moment he felt his foot stick to the surface, he lifted his other foot and, shakily, walked up the tree. Saying Tintin was surprised would be like saying Guy hated the color green. It just wasn't possible. After only a simple calming exercise, he was steadily able to climb a tree using chakra. She was so shocked that she didn't notice that the boy was on the same branch calling out to her. Tintin, yelled Naruto. Finally, getting out of her shock, she looked up to see Naruto grinning before asking, "How was that?" All Tintin did was stare at him for a moment before running up the tree and flicking him in the forehead. This caused the boy to lose his balance on the branch, causing him to fall off and land face first into the dirt. When you can do that, then I will be impressed, said Tintin while trying her hardest not to laugh at the unfortunate blonde. Damn you, could be heard throughout the entire village, which made a few people glacé around to see where the voice had come from. In flashback. By the way, said a grinning Naruto, I've got something for you. Now, Tintin learned quite a few things when hanging around Naruto. One was that if you ever got on his bad side, he would either hurt you or he would prank you. The fact that he had once TP'd and stink-bombed the whole Inuzuka clan house because 3 of their dogs attacked him while the owners did nothing but watch was truth of that. The other was whenever he had that grin on his face, it meant either he's up to something or he is about to do something. It's never clear which would occur. All it meant was it would end badly in that person's case. By now, Tintin realized that Naruto was targeting her and was now sweating bullets. What it and in Naruto? Asked the fearful Kunoichi. This. With that, as the only warning, he dove and tackled her to the ground before he began to tickle her. Asha, stop. Aha, and knock it off. Aha, aha, laughed Tintin as Naruto tickled her sides. Payback sucks, don't it? Asked Naruto while laughing hysterically. This lasted a few more moments before Naruto finally got off the poor girl and sat up waiting for the girl to catch her breath. When she did, she glared at for a moment before breaking into a cute pout. That was cruel, stated Tintin as she kept the pout. All this made Naruto's grin widen before standing up and dusting himself off. He lowered his hand down to help Tintin up. She gratefully took it and was heaved back to her feet. After she dusted herself off, she saw he was looking at the sky. It's almost time for me to go. Otherwise, I would be late, said Naruto in a solemn tone. Tintin's face went downcast at that before she perked up at an idea. Hey Naruto, when you get back, do you want to get something to eat or something? Asked Tintin, blushing slightly. Naruto blushed at the question. In all honesty, he didn't know what to do. I always wanted to have my fist date with Sakura-chan, but I don't want to hurt her feelings like that team does all the time. What do I do? He thought frantically. That was when he heard a voice, just barely above whisper, say, take her offer. Glancing around him, he noticed that nobody was there. He decided to listen to the voice and answered, "Sure, I'll meet you here when I get back. You can pick the place." The girl's eyes lit up with happiness before smiling warmly at him and nodding her head. He was about to go when he felt two slender arms embrace him. His face now resembled that of a tomato because even he knew what those soft things touching his back were. "Thanks, Naruto-kun. I'll see you when you get back." With that, she let go and walked off into the forest with a big smile on her face. "Okay, girls are weird," said the blonde boy as he rushed out of the training ground and also trying to get rid of his blush. When the north gate finally came into view, he relaxed before slowing to a stop. He saw that two of his teammates were already waiting. He sighed before placing his hand in his pocket and feeling a piece of paper. Pulling out the paper, he found that it had a number, an address, and on the very bottom was a small chibi form of Tintin smiling at him. Naruto chucked at the note before putting it back into his pocket for safekeeping. Sasuke noticed this, but decided not to comment since the last thing he needed was the dobe to be more of a pain than usual. So the three waited until, not 5 minutes after Naruto arrived, Kakashi showed up in a puff of smoke along with Tazuna on tow. The man grunted as the two huge doors opened. When they were finally opened, completely Team 7 stepped out of the village for first time in their lives and began their journey to Wave. Time skipped 30 minutes. They had now been walking for a while, and they were all bored. The only thing that passed the time was a bit of chit-chat and a few questions regarding Wave. As they continued walking, they came across a particularly odd sight. A puddle in the middle of the path when it hadn't rained in days. As they passed by the puddle, Kakashi started tagging behind the group. Just after they passed, two men emerged from the puddle, both wearing deadly-looking gauntlets on one arm. The one with a black cloak threw his partner, who was dressed in black and gray camouflage, at his target. When a man landed, he entangled Kakashi in a spiked chain that now covered the upper part of his body. With a fierce tug, both of the dark assailants cut the Jounin into nothing but little chunks of flesh. "One down," said the two assailants together before speeding towards Naruto. "Two down," said the two together again. Just as they were about to entangle him in the deadly chain, the hilt of a sword went straight into one of the men's chin. As soon as the other realized that his comrade was hit, he was struck by a strong kick to the face, making him go off balanced as well. After catching them off guard, Sasuke throws one shrunken that embedded itself into a nearby tree and a kunai to keep the chain in place. When the assassins realized that their weapon was useless, they detached the chain from their gauntlets and charged a different opponent. The one in the camouflage went for Naruto, while the one with the cloak went for Tazuna. Sakura, doing rational thing, stood her ground in front of the bridge builder while holding a kunai in a defensive stance. Just as the man was about to slay the two of them, he was stopped by Kakashi, who had the man held in a headlock before slipping into unconsciousness. The Jounin looked over his shoulder to see Naruto and Sasuke standing over a severely cut and bruised body of the second assassin. "Good work, team. You all did your part very well," said Kakashi before turning over to Tazuna and regained his seriousness. "Tazuna-san, we have something to discuss." The man nervously nodded before walking over to the man, while Naruto and Sasuke started tying the two men up to a nearby tree. After getting some information out of both the men, they had found out that not only were they the famous demon brothers, but also that they were hired to kill Tazuna by a businessman by the name of Gato. They were now crossing the river, sitting a small boat, while one of Tazuna's friends steered the boat through the mist. "So from what you have just told us, the bridge is the only way for your country to survive?" asked Kakashi. "Yes, and that is why I went to Konoha. Our country didn't have the money for A, B, or A rank mission, but we had just enough to afford a C rank one. It was our only choice, and if you won't help me, then all of Wave will suffer," said Tazuna while looking at the floor of the boat. "Let's do it," stated Naruto before being shushed by the rower. "Let's help these people." After all, he did say they used everything they had to afford it, so if we succeed, then we would be doing them a big favor. Besides, I'd rather do this than those damn D-rank missions. Everyone just sat there in silence, while all looking at the blonde who was now laughing nervously. Suddenly, Sasuke rose his hand before saying, I agree. Not long after, Sakura did as well, albeit nervously. The Jounin sighed before smiling at Tazuna and saying, well, it looks like we're going to help out after all. The man had to wipe a tear away for what these people were doing for him. In truth, he was just going to give them a guilt trip and hope they would feel sorry for him and help, but it seemed he didn't have to now. Tazuna, this is as far as I can go, whispered the rower as they approached the shore. Thanks, be sure to get home safely, replied Tazuna before stepping onto the shore. The man nodded before pushing off and disappearing back into the mist. My home isn't far from here. We should be there in about 30 minutes, said Tazuna. All right, everyone, keep your eyes open for anything suspicious, ordered Kakashi. The group nodded before setting off. As they walked, Naruto noticed that something didn't feel right. He felt as though something watching them. Just then, he heard something in a nearby bush. Out of reflex, Naruto pulled out a kunai and tossed it into the bush. After a few seconds of silence, he cautiously walked over to the bush. He sighed when he saw that it was only a rabbit that he had almost hit. It's just a rabbit, said Naruto before getting bonked on the head courtesy of Sakura. You idiot! Stop putting us all on edge, shouted Sakura. Sorry, it was just out of reflex, said Naruto while rubbing the back of his neck. That rabbit's coat is too white for this season. That would mean that it hasn't been outside for some time. So that means that the rabbit was used for Kurimi no Jutsu, thought Kakashi. Just then he heard the sound of something whizzing through the air. Get down, ordered Kakashi as he and the others ducked under a giant sword that embedded itself into a tree. Before they could even blink, a man appeared on the hilt of the blade with his back facing them. He currently shirtless, while he wore cow skin bracers on his arms and legs while wearing baggy, striped blue pants. Again, not good at descriptions of some outfits. Well, look what we have here. Momochi Zabuza of Kirigakure no Sato, also known as the Demon of the Mist, said Kakashi. I didn't think I would have the honor to meet the famous Hatake Kakashi in person. Or should I say copy ninja, Kakashi master of over 1,000 jutsu, stated Zabuza. I take it you're here to kill Tazuna, are you not? Asked Kakashi, who started reaching to lift his Hatate. Yes, I am. And if you step aside, I'll let you and your bundle of brats live, answered Zabuza. Not happening, you eyebrowless freak, shouted Naruto while reaching for his sword. You got some very confident or very foolish students, Kakashi, stated Zabuza with a vein popping out of his forehead. Naruto, this guy is way beyond your level. Let me handle him while you three guard Tazuna, said Kakashi as he pulls up his Hatate to reveal a red eye with 3 tomos circling around the pupil. Oh, so you're using the Sharingan so soon, Kakashi? Why, I feel honored to be facing such a skilled opponent. Nonetheless, you will die today with or without that eye of yours, said Zabuza. Kakashi has the Sharingan, thought Sasuke as he stares at Kakashi curiously. Just then, a heavy mist Zabuza pulled his blade out from the tree before disappearing in a burst of speed, only to reappear on the surface of the water before calling out Kirigakure no Jutsu. In seconds, the area was covered in a thick mist. The 3 genin surround Tazuna, 2 holding kunai, while the third was holding his sword out and ready. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I go after? Said Zabuza from within the mist. After that, a huge amount of killing intent was directed at all the people in the area. Kakashi was calm, while the genin were trembling in fear. Sasuke himself could barely keep hold of his kunai, while Naruto's sword was shaking badly. Sasuke, don't worry, reassured Kakashi when he saw the boy about to kill himself. I won't let anyone I know die if I can help it. This caused Zabuza to scuff before appearing in the middle of the group. He swung his massive blade, aiming to slice all 3 of them in half, only to be disappointed when Kakashi knocked them out of the way. Without missing a beat, the copy nin then turned and stabbed the missing nin in the stomach before realizing it was a Mizu Bunshin. He turned around to see Zabuza rearing back before swinging his blade again. This time it hit, and it cut the Jounin in half before he himself burst into water. Game over, Zabuza, said Kakashi as he placed a kunai at Zabuza's neck. The man was shocked for a moment before chuckling lightly. So, well, you made a bunshin as you were talking to the brat. You really are a talented ninja, aren't you? Asked Zabuza before bursting into water again. Wide-eyed Kakashi looked behind him to see the real Zabuza aiming to slice him in half again. When he swung, Kakashi ducked under the blade, while a bit of his hair was cut off in the process. When the blade stuck itself into the ground, Zabuza switched arms before using the momentum and kicking the Jounin in the chest, sending the man flying. Fortunately for Kakashi, he landed in the nearby lake only to suspect that something was about to accrue. Before he could do anything, he heard Zabuza behind him call out Suiro no Jutsu, and was now trapped inside an orb of water. Shit, cursed Kakashi before shouting out to his team. Listen, you three, I want you to take Tazuna and run away from here as fast as you can. The group looked back at their sensei in shock before looking back at Tazuna. Naruto looked back at his sensei again before saying, "No way in hell, Kakashi-sensei. You're our sensei, and we are not leaving you behind," continued Sakura. "And you said that those who abandon their friends are worse than scum," finished Sasuke. "You brats are noble, I'll give you that, but you three are just a waste of my time," said Zabuza while he made a hand seal. A few moments later, a clone made of water arose and stood in front of the group. Sasuke looked over at Naruto for a moment and saw that the blonde had the same idea he did. Both nodded before charging forward towards the clone. Said clone swung his blade at the two of them as they charged. Sasuke jumped over it, while Naruto ducked before raising his blade in an attempt to stab the clone in the chest. The clone dodged the blade and landed kick on the blonde's jaw while he grabbed Sasuke midair by the neck with its free hand and threw him back towards Sakura and Tazuna. The clone then set its sights on Naruto before raising his blade, aiming to cleave him in half. The orange-clad boy rolled out of the way just as the blade smashed into the ground. He leapt back to his feet and made a vertical swing on the clone still aiming to hit it. He gritted his teeth when the clone dodged the strike and leapt back to get some distance before the clone could strike again. "You three are all pathetic. You call yourselves ninja? Don't make me laugh. All you're doing is playing a dangerous game. A game where your life is on the line," said Zabuza. "Now it's time for me to put an end to this little game we've been playing," finished the clone before charging the group with incredible speed. "Is this where I'm going to die?" thought Naruto while holding the Tesseiga in front of him. He looked back at Sakura, who was now pale and shaking violently. "No, I will protect Sakura-chan and the Gigi, even if it costs me my life." Naruto waited for the clone as it approached before noticing that it was starting to slow down until it stopped as though someone had pushed pause in the middle of a movie. He blinked a few times before seeing that everything was stiff still. He then noticed a figure approaching. As the figure came closer and closer, he found that the figure was a man who had silver hair and strange-colored eyes. The man stopped when he reached Naruto, who was still holding the Tesseiga, in front of him in case the man tried to attack him. Finally, after a few moments of silence, the man spoke in a calm tone. "So you are the one who contains Kubidano." This made Naruto flinch slightly before he pointed the blade at the man's face before shouting, How do you know that?" All the man did was chuckle before pushing the blade out of his face with his finger. "I know many things, Nin-jin, but from what I understand, you wish to protect your friends, do you not?" asked the man. This made Naruto's eyes soften before saying in a low tone, "They're the only thing I have to call friends. Of course I would protect them. They are all I have besides the Hokage and Iruka-sensei." The man kneeled before the boy before smirking and touching the sword. "This sword was once made for my son who has lived a similar life to yours. It was meant to protect his loved ones from danger and to control his demonic blood. After he died, I thought nobody would ever be worthy to even holding my sword again. I was wrong. You are worthy of using this sword, and it's now time for you to be able to use it to its fullest potential," said the man before his eyes flashed dark red. When he did, Naruto felt the sword pulse in his hand. He questionably looked up at the man only to find him walking away. "Hey, wait, what's your name?" asked Naruto. The man turned towards him before smirking. Inu no Taisho, or Taisho for short, replied Taisho before facing forward and walking away again. When he was out of sight, word began going back to normal. When he remembered what was going on, Naruto found that the clone was about to swing his blade at him. He prepared to block until he felt the Tessega pulse again. Then the sword began to glow bright, yellow before it started to become blinding. Everyone who was watching immediately shielded their eyes while the clone stopped its advancement and hid his eyes as well. When the yellow light faded, everyone was awestruck at what they were seeing. The once plain old katana now looked like a giant fang about the same length as Zabuza's blade. Its blade curved slightly, and his guard now gone and replaced with a patch of white fur. Naruto was now dumbstruck by the sight that he was seeing. He now understood what made this sword so special. He made a few test swings and found that the sword was almost as light as when he had the katana. It practically weighed nothing akin to what something like this should weigh. He looked back at the clone who had snapped out of his stupor and charged him. When the blades clashed, Naruto found that not only was the fang long, but it was very sharp. He knew this because when the missing nin sword clashed with the blade part of the sword had a huge chunk missing from where it had hit. This made the clone's eyes widen along with original's eyes widen to the point where they were in danger of popping out. Taking advantage of the clone's shock, Naruto quickly pushed back the clone's sword before swinging his fang at it. Naruto smirked when he saw the clone burst into water and fall to the ground. He then turned his sights on the original. He gripped the hilt tightly before dashing towards his opponent. The said man did nothing while he waited for the orange-wearing boy to approach him, knowing that the little brat most likely didn't know how to do water walking yet. His eyes threatened to pop out his sockets for the second time that day when Naruto started running on the water and towards him. The man had little choice now than to release Kakashi before parrying from a downward strike from the massive sword. Naruto, who was now going on instinct, heaved his blade through the water before bringing it up to try and cut the man in half. Zabuza managed to block the attack, only to go skidding across the water in the process. He was now getting annoyed with him, so Zabuza started doing seals before calling out Suiton, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. Just then a dragon made of pure water came forth from the lake and was glaring at Naruto with its yellow eyes. Naruto was now starting to sweat. He doubted that, even with the transformation, the Tessega wouldn't stand a chance against this. Just as he thought he was a goner, he heard a cry of Suiton, Tsuryuden no Jutsu from behind him. He turned to see Kakashi standing there as another dragon began to form. He was so mesmerized by the jutsu that he lost focus in his chakra going through his feet that he immediately fell into the water. After resurfacing, he saw that the two dragons were gone and that the two Jounin were now locked in a struggle over dominance between Zabuza's Zanbato and Kakashi's Kunai. As it stood, both were about equal. They jumped away from each other before both started doing the same movements. "What's going on?" thought Zabuza as he watched Kakashi closely. "This eye of mine is bugging you, right?" asked Kakashi as he mimicked Zabuza, who started to form seals. This caused the missing nin to scowl. He was about to reply when he saw his own reflection beside Kakashi. "What is going on?" thought Zabuza. The man was so confused at this point that he didn't even request the fact that Kakashi had finished his seals and had called out Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. He was finally brought out of his thought when he saw a vortex of water come flying towards him. The force behind the blast sent the man crashing into one of the trees nearby. Before he could even move, he was impaled by 4 kunai, all hitting him in the chest, though hitting no critical areas. "Kakashi, can you see the future with that eye of yours?" asked Zabuza while looking up at Kakashi, who was on the tree branch above him. "Yes, and this is going to be your last battle," answered Kakashi as he prepared to finish off Zabuza. Just then, 3 Senbon needles struck the missing nin in his neck. Everyone turned to see a masked figure standing in a tree branch nearby. "Thank you for the help. I've been tracking him for some time now, and I am most grateful for your assistance," thanked the masked ninja. "Hey, who are you?" asked Naruto, who had just climbed out of the lake. "It's okay, Naruto, he's just a hunter ninja from Kiri," said Kakashi as he jumped down and checked Zabuza's pulse. When he found none, he sighed before looking over at the hunter Nin. He's all yours. The hunter Nin nodded before body, flickering over to the body. He picked the lifeless core and disappeared into the mist. Once he was gone, the party all turned to Naruto, who still had the Tesega transformed and had it hoisted on his shoulder. He blinked a few times before laughing sheepishly. I don't know how to revert this thing back to normal yet. The moment those words left his lips, the massive fawn glowed before turning back to its original form. The boy looked at it before laughing nervously before sheathing the sword. Kakashi sighed before pulling his Hitate down to cover his eye again. He did his signature eye smile and asked, "Okay, how much further from here, Tazuna?" "Only about 5, maybe 6 minutes away from here," answered Tazuna with a huge smile. "Alright, let's get go dash." Kakashi stopped mid-sentence before his eyes rolled to the back of his head and collapsing on the ground. Everyone rushed over and saw that he was still breathing. All 4 of them sighed before Tazuna picked up the man and led the way to his home. It had been a day since they had encountered Zabuza, and at the moment Kakashi was lying in bed. He had called for a team meeting while he himself was going over his thoughts over the fight. How did Naruto do that with his sword? It damaged Zabuza's blade pretty badly, but that was just a clone. Is that blade really that powerful? There's also the fact he knows water walking. Most genin don't learn that until they are about a few months into their training. Well, best ask him when I get a free moment. Pondered Kakashi as he saw his team enter the small bedroom. How do you feel, Kakashi-sensei? Asked a worried Sakura. Sore, but it will pass in about a few days, said Kakashi reassuringly. So what do we do now that no brow is dead? Asked Naruto with a grin. Honestly, I don't know if he is or not Naruto, answered the Jounin. The Nin that took him out used a fairly odd weapon to kill him with. What do you mean? Questioned Sasuke, who was leaning on the wall. He used Sunbon needles to strike him in the neck, stated Kakashi. Wait, you said Sunbon, right? Asked Naruto suddenly. When Kakashi nodded, the boy smacked himself in the forehead. Damn it, why did I notice that? Cried the frustrated blonde. When he noticed the questionable glances, he elaborated, Sunbon are used primarily for acupuncture, not for killing. Sure, you can kill someone if you hit them the right place, but if not, then they're just a big annoyance. He saw the surprised looks on everyone's faces when he finished his statement. He sighed before stating, my friend is a weapons specialist. She gave me some tips and even helped me pick up on a few things. This seemed to ease their shock before looking back at Kakashi as he sat up before going into a thinking pose. Naruto, I think you just confirmed my suspicions about that hunter ninja. It is clear to me now that he was in league with Zabuza, who is most likely still alive, said Kakashi. This caused everyone in the room to flinch at the thought of that man still living. Just then the door slid open to reveal Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, who looked rather worried. Is everything okay? She asked while noticing how tense the 3 looked. Yes, ma'am. I was just about to assign these 3 their training for the time being, answered Kakashi as he gave her his eye smile. Why bother? Gado's men will end up killing you anyway, said a small boy as he glared at them all. Inari, don't be rude to our guests. They're the ones that brought home your grandfather after all, scolded Tsunami. It still doesn't matter since they are going to die anyway, stated Inari before walking up the stairs. Tsunami sighed and looked back at the group apologetically before leaving the room towards the kitchen. Kakashi sighed as he grabbed his crutches and slowly led the way outside the house. The group followed along silently as they walked into the nearby woods before stopping in the middle of a clearing. Okay, this is where we will be doing your training, said Kakashi. So we're going to be doing? Asked Naruto excitedly. Tree climbing, he answered lazily. What do you mean I already know how to climb trees? Yelled Naruto. Can you do it without using your hands? Asked Kakashi before putting his hands into a ram seal. He then slowly made his way up the tree and finally stopped as he hung there upside down on a tree branch. Yes, actually I can watch. With that he did the same seal as Kakashi before casually placing his foot on the trunk of the tree. The moment he did, he dashed up the tree before flicking the jounin on the metal part of his atate. I guess you really do know how to do it then, murmured Kakashi. All right, then you explain to them how it's done. Then I will help you with the next step with this training. How will any of this help us in the long run? Asked Sasuke. Because team, the better chakra control you get, the less extra chakra you use up when you use jutsu. For this exercise to work, you must focus chakra to the bottom of your feet, then just climb up the tree. I would say walk up the tree first so you can adjust the amount of chakra needed for your foot to stick to the tree. Oh, and use your kunai to mark your progress. Trust me, it's a pain to try and remember how far you got up the tree, said Naruto as he entered his first ever lecture mode. Impressive. Did you learn this from your friend as well? Asked Kakashi. Yeah, and a few other things like basic sealing, better weapon accuracy, trap making, some more advanced kenjutsu katas, and some cooking skills, said Naruto with a grin. Cooking? Asked Sakura as she sat on a nearby branch. Wow, I can't believe you got up here so quickly, Sakura-chan. It took me almost a week to finally master tree climbing. And yes, she taught me some better cooking habits since she said that ramen wasn't healthy to eat all the time. Though I usually eat ramen for lunch, I do cook my own food for breakfast and dinner, said Naruto as his grin grew wider. Oh, was all she said before looking down at the seething Sasuke. All right, Naruto, let's get you started on your next exercise, said Kakashi as he slowly went down the tree with Naruto following him in the same slow pace. When the two got out of the clearing, they began to make their way towards the pair behind Tazuna's house. He finally stopped as he neared the end of the pair. Now, before we begin, I want to ask you something, Naruto, said Kakashi seriously. Where did you get that sword and how did it transform? Naruto sighed before looking back at his sensei calmly. Do you remember the Forbidden Scroll incident? When he saw his sensei nod, he continued. Well, I had released it from the scroll thinking it was something else. As for how my sword transformed, it was because I was protecting Sakura-chan and Tazuna. How does that work? Asked Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. Naruto just shrugged before stating, that's just how the sword works. I don't know much else about it other than the fact that its name is Tesseiga. Kakashi looked at him skeptically for a moment, then gave him a look that said, better not be lying before looking back at the water. All right, why don't you tell me how good you are with the water walking exercise? Ordered Kakashi. Well, I know that I must constantly expel the right amount of chakra to my feet and make it match the correct amount to make me float. Problem is, even if I lose focus for even a second, I fall straight back into the water. Explained Naruto. His friend must be a really good teacher if he can get this far this quickly. Thought Kakashi. Well, I think you should create some clones and practice your kenjutsu while doing the water walking exercise. Stated Kakashi. What? Do you have any idea how hard that is? It's hard enough for me to stand on the water, let alone train in kenjutsu while doing it, shouted Naruto as he started waving his hand randomly in the air. Trust me, Naruto, if you can do this, then you'll be a great asset during the fight, said Kakashi reassuringly while placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto just looked back up at his sensei for a moment, then grinned and nodded. The boy then turned around before focusing chakra into his feet before commencing with the exercise. Naruto, I know I wasn't there back then when you needed someone, thought Kakashi as he watched the blonde fall into the water. But maybe I can make it up to you. Even if it isn't that much, I will still help you like I should have back then, just like Sensei would have wanted. Continued Kakashi as a small smile started to appear behind his mask. All right, I finally got the hang of this damn exercise, shouted Naruto before scolding. He then noticed that he wasn't underwater and looked down to see that he was still floating above water. The boy grinned before running back to the pair. He picked up his sword off the dock, then made his way back to where he was once standing. He quickly made 12 clones before unsheathing his sword. The others copied his actions before charging him in a burst of speed. The original just smirked, then ducked under one of the incoming clones before slicing him in half. As the clone puffed away, Naruto turned around and stabbed another that was attempting to sneak up on him. The moment the clone disappeared, another one popped out from the smoke that came from the previous clone's death. It swung its sword downwards in an attempt to cleave him in half before it was blocked by Naruto's own blade. He then pushed upward so as to knock the attacking clone away before turning to his left to deflect an incoming kunai. He then charged the clone while dragging his sword through the water in the process. Right as he was reaching striking distance, he saw from the corner of his eye another clone making a horizontal strike, aiming to cut Naruto in half. Once he saw this, he quickly stopped the flow of chakra in his feet, making him fall into the water. He looked up to see that the clone that intended to hit him had hit the clone he was aiming to kill. Naruto quickly swam to the surface before refocusing chakra to his feet and climbed back onto the water. The moment he was up, he had 4 clones surround him, all of which were smirking with their blades at the ready. Naruto sighed and started to raise his hand in defeat. At the last minute, he thought about Tenten and how she would scold him every time he gave up, telling him he could always do better. He let a small smile grace his features at those thoughts. I would protect her just as she would for me, thought the blonde, before feeling a familiar pulsing coming from his sword. Just then a bright light came from the blade before it grew, and a patch of white fur was once again visible to him. Naruto smirked when he saw their shocked faces. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto quickly did a 360 spin while cutting every clone in half in the process. Only one clone snapped out of it quickly enough to survive the attack, before pointing an accusing finger at the original before shouting, "Hey, that's cheating." "Ninja, don't play by the rules, Baka," shouted the original before cleaving the poor clone in half. Just as Naruto was getting back into his stance, he noticed that Tsunami was standing on the edge of the pair, smiling at him. He dismissed his clones and made his way back to the edge of the pair before asking, "Yes, Tsunami-chan. Dinner is ready. I would have told you earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt your training," answered the woman while still smiling. Naruto just laughed while scratching the back of his head before sheathing his sword, not realizing that the sword had reverted back to normal as he sheathed it. This was how things went for Naruto and his team as they stayed in Wave. Sasuke, who had managed to learn tree climbing in 3 days, was now learning how to walk on water along with Sakura, who had been given the task of watching over the bridge builder while Sasuke did tree climbing. They had also learned about Kaiza, the hero of Wave, as the locals called him. The said man was executed in front of everyone as an example to never fight against Gato. This is what led Inari to believe that nobody could stand against Gato. All this did was make the group train harder than before. Right now, though, the team was sitting down at the table waiting for dinner to be served. Naruto, who had nearly drowned after passing out while training on the water, was resting his head on the table. As he was, Inari was glaring at the boy before an image of Kaiza appeared next to the blonde. Suddenly, the boy slammed his hands on the table with tears streaming down his eyes and yelled, "Why do you try so hard? All you're going to do is get yourselves killed by Gato and his men. No matter what glorious claims you make or how hard you train, when facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed." This action made everyone at the table look at the boy in surprise. The blonde scuffed before replying, "Whatever, kid, I'm not like you. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, yet you're all being so nosy about it. What the hell do you know about me anyway? I'm different from you. You're always clowning around and acting so cheerful. You don't know how hard life can be," shouted Inari as more tears started to pour down his face. Now, if there was one thing that Sasuke and Sakura knew about the blonde, it was that he was very touchy around this subject. It happened once, and that was enough for everyone to stay weary of entering this topic with the blonde. It happened when a student in the academy had made fun of him because he had no parents or friends, along with the fact that most of the older people hated him. That kid had left the same day with 2 broken legs, 3 busted ribs, a fractured right arm, 2 black eyes, a busted lip, and a severed head trauma. Needless to say, after that, nobody ever made fun of him for not having family or friends. The academy even tried to expel him, only to fail when the Hokage stated that boy was harassing Naruto with his endless taunting. Everyone knew it was a lie, but they were just too scared at the time to say anything. Naruto looked up at the crying boy and glared at him while releasing some killing intent in the process. "You think you have it bad, kid?" asked Naruto with a slight chuckle. "Kid, let me ask you something. Do you have a mother? Do you have to pay triple for almost everything even when they are the most outdated things on the market? Do you have people that love you more than anything in this world?" When the boy didn't answer, he yelled, "Answer me." "Yggis," muttered a now terrified Inari. "Exactly. You have a mother who loves you, a grandfather that is risking his life to build a bridge to save this country. And what are you doing? You're sitting in your room, crying over a dead man, and doing nothing to contribute to your family. So don't you dare tell me your life is bad, because there are always people out there who have it worse than you do. So you go back to your room and cry all you want, because I will not let some little brat say he has it bad when he really doesn't," said Naruto before grabbing his sword and walking outside, while slamming the door behind him. Nobody spoke for several minutes before finally Tazuna looked at Kakashi before asking, "Is his life that bad?" Kakashi slumped his shoulders before answering, "Unfortunately, yes it is. He never knew either of his parents and didn't have a single friend growing up. A lot has happened to him while he was still young, but I don't want to tell you since it's not my business to share with you. All I can tell you is that you should never bring that topic up unless he wants to talk about it." Out in the woods. "The stars look great tonight," said the blonde as he looked up at the night sky. Another thing that most people didn't know was that Naruto always loved looking up at the sky. It was one of the few things he could do without someone getting angry at him for doing it. Now, though he just didn't have the same feeling for it that he usually does. "Stupid brat," said Naruto as he gripped the Tessega tighter. He didn't hate the boy for what he said. If anything, he felt sorry for the boy. But the boy had brought back some rather painful memories. He sighed again as he gazed back up at the night sky from his position on the grass before closing his eyes and let sleep take him. Dream world. Cold. That was what he was feeling at the moment. He cracked his eyes, open only to see an endless darkness and pipes. He blinked a few times before noticing that he was laying in cold water. Naruto slowly got back to his feet and saw that he was apparently in a sewer of some sort. "If you can hear this, please then understand that my life is now in the palm of your hand," said a familiar voice. Naruto glanced around and saw that there were several corridors scattered around the area. Just as he was about to go into one of the corridors, he heard the voice speak again. "My sadness will only continue to grow as long as you leave me behind in your shadow," continued the voice. "That way," thought Naruto as he rushed towards the voice. As he ran, he noticed that the further he ran, the more the darker it got. "I can never be what all of you see. The only thing I can truly be is me," said the voice that sounded very feminine to Naruto. Why does this sound so familiar? Thought Naruto as he stopped at another set of corridors. Even that is not real in this lifetime, but what could you expect in a life like mine? Said the now obviously feminine voice. The blonde didn't even wait for her to finish before running to the corridor where the voice was coming from. He saw that he was nearing the end of the corridor and ran faster than before. When he reached the end of the corridor, he stopped dead in his tracks, fell on his knees at what he saw. "So all I have to say is don't forget what this smile means and what lies behind it," said the voice from behind the cage. That wasn't what shocked him to the core. It was the sight of him being held up by chains, smiling straight at him. But it wasn't his smile. It was a smile of a crazed lunatic ready to kill everyone. Naruto stared up at the hanging boy before him and felt tears going down his face. He couldn't look at this thing that was called him. He just couldn't do it. He wanted to get up, but just couldn't. Then he felt someone from behind embrace him in a hug. This little action snapped him out of his stupor long enough to make him face the figure behind him. When he turned, he saw a beautiful woman with a decently sized bust kneel down to his level. She had dark red hair that went down to her lower back and had eyes that were a dark pink color with slitted pupils. She had on a pink kimono with light purple flower pebbles decorated all around the front of the outfit with a dark purple sash wrapped around her waist. The woman got to her feet and not only revealed her hourglass figure, but also her 9 orange-colored tails swaying behind her. The woman moved her hand to cup his cheek, before smiling sadly at him. She gently wiped away the tears from his eyes with her claws before embracing him into another hug. "This is your path now," said the woman. "What you saw before you is what you will become if you succumb to your dark desires." The poor boy was so upset at the sight he saw that he couldn't even say a word. All he did was continue to cry on the woman's should as she rubbed his back in an attempt to soothe him. Finally, after crying for a few moments, he managed to ask, "Why did this have to me?" It was a censor question. Why did he have to deal with more burdens than anyone else? Did Cammy hate him? Was it his destiny to have these burdens placed upon him? After all, he had suffered for something he had no control over for 12 years, and only recently found out why they hated him. Was it fair to something like this, to someone who never even knew his own family, to have to live this way? Because that is what makes you stronger than anyone else, even me, said QB as she muttered the last part. After hearing that, Naruto got out of her embrace and looked the fox mistress straight in the eye. She saw distrust, sadness, hate, and longing. At first, she believed that the boy was useless and was not worth any of her time. But as she watched his life go on, she realized that she had started feeling something she hadn't felt in centuries: guilt. It was such a foreign emotion that she ended up crying at some nights when Naruto was beaten or was alone. It just hurt her too much to watch a child struggle and do little to nothing to help him. She was surprised to see him move his finger over to her face before wiping away a lone tear falling down her face. He smiled sadly at her before saying in a reassuring tone, "Don't cry, I don't deserve it." As he said that, his form began to fade away into the air and making him look as though he was never there, like a mirage. Before he left, however, she did something he would never forget. She kissed him on the lips before he disappeared into nothingness. "Do you think it was wise to bring him here so soon?" asked Taisho as he came out of the shadows. QB smiled sadly before looking back up at the mad-looking Naruto, who was still smiling at them. It was the only way he would understand. If I had not brought him here and shown him this, he would accidentally cause harm on that village, she answered solemnly. Taisho nodded before walking over to the fox mistress and gently grasped her shoulder. "I trust your judgment, Cubidano. Just don't let your feelings towards him blind you in the future. Whatever he decides to do is his choice now and no one else's." QB nodded before wiping away a few more stray tears and made her way to her cage, where there lay only 3 things. A decently sized bed, barely enough room for 2, a small dresser, and a picture. She grabbed the picture before hugging it close to her body as she could before getting into bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a small tear went down her face as she mumbled one word, "Naruto-kun," and the tear fell on the picture of Naruto, smiling his true smile while sitting at Ichiraku for the first time. Real world. Naruto snapped his eyes open and shot himself up. He looked around frantically before sighing. After shaking his head, he took the moment to take a better glacé at his surroundings. It didn't take long for him to realize that he was still in the clearing he fell asleep at. He climbed back to his feet and was about to walk back to the house until he heard the sound of a woman screaming. "Shit," thought the blonde before speeding off towards the house. When he arrived, he saw the sight of Inari charging the 2 samurai that had Tsunami tied up behind them. Thinking, quickly rushed over and Korimi Inari with a log as he went and got Tsunami out of harm's way. The 2 samurai smirked as they killed what they thought was Inari. When they realized that they didn't hit their target, they turned to see Naruto untying Tsunami calmly, while Inari looked shocked to still be alive. This made both men furious and, without thinking, charged the blonde. As they got closer to their target, they found that the blonde was now smirking. Before they could even question this, they were hit in the back of the necks with a very blunt object, which caused them to pass out. Naruto smiled as he did his job before looking down at Inari. "Good job, Inari. If you didn't distract them, I would have never gotten your mother to safety," said Naruto while ruffling the young boy's hair. "Remember, heroes always show up at the last minute." The boy didn't say anything for a moment. Then he began to grin at the orange-clad ninja. Naruto grinned back before looking in the direction of the bridge. If these goons are attacking this place, then that means that Zabuza decided to attack today. Damn, I got to get going, thought Naruto. He turned back to Inari before saying, tie these two up and stay here, okay? When he saw the boy nod, he raced off again while praying that his team was all right. At the bridge, when Kakashi and the rest arrived at the bridge, they found most of the workers injured. Just then, a thick mist began to cover the bridge until almost nothing was visible. That was when they heard someone laughing in the mist. Zabuza, said Kakashi as he prepared to lift his atate. Hello there, Kakashi. I see you missing a brat. It doesn't matter since I'll kill him after I finish you three off, stated Zabuza from the mist. That's coming from someone hiding in a mist, muttered Sasuke. That was when they found that they were surrounded by Mizu Bunshins of Zabuza. Sasuke smirked and dashed off, killing all the clones that surrounded them. He's fast. Looks like you might have a rival in speed, Haku, said Zabuza as the hunter Nin came into view. That may be indeed, Zabuza-sama, said Haku impassively. I got that one, Kakashi-sensei, said Sasuke as he pulled out a fresh kunai. Fine then, I will handle Zabuza. Sakura, I want you to guard Tazuna, and don't let anyone get close, ordered Kakashi. Hai ziplit Sakuda. With that, Sasuke sped off and went to cut the boy's neck, which the hunter Nin blocked with one of his senbon. He pushed the boy's kunai away before attempting to hit the pressure point in the Uchiha's arm. The said Uchiha ducked under the boy's attack and did a sweep kick, hoping to knock the masked boy off balance. Haku saw this and jumped over the kick and threw the senbon he was holding at his opponent. Sasuke simply rolled to the side, avoiding the projectile before striking the off-guard opponent, only to clash with his senbon again. It seems I have you trapped, said Haku calmly. How do you figure that? Asked Sasuke. For one, we're surrounded by water that was made by those clones you killed. Two is that you have one of your hands occupied. I, on the other hand, stated the boy as he started to do seals with his free hand. Just then he stomped on the ground, kicking up some water before it turned into several sharp icicles floating in the air. Sensatsu Sueisho, announced Haku before jumping away to safety. When he finally skidded to a stop, he saw that the boy was no longer there and was shocked when he felt Sasuke behind him. Sasuke made an attempt to strike the enemy, only for the attack to be blocked again. Expecting this, he threw the kunai in his other hand, forcing the boy to duck, only to receive a kick to the face by Sasuke. Impressive, you taught him pretty well, commented Zabuza as Haku got back to his feet. Haku, I think it's time to stop playing and start getting serious. The boy nodded before forming a seal. A few moments later, mirrors started to appear all around Sasuke. The said boy was so confused that he didn't even notice that Haku had entered one of the mirrors until he saw that all the mirrors had Haku's reflection scattered around him. Haku raised a senbon before throwing it at Sasuke. Soon after, two more were thrown before a barrage of senbon were being thrown at the Uchiha. Sasuke, shouted Kakashi as he tried to approach the dome of mirrors, only to dodge swing that was aimed at him from Zabuza. Sorry, Kakashi, but I won't let you interrupt their battle. Though I could let you go, that would leave the old man and the girl completely open for attack, stated Zabuza as he began to chuckle. Just then, a kunai came flying towards the dome of mirrors, only to be caught by the masked boy. Where did this dash? Haku's thoughts were interrupted as an orange blur flew past him and making a shallow cut in his mask. Everyone turned to see Naruto, standing in the middle of the dome with his blade unsheathed and glaring at the masked boy. D-Dope? Asked Sasuke as he tried to move without hurting himself further. Naruto turned to face his rival before gritting his teeth in anger. Sasuke looked like he just went through a hellhole and back. Forgetting Haku for a moment, he kneeled down and started pulling out some senbon. How honorable, said Haku as he returned to his mirrors. He then brought out a few senbon and tossed them at the two boys. Both screamed in pain at the sharp projectiles that were piercing their skin. What were you thinking? Hissed Sasuke as he tried to get to his feet again. I was trying to get you out of here. I guess that cut wasn't deep enough, said Naruto. The two boys glanced around the dome for any weak spots. Finding none, Sasuke went through a few seals before inhaling. Kitan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A second later, a giant fireball was brought forth, hitting the mirrors dead on. After the fire cleared, it revealed as though nothing had changed. It will take more than a week Katan Jutsu to melt these mirrors, stated Haku as he prepared to throw more Senbon at him. Just when he was about to, a giant Fong came towards the mirror he was in. Speeding off into another mirror, he barely managed to avoid the giant blade that shattered his mirror, as thought it was nothing. Turning his attention to Blonde, who was now holding a giant Fong in his hand, he threw several Senbon at him only for them to bounce harmlessly off his blade, which he was using as a shield. Though he was still hit, the blade took the majority of the damage. Haku was about to throw more at the orange-clad boy, only to be forced to dodge a fireball that was heading in his direction. Now he was getting irritated with them. He sent another barrage at them, only to see that both had their own way to block his attack. Naruto was blocking with his sword, and Sasuke was using a Senbon to deflect the others coming at him. If I don't end this quickly, I will run out of chakra before I can beat them, thought Haku as he studied his opponents. That was when he noticed that Sasuke's eyes were not the same. He unlocked his bloodline. It's not completed yet, but I can still see his movements clearer than I did before, thought Sasuke as he watched Haku closely. Haku was now thinking a mile a minute. He knew that he couldn't keep up his jutsu for much longer, and with Sasuke unlocking his bloodline, it only made things harder to do. He looked over at Naruto, who was panting while gripping his arm. Apparently, he had hit a pressure point in the boy's arm, making it either numb or useless. That's it, thought Haku as he dashed towards the blonde while throwing Senbon as he sped forward. Sasuke saw this and rushed to stop the attack. A few seconds later, the only thing that was heard was a body hitting the ground and something piercing skin. Naruto looked over to his right to see Haku motionless on the ground. "You did it, Sasuke," said Naruto as he turned to face his comrade. The moment he did, he saw that Sasuke looked just about dead. When Sasuke turned to face him, he saw that his eyes looked glazed and had blood coming from his mouth. "You look like a real baka right now," said Sasuke as he looked back at his teammate. "Sasuke, you dash," stammered the blonde before finally yelling, "I didn't ask you to save me." All this did was make the Uchiha chuckle before saying, "I don't even know why I saved your worthless hide. My body just moved on its own." A few seconds after he finished, he felt himself lose balance and fall backwards, only to be bought by his blonde teammate. "I don't want to die here. I need to complete my dream and kill that man," said Sasuke as he looked up at his teammate. He began to close his eyes before saying only 3 words, "Don't die, Naruto," before closing his eyes completely. Naruto sat there holding the body of his teammate. He didn't even bother to look at the masked hunter Nin as he got back to his feet. "I failed," thought Naruto as he held Sasuke's body tighter. "I failed to protect my friend. I might have hated him, but he was still my friend. He was a true shinobi, to risk his life for the sake of his comrade," commented Haku as he entered his mirrors again. "Be silent," said something that sounded like Naruto and someone else. Inside Naruto's mind, "Do you really think this is the right thing to do?" asked Kyubi. Taisho nodded before walking over to a light blue flame. He placed his hand over top of it until it started to turn white. He gestured her over to do the same and, hesitantly, did so. She placed her hand over top the white flame and focused a small bit of her yokai into the flame. Almost instantly, the white flame turned into a light orange color. When the procedure was complete, she turned to the fellow demon and asked, "Why now? Can't you see he isn't in the state of mind to face something like this? If we did not do it at this time, we would have to wait until he has entered this state of mind again. Though it is with risks, we cannot allow this opportunity to slip," he said coldly. "I know that," said the fox mistress, "but I don't want to force something upon him that he may never want." She finished with a small tear going down her cheek. Taisho's eyes softened as he watched her. "I understand, but this is something that must be done," he stated before turning around and leaving the chamber, leaving Kyubi alone. She stared at the light orange flame in front of her before getting up and walking towards the exit. As she was about to leave, she looked back at the flame before saying, "Forgive me, Naruto-kun," and closing the door. Outside world. Haku watched as the blonde boy fell to the ground, screaming in pain. A few moments later, red chakra began to pour out of the blonde's body. He could hear bones breaking and could see the boy's body grow. Again, he heard the boy scream in pain as his whole form began to change and grow at a miraculous rate. That was when he saw the boy's hair grow longer, his canes grow into fangs, and his fingernails turn into claws. When the blonde stopped screaming, the red chakra began to recede back into the seal. When it did, Haku found that the area around Naruto was burned and had scorch marks. That wasn't what shocked him, though. There, standing before him, was Naruto, who was only clad in his orange pants, which looked tattered and burned. His hair, no longer blonde, short, and spiky, but silver-colored hair with rusty orange highlights with its length reaching past his shoulder blades. His whisker-marked cheeks were now replaced with 3 red marks. His eyes, now gold with slitted pupils, glared at Haku before reaching for his sword. He heaved it up, pointing it at Haku before muttering one word. D. Just then the mirror Haku was hiding in was shattered into pieces before melting into nothingness. Haku, on his part, was shocked at his speed before rushing off into another mirror and throwing a barrage of Senbon at him. Naruto just looked at the Senbon approaching him before they began to melt. "What?" thought Haku frantically. "Your little mirror trick is nothing compared to my speed," said Naruto as he swung his blade to the side. Just then, all the mirrors on that side of the dome were shattered, leaving Haku shocked and speechless. "You will die today, wretch." He sped towards Haku at inhuman speed and cleaved the mirror in half before it shattered to pieces. Haku then appeared out of one of the shards of the broken mirror and tried to stab the silver-haired boy with his Senbon. At the last moment, Naruto lifted his hand and grabbed the boy by the neck and held him in place as he stared at him. After staring at the blank mask, he shook his head before saying, "Too slow. Seems like you're not even trying at all." When he finished, he let go of his neck, only to grab his face and toss him through a mirror with such force that when he landed on the bridge's surface, he made a small crater. "This boy," thought Haku as he saw Naruto approaching with Tesseiga heaved onto his shoulder. "He's too strong for me, Zabuza-sama," finished Haku as Naruto looked down at him. He pulled the boy by the collar of his shirt before stabbing the Tesseiga into the ground. "Let's see the face of my comrade's killer before I send him to hell," said Naruto coldly as he removed the blank mask with his free hand. The moment the mask was removed, he dropped Haku back on the ground before stuttering. "Why you?" Flashback. Naruto was sitting down on the ground in the middle of the woods panting. Next to him, a still transformed Tesseiga lay on the grass. He had decided he was going to start practicing with his sword's new transformation state and see how good it was. So far, he found that it was sharp enough to cut a tree in half. It weighed little to nothing to him, and that it was impossible to break. He had just finished his 7th hour of practicing with the blade and was feeling like having his 4th break from training. He grabbed the blade and sheathed it back into its sheath before falling on his back and staring up at the clouds. Just as he started to relax, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind. Naruto turned around to see a beautiful black-haired woman who looked around his age. She was wearing a pink dress with a red chakra around her neck. She looked at him with her dark brown eyes before smiling sweetly at him. Naruto blushed slightly as she smiled at him. Trying to hide it, he grins slightly before waving at her. "Hello." "Hello," replied the woman before walking towards him. When she reached him, she kneeled down and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Naruto grinned again before holding up the sheathed sword. "Training. I'm trying to get better at my kenjutsu at the moment." The woman raised an eyebrow before asking, "Are you trying to become a samurai?" "No, well, kinda. I'm already a ninja. I just want to be a master at kenjutsu, since I don't have much else other than this sword," answered Naruto while scratching the back of his head nervously. The woman nodded her head in understanding before saying, "My name is Haku, by the way." "Uzumaki Naruto, and it's great to meet you, Haku-chan," replied Naruto. The woman, now known as Haku, smiled slightly before asking, "Why do you want to become a Kenjutsu master, Naruto-kun?" The blonde thought about it for a moment. Why did he want to become a Kenjutsu master anyway? That was when flashes of him laughing with Tintin and a smiling Sakura came into his mind. He looked back at Haku before answering, "I want to become a master so that I can protect those who are precious to me." Haku was surprised slightly at his seriousness before smiling sadly at him. She climbed back to her feet and began to walk off. Naruto was now confused at her actions. "Was it something I said?" thought the blonde. Just when the woman was about to leave the clearing, she turned to face him and said, "You will be truly strong someday," before turning back and leaving the clearing. In flashback, Naruto stood there in silence as he looked at the raven-haired woman in front of him. As he stared, his silver hair began to change back into its previous color while maintaining its length. His once golden eyes now changing back into their previous sapphire color while also keeping his pupils slitted. Naruto continued to stare at Haku in shock before asking the top question on his mind. "Why?" Haku only stared at the ground as she didn't want to answer him. Truthfully, she was not trying to kill him. Still, it didn't make it any easier to do what she had done to him. She looked up into his eyes and saw many emotions flowing through them. She saw pain, guilt, anger, and sorry all flash through those beautiful blue eyes and just couldn't help but look back at the bridge floor. "I did it for Zabuza-san," answered Haku while still looking at the ground. The blonde gritted his teeth before picking her up and slapping her across the face. "Why would you do something like this for someone who only uses you as a tool?" asked the blonde as he watched her struggle to get back to her feet. "Because he was the only person who gave me a purpose to live," said Haku sadly. The blonde was silent after he heard that comment. He lowered his as his longer bangs hid his face from her view. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he spoke. "It seems you have had a horrible life as well. You think that if nobody accepts you, then there is no point to living, and that is why you follow Zabuza. Because he gave you that acceptance you longed for, even if you were to be used as a tool, you still followed him," said Naruto as tears fell down his face. Naruto knew he hit the mark when he saw her eyes flash with sadness. That was when he remembered that poem he heard in his dream. "For those who hear this, please understand that my life is now in the palm of your hand. My sadness will only continue to grow, so long as you leave me behind in your shadow. I can never be what all of you see. The only thing I can truly be is me. Even that is not real in this lifetime, but what could you expect with a life like mine? So all ask is to never forget what this smile means and lies behind it." When he was finished, he noticed that Haku was now shedding tears while looking into his eyes. He was about to speak again when he heard the sound of what sounded like lightning. Both turned in the direction of the sound and saw that Zabuza was being held down by 5 dogs while Kakashi was holding what looked like lightning in his hands. Turning back to Haku, he saw that she had made a seal and looked back at him for the last time before whispering, "I'm sorry," and disappearing into a mirror of ice. "Shit," thought Naruto as he raced over to stop Kakashi from attacking. He knew he wouldn't make it in time to stop him, so the only other option was to dash. "Use the sheath," whispered a voice. Not questioning the voice, he quickly unbuckled the sheath from his waistband and pumped chakra into his feet so he could block the Jounin's jutsu. Just when Kakashi was about to stab the missing Nin in the heart, a yellow blur appeared in front of him and knew that it was Naruto. He tried to stop his advancement, but he was too late to stop it. He watched as the blonde boy raised the sheath of his sword and was shocked when it began to glow before the Raikiri had stuck it. He was shocked to note that the sheath was actually blocking the attack, and what was more surprising was that it was actually pushing the Jounin back. A few seconds later, the attack had faded, leaving Kakashi's palm touching the sheath of his student's blade. Before anyone could say anything, a loud tapping noise could be heard throughout the area. When even one turned, they saw a stubby little man standing at the end of bridge with a black business suit on, red sunglasses, a cane, and one arm in a cast. Behind him stood hundreds of bandits, armed to the teeth, with weapons, all smiling smugly at the group of ninjas before them. Some demon, You couldn't even get rid of a few brats and an old man," sneered the businessman. "Gato, what are you doing here?" asked Zabuza while glaring at the short man. "Well, you see, Zabuza hiring Ninja is just too expensive for my tastes. So I figured I would just wait till you all were worn out, then come finish the job," stated Gato before a look at Haku. "And it looks like me and the other get to have a little fun with the bitch after all," finished Gato as he and some of the other bandits started to snicker. "Little bastard," snarled Naruto. "Kakashi, it seems as though I'm fired, so that means we're not enemies any longer," said Zabuza. "Hi," replied Kakashi as the dogs let go of Zabuza and puffed away. "Little fucking bastard," shouted Naruto as his hair turned silver and his eyes turned gold again. Zabuza and Kakashi were staring wide-eyed at Naruto, who was now radiating killing intent at the stubby little man. Said man was now shaking and decided now would be a good time to leave. The short man ran into crowd and shouted, "Kill them all," before heading towards the boat that was at the end of the bridge. In a flash, Naruto was back to where his sword was posted and heaved it out of the ground. He walked back to where his sensei was standing and stopped when he was beside the man. "Don't interfere with this, sensei. I want to kill that man myself," said Naruto as he stared at the crowd of bandits. Is that really Dash? Kakashi was cut off by Naruto, who had held out his finger. He then started tapping on his Hitae with the same finger before grinning at him, the way only Naruto would grin. "I'm all here, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto before dropping his grin and took a few steps forward. Before anyone knew what was going to happen, Naruto was in front of the crowd and had his sword held at an arch. He swung the blade, cutting 4 of his victims in half. When the others saw this, they were shocked that the silver-haired kid was already in front of them. Not missing a beat, Naruto took another swing with his blade and cleaved 3 others in half before they started to retaliate. One bandit swung his sword at him, aiming to cut off the boy's arm. He was shocked when his sword collided with his opponent's, and the result was his blade being cut in half. Another one decided to stab Naruto in the back, hoping to catch the silver-haired child off guard. Naruto ducked under the strike and spun around and cleaved both the man's legs off. Jumping up, Naruto did a small flip, avoiding most of the weapons being thrown at him before landing in the middle of 4 bandits. He quickly did a 360 spin and cut all the men in half before rushing forward. A few bandits tried to intercept him, only to fall to the ground as he passed them while missing arms, legs, or their heads. Finally, when he reached the end of the bridge, he found Gato standing there shivering like a coward. Naruto approached him slowly like a fox does when it has cornered its prey. The man was now desperately trying to find a way out of the situation. "Wait, I can offer you money, women, anything you want. Just please spare me," pleaded the man while kneeling on the ground. Naruto looked down at the groveling man before stabbing his sword into the ground. He tried to face the bandits that were sneaking up on him and glared at them. "Move, and I'll kill all of you," said Naruto coldly before turning to face Gato again. "You account number." Gato looked up at the boy standing before him in shock. He quickly began to plot a way to kill the brat until he heard him say, "I'll know if you're lying, so don't try and fool me." Shocked at this, the man quickly nodded, reached for his back pocket, and pulled out his wallet. He then pulled out the pen from his shirt pocket and scribbled down his account number on a random piece of paper in his wallet. "Here it is now. Please let me go," pleaded Gato as he tossed his wallet to the silver-haired youth. The boy glanced at the number before smirking. Soon his smirk turned into a sinister smile, a smile that promised death. He looked back at Gato before quickly pulling Tesega out of the ground and stabbed him in the shoulder. The businessman could only gasp in horror as he was stuck by the giant blade. He looked back at the smiling Naruto before stuttering out, "BB, but why you said I could LL dash." "When did I say I would let you live?" asked Naruto as he lifted his blade up while Gato slid down it painfully. "Now it's time to die, you little vermin," shouted Naruto before swinging his blade upwards, forcing Gato to fling off it and start falling towards water below. Just as his body was passing Naruto, he saw a blade come towards him before he was cleaved in half, spaying his blood all over Naruto's body. Naruto's smile never faded as he watched Gado's two halves fall towards the water before he turned to face the crowd of bandits all over the bridge. Giving him a glare, they made a small path for him to pass, and soon enough, he was only 2 feet away from his team. Haku was staring at him wide, as well as Kakashi and Tizuna. Zabuza, on the other hand, was looking at Naruto with a look of amazement and pride. What he was proud of Naruto didn't know, but it was the last two members of his team that reactions that got him. Sakura looked scared while Sasuke was actually alive and was giving him a strange look. "And Naruto?" asked Sakura as she held on to Sasuke tighter. After seeing this, Naruto's body began to recede back to its original form and was looking sad that his friend was afraid of him. He looked back at Sasuke and saw that he too was unnerved at the sight of Naruto with blood all over him. "You little brat, you killed our meal ticket. Now we're going to pillage this place for everything of worth," shouted one of the brave and stupid bandits. A few others cheered before beginning their advance on the ninja. Just as they were about to start their riot, a lone arrow was embedded into the ground right in front of them. Everyone turned to see Inari holding a crossbow with a whole village behind him armed with weapons of their own. "Come anywhere near our village, and you will have all of Wave to deal with," shouted a random villager. "Inari," shouted Naruto while waving at the boy. The said boy grinned before waving back. "Heroes always show up at the last minute," stated Inari. "Hey Zabuza-san." The said man looked over to Naruto. "Ready to show these bastards why you're called Demon of the Mist?" asked Naruto as he heaved Tesseiga onto his shoulder. The said man raised an eyebrow at this before chuckling slightly. "I'm beginning to like you, kid," stated Zabuza before heaving his own blade onto his shoulder. Kakashi sighed, saying, "Well, if that's the case, I might as well help out a little bit." He then formed a cross-shaped seal before shouting, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." With a puff of smoke, the whole side of the bridge was filled with Kakashis, all of which were glaring at the bandits. "You all ready?" they all asked simultaneously. "No thanks," shouted the bandits as they raced back to the boat. When the boat was finally out of sight, everyone cheered for they were now free again. Just when everyone was about to congratulate their heroes, Naruto kneeled down as his Tesseiga transformed back to its katana state before passing out onto the ground. The last thing he heard was sound of his name being called before his whole world went black. Naruto moaned as he started waking up from his blackout. He cracked an eye open to see that he was in one of the guest rooms in Tizuna's home. Naruto attempted to get out of bed only to hiss in pain as he realized that his leg was asleep. Cursing lightly, he grabbed his leg and was about to smash it into the floor when he noticed something. Looking over his hand, he found that his fingernails were now sharper and thicker than normal. "What the hell is this?" wondered the blonde. Just then he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. As they came closer, he could hear them become louder than ever, and pretty soon it was like a stampede was coming through the house. Finally, the footsteps stopped, and the door slid open to reveal Team 7 along with Zabuza and Haku behind them. "Looks like the brat's finally awake," said Zabuza from the back. "Are you okay, Naruto?" asked a slightly worried Sakura. Naruto only yawned before saying, "Somewhat. How'd I end up here?" "You passed out right after the bandits ran off," answered Kakashi before limping into the room and sitting next to the blonde boy. "That was 3 days ago, Naruto." 3 days, shouted Naruto before clutching his ears in pain. After the ringing in his ears stopped, he looked back up to see everyone looking at him questioningly. "What?" he asked, slightly unnerved with everyone looking at him like this. "Take a look," grumbled Sasuke as he handed Naruto a mirror. Naruto looked into the mirror only to almost drop it. His hair, no longer short and spiky, was now smooth and long. His eyes were still the same color, but his pupils were now slitted. His baby fat was gone, giving him a more mature look, and his whisker marks were now slightly thicker. The last thing he noted with his new facial features was that his canines were now sharper. They were all but fangs. "What happened to me?" asked the blonde. "That is what we would like to know, Naruto," Kakashi replied, as he looked at the blonde sternly. "I don't know what happened either, sensei. Really, I'm just as shocked as you are. It happened during battle. So could it be a bloodline? Asked Haku. Uchiha-san awakened his Sharingan during battle, so that would lead me to believe that he has one. Kakashi thought it over for a few moments before nodding his head and muttering, that could be a possibility. Of course, he knew that the boy didn't have a bloodline due to the fact that he knew both of Naruto's parents. The only reason he said that was so that Naruto's secret could be kept hidden while still allowing him to use Kyuubi's power without causing suspicion. So what? You grew your hair out, and it turns silver when you're angry. Big deal. Sasuke said with a smug grin. Naruto glared over at the boy before growling out. Watch it, Sasuke. Just because you're injured doesn't mean I will not hurt you. Sasuke smirked before flaring his Sharingan at him, showing the two tomo in each eye. Try it, dope. Naruto growled again before throwing off the covers and standing up. He walked over to the smirking Uchiha and grabbed him by the collar. Don't test me, Sasuke, he growled. That's enough, you two, shouted Kakashi as he got back to his feet. The two boys glared at each other for a moment until Naruto let go of Sasuke's collar before scoffing. Kakashi sighed before looking over at the blonde. He could tell that he was now taller than Sasuke by about 2 inches and that he had developed more muscle than before. Oh yeah, I forgot, said Kakashi out of the blue. Naruto, you might want to get some new clothes on. As it stands, all you have on are your pants, which look like they're almost useless. Naruto chucked nervously while Haku and Sakura blushed as they realized that Naruto was shirtless at the moment. He turned to Kakashi with his head down for a moment before mumbling something. What was that? Asked Kakashi, who was surprised by how the blonde was acting. Usually the blonde was nonchalant and said anything that came to his mind. I don't have any other clothes, restated the blonde while not looking up at the man. You mean all you've been wearing is that thing? Asked Sakura while scrunching her nose in disgust. My bills make it hard for me to afford any good clothing. So all I brought with me were a few white t-shirts, but all of them are a dead giveaway, so they were useless in the first place. He answered dryly. And the bright orange jumpsuit wasn't? Asked Zabuza with a raised eyebrow. Naruto flinched at that before lowering his gaze to the floor. The shop owners won't sell me anything else, he answered with a slight quiver in his voice. Kakashi gave Zabuza a small glare, telling him to be quiet. He then looked over to Sakura, who had a puzzled look on her face before seeing her facial expression change to understanding and pity. Next, he adjusted his gaze to Sasuke, who looked like he didn't care. The last person he glanced at was Haku, who looked worried for the downcast boy. Don't worry about it, Naruto, said Kakashi as he placed his hand on Blonde's head. I'll help you pick out some new clothes if you want. He finished while giving him his famous eye smile. The boy looked up at his sensei with a surprised look on his face. With the exception of a select few, no one had ever volunteered to aid him in anything. Yet his sensei had wanted to help him. As soon as he registered this, he nodded his head vigorously before gracing the room with his real smile. Sakura, who had been watching the event along with everyone else, couldn't help but stare at Naruto as he smiled. She had seen all his expressions, and never once had she seen this one. It wasn't his cocky smile or his cheerful yet goofy grin. It was a real smile, a smile that was only for times when he was truly happy. She looked over at Sasuke, who had the same kind of surprised look on his face as she did. Sakura looked back at the blonde, only to see that his smile was gone. So, when do we leave, sensei? Asked Naruto excitedly. Kakashi chucked slightly before ruffling the boy's hair. We can leave after we eat. And then he pulled out his favorite little orange book. Zabuza's eyes widened before snatching the book from Kakashi's hands. Do you have any more copies of this book? Asked the missing Nin while waving it back and forth. Kakashi's fingers twitched as he looked at Zabuza, who was holding his book. Quicker than the naked eye could see, Kakashi had his book back in his hands and was glaring at Zabuza before answering, no, and walking off. Zabuza grunted before following him while he began plotting ways of stealing the book when the scarecrow wasn't looking. Haku and Sakura huffed as they muttered curses about perverts. Naruto, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off at the image of the feared demon of the mist reading pornography. Sasuke just scoffed before walking downstairs. Naruto grabbed a white t-shirt from his bag and followed suit while Haku and Sakura followed behind him. When he made it downstairs, he saw the sight of Tazuna sitting at the table drinking coffee while Tsunami was in the kitchen making breakfast. "Morning, G-san. Morning, Tsunami-san," shouted the blonde. Both looked over at him with surprised looks before they changed to relief and happiness. "Brat, you're awake," said Tazuna as he smiled at the boy. "We were worried you wouldn't wake up." "It's a blessing that you're okay," said Tsunami with a smile. "I'll have breakfast ready in a few minutes." Naruto smiled slightly at their kindness before sitting down at the table while waiting for breakfast to be served. 10 minutes later, a happy and stuffed Naruto, along with his porn-reading sensei, was walking down the road towards the village where he could buy some new clothes. As they walked, Naruto discovered something that was quickly becoming annoying. "Damn bangs." The boy cursed as he pushed his bangs out of his eyes, only for them to immediately fall back down. Kakashi chuckled slightly as the blonde tried to keep the bangs out of his face. This continued for a few moments before he finally gave up and stopped messing with them. When they finally arrived at the village, they stopped and could see that everyone was a lot happier now that Gato was dead. Just as the two were about to start walking again, they saw a young girl point at Naruto before shouting, "It's him! That's the one who killed Gato!" In an instant, the two were surrounded by countless people, some shouting their thanks to the boy, while others were patting him on the back and shaking his hands, and even some of the young girls were hugging him. Despite all that was going on, Naruto could only stare in shock. Is this really happening? Is this what it's like to be appreciated? Kakashi, on the other hand, was looking a little sad at the way Naruto was taking this. Yet he knew it wasn't his fault. Most people would be boasting about it, while Naruto was just standing there confused and shocked. This is the way Naruto should be treated in Konoha as well, thought Kakashi with a scowl, which was thankfully hidden behind his mask. "Sorry, but we must be on our way. We have some errands that need to be taken care of," said Kakashi finally. The people looked at the man for a moment before nodding and saying their goodbyes to the young blonde. The said boy didn't move as the small crowd dispersed until they were the only ones in the middle of the street. After several minutes of silence, the blonde looked back up at his sensei before asking, "Why did they do that?" Kakashi sighed as he looked at the boy sadly. It was depressing seeing a child that never once experienced what it was like to be thanked for something. They're grateful for you killing Gato. It's something that comes natural when someone does something for you and wish to express it in some way or another. Though not everyone will thank you the way these people just have, but depending on what you've done, they'll be grateful enough to do what they just did. Naruto didn't say a word, and, quite frankly, Kakashi didn't mind at all. They just continued to walk in silence until they arrived at the clothing shop where Naruto perked up slightly. When they walked, they were greeted by the shopkeeper who smiled brightly at the blonde. Naruto gave a small smile back before following Kakashi through the racks of clothes. Not enough shinobi gear in this store," mumbled Kakashi. He took a glance at Naruto, who was looking for something that suited his tastes. Just then, Kakashi got an idea before looking through a small rack of clothing. After searching through a few more racks, he found what he was looking for and called Naruto over before taking the clothes and guiding him to the changing rooms. "Here, change into these," said the lazy Jounin before handing the clothes to the blonde. Naruto nodded before taking the clothes, walked into the small room, and closed the door. A few moments later, the door creaked open, and out came a newly dressed Naruto. He was now wearing a cream-white kosode with a black haori and matching baggy shinobi pants and ninja sandals. On his waist, he had a navy blue obi that now held his sword on his left side of his hip. On his arms, he wore a pair of ash-gray arm bracers that went from his wrist almost all the way to his elbow. Kakashi studied the new look for a moment before nodding his head. "Looks perfect," said Kakashi as he gave Naruto his eye smile. "Why these?" asked the blonde as he stared at his sensei curiously. "Shouldn't I be wearing something more ninja-ish?" Kakashi nodded before stating, "Technically, yes, you should. However, samurai wear either armor or loose clothing." Since wearing armor is too loud and heavy, I chose to get you some loose clothing since it's easier to move around in. I also chose them due to the fact that this village doesn't sell shinobi equipment or good clothing. Naruto stood there silent for a moment before looking back at his new outfit. It's missing something, stated Naruto out of the blue. This made Kakashi raise an eyebrow at the blonde before shaking his head and saying, "Well, we will work on that later." With Naruto nodded before following Kakashi to the register. When they went to pay, the old man running the store told them it was free of charge. After the two left the store, they decided to return to Tezuna's home. As they walked, Naruto was staring at the ground in thought, while Kakashi read his book. The only noise that was made was their footsteps and Kakashi giggling from time to time. Just as the two were about to reach the home, Naruto stopped and continued to look at the ground while his bangs hit his face. Kakashi stopped walking and looked back at his student with a raised eyebrow. After staying silent for a while, Naruto finally raised his head, looked straight into Kakashi's eye before asking, "Sensei, do you know who my parents were?" Kakashi's eye widened slightly. He never thought that Naruto would ask him about a question like that, but after all the recent events, he couldn't blame the boy. Kakashi sighed before nodding his head in confirmation at the blonde's question. "Who were they? What were their names?" demanded Naruto as he glared at his sensei. "Why the sudden interest?" asked Kakashi, not liking how the blonde was acting. Naruto intensified his glare on the man while clenching his fist before answering, "Because I've been lied to all my life. I'm inclined to some answers that were kept secret from me. Don't you think?" Kakashi furrowed his brow at this. He was not happy with Sarutobi's decision about not telling the boy his lineage. Hell, if the village had known, then maybe Naruto would have been better off instead of barely able to afford proper shinobi clothes. Regardless, he had to tell him now, otherwise it would lead to Naruto being untrusting towards him, and that was the last thing he wanted. The Jounin sighed and answered calmly. "Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina, and your father's name was Namikaze Minato. I can't tell you any more than that, I'm afraid." In an instant, Naruto was in front of Kakashi with Tessaga's blade just an inch away from Kakashi's neck. Naruto was now growling at his sensei as he glared at him while releasing a decent amount of killing intent at the Jounin. "Tell me more now," he growled out as his eyes flickered from blue to gold. Kakashi just stood there silent, not moving a single muscle as he looked at Naruto with a displeased look in his eye. In a matter of seconds, Tessega was knocked out of the blonde's hands while he was pinned to a tree with Kakashi's gloved hand on his neck. "Naruto," said Kakashi coldly, "don't ever threaten me like that again, understood?" He finished as he sent a small wave of killing intent at the blonde boy. After feeling it, the blonde immediately nodded his head before his throat was let go and he plopped down on the ground. Naruto muttered a silent apology before walking ahead of the Jounin to retrieve his sword. After retrieving his weapon, he quickly put it away before walking back to the dirt path and staying up front and away from the Jounin. "Why'd I lash out like that?" Naruto wondered as he continued walking. Could this be a part of the new appearance? As his thoughts came to a halt for a moment, he looked back at his sensei, seeing that he was reading his little orange book again. "Whatever's going on, I need to keep it under control from now on. Otherwise, I might just hurt someone by accident." Just as he finished his thoughts, he saw Tezuna's house come into view before stopping and waiting for his sensei to catch up. When the man finally reached him, he asked, "As sensei, do you have something that can help me with, what happened a minute ago?" Kakashi looked over his book for a moment before snapping it shut. "Try meditation." Naruto looked back at the man for a moment before thinking it over. That could work, thought Naruto before nodding his head and ran off into the forest. After getting far enough, he sat down on a soft patch of grass and got into a meditation stance before closing his eyes and taking some deep breaths. Just then his eyes snapped open before he muttered, "What the hell do I do now?" Closing his eyes again, he tried to think of something that would relax him. After a few moments, he started to feel woozy, and soon after he passed out, still sitting in his meditative stance. Mindscape. Naruto cracked his eyes open slightly before taking in all his surroundings. He grunted when he realized that he was back in the sewer. Sighing, he got back onto his feet before walking around the corridors hoping to find the cage again. He began to get frustrated since he couldn't find the right path until he saw a familiar orange tail poke out of a random corridor before disappearing. The second it was out of his view, he chased after it hoping that it didn't get too far away from him. After reaching the end of the hallway, he saw the same orange tail disappear down another hallway. Getting annoyed, he chased after it again while going slightly faster so as to catch up to the damn thing. This process continued for another 2 corridors before he finally caught up to it before leaping at it and holding it tightly so as to not get out of his grasp. That was when he heard a small yelp come from the next room. Naruto calmly walked down the corridor while still holding the tail gently but firmly in his hand. When he rounded the corner, he saw the sight of a massive cage in his same form hanging from the ceiling, in chains, still grinning that twisted grin at him. "Welcome back, Naruto-san," said a voice from behind him. Naruto turned to Taisho, standing there in the same attire he had on the first time he met him. Naruto grinned at him before saying, "Hello, Taisho-san." The man smirked in reply before he heard a female voice speak, "Naruto-kun." Naruto looked past Taisho to see Kyubi sitting on an old block of concrete that was directly behind Taisho. He smiled brightly at her before replying, "Hello, Kyubi-chan." The said woman smiled at him before she spoke. "Good to see you again, Naruto-kun. Now, can you please release my tail? You're starting to hurt me with how hard you're squeezing it." Naruto blinked a few times, then looked at the furry object he was in his hand. He laughed nervously before loosening his grip and petted a few times. He heard Kyubi purr slightly before he let go of the orange tail. Taisho chuckled slightly at his actions, while Kyubi was trying to hide her blush. Taisho looked up at the Naruto dangling on the roof before raising his hand and making the crazed blonde disappear from view. When that was done, he looked back at Naruto with a stern expression on his face. "Naruto-san, we must speak with you about the recent events that have happened since you battled the Ice Maiden," said the dog demon. Naruto looked back at him in confusion for a moment before realization dawned onto him. "Are you talking about my new look and the thing with my hair going a different color?" "Precisely, Naruto-san," answered Taisho. "We also wish to explain a number of things that will aid you in the future." In an instant, a block of concrete was made right where Naruto was standing. Getting the hint, he sat down Indian style before gesturing him to proceed. "Very well. Fist of all the changes that have been bestowed on you are not due to the result of bloodline limit, as you humans call it." Naruto opened his mouth, only to be stopped by Taisho, who had raised a finger to silence him. "All questions that you may have shall be answered by the end of the explanation." Naruto grumbled slightly before allowing the dog demon to continue. "As I was saying, the results of these changes are due to the fact that we have made you into a demon." Naruto's eyes widened at those words, yet he wasn't given a second before Taisho continued his explanation. "At your current state, in which your hair remains the same as it has always been, you are a Hanyu. When you transform, you are a Yukai. However, this is not using Kyubidano's chakra, but my Yuki. The difference between the two is that Yuki is more potent than chakra, thereby making it stronger. However, due to Kyubidano having such a staggering amount of chakra, that makes it an equal amount compared to my own Yuki. So, because she has 9 tails worth of chakra, she has the same amount as you." "Correct. Now, when you're in this form, your physical abilities increase dramatically, but only for a limited amount of time. In other words, do not be too reliant on this form until you reach a certain age," stated Taisho. Naruto sat in silence for a few moments before he looked at his reflection in the water. "So, I guess now the villagers will be right when they say I'm a demon," stated Naruto solemnly. "Sadly, it is true. You are now a demon," replied Taisho. "Don't hate yourself for what you now are. Humanity fears what it does not understand, and that fear turns to loathing. Naruto-san, So long as you maintain your emotions, you will be considered a demon in the eyes of those precious to you. Naruto looked back at the man for a moment before smiling at him. Thank you, Taisho-san. The man nodded before glancing over at Kyubi. The woman nodded before clearing her throat. Naruto-kun, I will now explain what exactly your abilities will be while in your Hanyu and Yukai forms. While in Hanyu form, your physical abilities are enhanced, but not as dramatic as when you transform into your other form. Your strength, speed, endurance, senses, and regeneration will be greater than what they were previously. When you transform, your abilities will further increase. So what am I, a superhuman or something? Asked Naruto while chuckling at his own joke. Actually, you're right. You would be once you train a bit more. Once you train with this body, then it might be as strong as your Yukai form while that grows stronger as well. Replied Kyubi. She giggled slightly as Naruto went slack-jawed for a moment. So what else can I do in this form? Asked Naruto as he re-hinged his jaw. Well, you have long-lasting youth, and your mind will be able to process information better. Other than that, nothing else really changes, said Kyubi as she placed her finger on her chin in thought. Naruto sat there stiff as a board as he heard the last two abilities. Actually, he was more focused on the long-lasting youth. When you said long-lasting youth, what exactly is it that you meant? Asked Naruto nervously. Kyubi looked back at for a moment before replying, meaning that you could live for 100 years and look like you're still in your late 20s or early 30s. When she saw his downcast look, she added, however, since me and Makiba-chan are in here with you, we can find a way to give the same thing to your mates as well without turning them into Hanyu. When he heard this, Naruto sighed in relief before stopping and looking at Taisho questionably. Makiba-chan, he asked with a hint of amusement. Taisho smacked his forehead before sighing as he listened to Naruto burst into laughter. She refuses to call me anything other than for what I'm known for. I don't know why, but that's just what she does, answered Taisho as he glared at the snickering Kyubi. The said woman just looked at him innocently before giving him a small pout while placing her finger under her lip. What? She asked cutely. Taisho's sweat dropped at this before turning away from the great Kyubi no Kitsune, who was currently giving Naruto the victory sign. After everyone calmed down, Naruto asked the question that had been bugging him the entire time he has been here. Why does this place look like a sewer? It looks like this because you never had much to be happy about. Your mind is reflected on what your emotions are most of the time. In your case, you were always depressed or sad, so your mind was shaped into what you see before you, answered Kyubi as she looked at him sadly. Oh, was all he said before going silent. After a moment, an idea came to him. Hey, can I change it now that I'm here? Asked Naruto hopefully. Again, Kyubi placed her finger on her chin in thought before nodding her head. It's possible. The second she said that, Naruto began to think of something that would be good. Suddenly, the thought of a huge mansion came into his mind. Seconds later, the ankle-deep water started draining from the area, and soon the concrete that they were standing on was replaced with polished wooden floors. The concrete blocks that they were sitting on turned into comfortable black leather armchairs. I know it's not much, but I just couldn't stand the sewer anymore. By the way, since this is my mind, I give you permission to make any scenery or add anything you want to the mansion, since I don't know what type of taste you two like, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head nervously. Both gave him a nod before Kyubi asked, any other questions? Naruto shook his head in reply to the question. Kyubi glanced at Taisho. Said demon looked back at her before nodding his head. A moment later, Kyubi had one of her tails in front of her. She then plucked a single string of hair off the very tip of her tail. She then got up and walked over towards Taisho before handing him the string of hair. Taisho closed his eyes for a moment as a yellow glow illuminated the room and blinded Naruto. When the light died down and Naruto could see again, he saw Taisho holding a red Haido that looked a little too big for him. When Naruto saw Taisho gesture him over, he wordlessly obeyed. Naruto-san, said Taisho as he looked Naruto straight in the eyes. This is a uniquely woven Haido that are made of the Hinazumi hair. It is made to withstand fire and will actually repair itself when it is hit by them. Find use for this, and take care of it, since it once belonged to my own son Inuyasha, who wore this through countless battles. Naruto took hold of the Haido before trying it on. Immediately, he knew that it was too big for him to be wearing. Naruto scratched the back of his head for a moment before saying, "I guess I will have to grow into it, huh?" Taisho chuckled slightly before snapping his fingers. A second later, the Haido glowed yellow as it started to shift. When it stopped, it showed that it was no longer a jacket, but more like a red cloak that went down past his kneecaps, along with a hood attached to it. "Better?" asked an amused Taisho. Naruto looked around before spotting Kyubi, who was sitting next to a mirror. Naruto studied himself in the mirror for a few moments before looking back at Taisho and asking, "Can you make it darker? Like crimson or something?" All Taisho did was sigh before snapping his fingers again. In an instant, the color of the cloak began to darken until it turned to the color specified. Naruto studied himself in the mirror again before grinning. "Perfect," shouted Naruto. Kyubi giggled at this before noticing that his form was beginning to fade. "It seems like our time is up, Naruto-kun," said Kyubi sadly. Naruto looked back at her, then at Taisho, as he too was frowning at him. Just then, a thought entered his mind, and he asked, "Hey, what else can Tessega do? I know the village wouldn't seal it away unless it had something more special with it." Taisho blinked before shaking his head. "The answers will come when I deem you ready to learn them," was all he got to say before Naruto faded away completely. Outside world. Naruto slowly cracked his eyes, open to see lush green grass beneath him. Blinking a few times, he went to get up when he noticed that he was now wearing the crimson cloak that was given to him by Taisho. He was about to question how it was here when he had got it in his mind before shaking his head. He decided to just put it under the troublesome matters file in his mind before walking back to Tezuna's home. As he left the clearing, he began to notice that it was sunset and that Kakashi and the others might be worried. So he decided to test out his new abilities by running in the direction of the bridge builder's house. He was shocked to note that it only took him 3 minutes to get back, when previously it would have taken him a good 15-minute walk. Naruto shook his head slightly before walking into the home to see that everyone was already at the table ready to eat. When everyone heard the door open, they turned to see Naruto standing there wearing a crimson cloak and having a small, nervous grin on his face. "Did I miss dinner?" asked the blonde, who was still grinning sheepishly. "No," answered Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. "Where have you been? You ran off at about noon, and we haven't seen you since." "I was talking to them for 5 hours," thought Naruto before he replied. "I was meditating." Sasuke scoffed before saying, "Like a dope like you would even know how to meditate." Naruto turned to glare at the boy as he placed his hand on the hilt of his blade before growling out, "Do you want to get hurt, team?" All Sasuke did was smirk again as he flashed his Sharingan. "Try it, dope." Kakashi sighed as he heard Zabuza and Tazuna begin making bets on who would win. Haku just shook her head, while Sakura had a worried look on her face. "Maybe I should have stayed in ANBU," thought Kakashi as he watched his 2 students bicker back and forth. But at least those 2 are back to normal. 4 days later, Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, stood at the edge of the bridge as everyone in the village came to say goodbye. Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari were all in the front of the huge crowd behind them. "Thanks to all of you, we have completed the bridge. Just sucks that you have to leave," said Tazuna sadly. "Thanks for everything you've all done." Naruto grinned. "Don't worry, we'll visit sometime soon." Inari sniffled a little. "You sniff better." Naruto just grinned at him before going up to him and ruffling his hair. He then looked at Tazuna before pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to him. "That was Gato's account number. Now that he's dead, I think you can have access to it and fix up the village a little," said the blonde. Tazuna stood there and shook at what the boy was doing. A few seconds later, he felt a tear roll down his cheek. He took a hold of the boy's hand before saying, "Thank you." All Naruto did was smile as he shook the man's hand. When his hand was released, he walked back over to his team before they turned to leave. As they were walking, they could hear the sound of some of the young girls in the village saying, "Goodbye, Naruto-kun," which caused the boy to blush and pull his hood up in an attempt to hide it. "Someone's at a fan club and wave, I see," teased Kakashi while Haku just looked irritated. "Kakashi-sensei, why Naruto?" while everyone else snickered at his discomfort. That boy changed Inari's heart and gave his place hope once more. He gave up the chance at living a wealthy life for the sake of our village and killed the man who had cursed us for so long, said Tazuna as he watched them all leave. "Hey, Tazuna, what are we going to name the bridge?" asked a random villager. Before he could even think, a random girl from the crowd shouted out, "Naruto!" Tazuna stopped to think for a moment before he began to laugh. "The Great Naruto Bridge. It has a nice ring to it, don't it?" asked Tazuna. The journey back to Konoha was, for lack of a better term, boring. The only thing they did was walk, rest, and eat. They did find out that Zabuza and Haku were attempting to join Konoha. When asked why, Zabuza would only reply with a very short statement. "It's for Haku's sake." This had brought a strange thought into the minds of Team 7. They had always labeled Zabuza as a cold bastard that didn't care about anyone other than himself. Yet in spite of all that he has done, he was willing to risk an execution from the Hokage just so that he could give Haku a better life. Even Sasuke, the cold-hearted emo kid, had to admit that it was pretty noble of him to do such a thing. As the days went by, Team 7 had managed to get some information on the Zanbato-wielding man and his ex-tool Haku. They found out that Zabuza was not only a Kenjutsu master, but also a member of the legendary Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. From what Kakashi explained, all of them were at least Umbu level, and that if all 7 were fighting in one battle together, then it was almost an assured victory for the Mist. For Haku, most had learned, with the exception of Sasuke, who was far too upset about being beaten by a girl to pay any attention, that the only reason she dressed up like a boy was to keep pedophiles away from her. She had explained to them about her childhood, and after telling them about how cruel the Mizukage was, they couldn't blame her. In the end, the team had found that, regardless of them being missing Nin, both were relatively good people. Well, Haku was good, but Zabuza was still a tad freaky from time to time. As the group continued to walk, Naruto was grinning as though he had won the lottery. The reason why is because he was finally going home. After almost spending a month in Wave, he started feeling homesick and rather missed seeing Tenten. "Speaking of which," thought the blonde, "I wonder what we're going to do once we get back. Are we going to that dango store we always go to, or are we going to some restaurant?" As these thoughts started to fill the blonde's mind, Sakura's voice rung through his ears. "We're finally home." Looking up, he saw that indeed they were, since he could clearly see the gates. This made him grin again before he started walking faster until he was walking beside Sasuke. The two didn't say a word, and even though Naruto was smiling, he wanted to glare at this rival. The reason why is because ever since he had awakened from his 3-day coma in Wave, Sasuke had been acting more arrogant around Naruto, as though he was antagonizing him to try and initiate a battle. Normally, Naruto would have been happy to oblige, but for some reason he didn't want to. Maybe it was because he didn't want to hurt him, or maybe he didn't want to hear Sakura yell at him for doing it. Even if he liked her, she would still pick Sasuke over him regardless of who really started it. It was just the sad truth about things. As the group neared the gates, everyone could feel the looks that the hidden Umbu were giving them. While most were slightly worried, Kakashi had known that this would happen, and he once again thanked Kami above that he had prepared for this. Just when they were about to pass through the gates, a woman in a standard Chunin outfit with 3 dogs growling beside her had landed in front of them. "What's your business here?" asked the woman while her dogs continued to growl at them. Hatake Kakashi, returning from a 2-week-long mission with 2 new recruits that wished to meet with Hokage-sama, stated Kakashi in a bored tone. The laws state that any missing Nin found anywhere in the country with a bounty on their heads will be jailed, then executed for crimes against their village, said the woman while glaring at Zabuza and Haku. "Yes, that is true," replied Kakashi. "However, If the missing nin is willing to cooperate with the Kage or daimyo in giving information, then they will be excluded from the laws and will be put on trial and be judged for their actions. Basically, as long as they cooperate, then they are allowed to enter the village and to negotiate with the Hokage. The woman glared at the two missing nins for a few moments before nodding. She was about to jump off again when she saw a familiar face with whiskers on his cheeks. Just then the boy had recognized the two red markings on her cheeks as well. Both raised an accusing finger at each other before shouting out, "You." The whole group was silent while the Chunins, I was twitching while the blonde boy was sweating bullets. The silence was broken when Zabuza asked, "You know this chick Gaki?" The woman huffed and turned away, which made Naruto sigh in relief. "Yeah, I accidentally hit her with a stink bomb a couple months after I failed my academy test for the second time." This bit of information caused Zabuza to chuckle lightly at the girl's misfortune. The said girl turned back to face them and glared at Naruto while directing a little killing intent towards him. The whole Inuzuka compound stank for 2 weeks. With our heightened senses, it felt like fire went up our noses, scolded the Inuzuka. All that did was make Zabuza's chuckle turn into full-blown laughter. This, of course, made Kakashi start chuckle slightly due to the fact that he had been sent to investigate that incident. It was priceless to see the expressions on their faces as they came running out of the complex while coving their noses in the process. "Oh, come on, Hannah-san, it wasn't that bad," said the boy nervously. The moment he finished that sentence, he immediately regretted it, since the girl known as Hannah leaped at him in an attempt to strangle him. Said boy quickly slid past her before making a mad dash towards his home, while shouting, "I'll see you later, guys." "Oh no you don't, you little bastard," shouted Hannah, before proceeding to chase after the blonde-haired youth followed by her dogs. Everyone with the exception of Zabuza, who was still laughing his ass off, sweat dropped at the display before shaking their heads simultaneously. Yup, it was great to be back in Konoha. With Naruto. Naruto panted as he stopped at his apartment door. After being chased for a good 45 minutes, he finally managed to give Hannah the slip. Sighing, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his keys, and unlocked his door. He then walked inside, closed the door, and placed a supply scroll on the kitchen counter before heading toward his bedroom. "Damn, she's hard to get around," said the blonde aloud before he entered his bedroom. Now, there were many things that had surprised the blonde in the past that made him almost immune to most strange things. However, the sight of 3 dogs sitting on his bed looking at him while wagging their tails was something that was very strange to walk in on. "What the hell?" questioned the boy. Just then his face turned from confused to horrified before asking aloud, "Is Hannah here?" To his disbelief, the dogs shook their heads in response to his question. This made Naruto raise his brow until he sighed. "All right, why don't you bark if you can understand me?" "Bark. Good enough," said the blonde before walking over and petting them. "Now I got things to do, so I'm going to need you to leave." In response to this, all 3 of the dogs whined loudly before walking over to his broken window and jumping out. Naruto's eye twitched as a thought entered his mind. That Hannah better fucking pay for that window her dogs broke. Soon after that, Naruto heard someone knocking at his door and groaned. Walking over to his door, he cracked it open slightly to see Iruka standing there. Sighing in relief, he opened the door before grinning at the scared Chunin. "Yo, Iruka-sensei," greeted the blonde boy. Iruka blinked a few times as he looked at his old student. He frowned slightly as he studied Naruto's new attire. "Where's Naruto?" Now, it was Naruto's turn to blink at the statement. Just then it hit why Iruka was acting like this. He smacked his forehead and replied, "Sorry about the new look. I'll explain over some ramen since you owe me a bowl." "Since when do I owe you a dash?" Iruka stopped mid-sentence before looking at the now grinning Naruto. He smiled as he realized that this was no imposter and soon laughed before saying, "Yeah, all right, but no more than 3 bowls." "What, that's not fair." "Neither is leaving me to pay the bill all the time." At that, Naruto grumbled while saying stuff about unfairness and deprivation of ramen, as he called it. After a few minutes of small talk and a few laughs, they finally arrived at the ramen stand. In the instant the owner, Tucci, saw Naruto and Irika approaching, he started chuckling lightly and the profit that was about make. Naruto-san, Irika-san, greeted the man. Yo Tucci-san, I'll have 3 miso ramen please, stated the blonde before sitting down. Irika sighed and said, I'll take 1 pork ramen please. The said man just smiled and went into the back of the shop to prepare the ramen. As he cooked, Naruto explained to Irika about the mission to Wave, the fight with Haku, and his new appearance. By the time he finished the explanation, their ramen had arrived, and Naruto was scarfing it down like it was a cure to a deadly poison. "Tusan, I'm back," shouted a female voice. The voice in question was the owner's daughter, Ayam, who helped Tucci run the stand. "Ah, Ayam-chan, we have an old customer back," said Tucci. She looked at her father curiously and turned to look at the 2 customers sitting down. One was the familiar, scared face of Irika, while the other was a boy with long blonde hair, wearing a dark red cloak. She tried to see his face, only to have her vision obscured by the blonde's long bangs blocking his face. Just as she was about to move in for a closer look, the blonde turned his head to face her, and she was shocked to see 3 unmistakable whisker marks on each cheek. "Iya Yama-chan," greeted Naruto as he waved to her. Ayam, on the other hand, was speechless for a moment. She couldn't believe that the boy she had known since he first came to the ramen stand had changed so much. Without knowing, she started blushing at the handsome face. Ayam was snapped out of her thoughts when she realized that everyone was staring at her. She laughed nervously before replying, "Hello, Naruto." The boy stared at her for a moment with a raised his eyebrow before shrugging and going back to his ramen. Irika and Tucci, on the other hand, had big grins on their faces. She quickly bowed her head slightly before walking into the back while doing her best to cover her face from their view. "Blackmail," thought the 2 men with huge smiles on their faces. "Hey, Irika-sensei," started the blonde, gaining the scarred man's attention. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure, what is it?" "Why doesn't the academy teach useful things like chakra control?" "What do you mean by that?" "We teach the leaf floating exercise in the academy." "Well, don't you think it would be better if you give them something more, I don't know, useful like tree walking, or give them some exercise that will increase their chakra reserves?" This made Irika stop and think for a moment. He never thought about that before. In truth, he thought that the basics were enough for any normal genin. But now that it was brought to light, it really would be a good idea. Though it would be difficult at first, the theory could in fact work. With that said, he turned to Naruto before ruffled his hair. "Good idea, Naruto. I'll have to talk about it with Hokage-sama, but I think you have a very useful tip on how to make some great young shinobi." Instead of getting annoyed by the man ruffling his hair, he grinned with pride for coming up with a useful idea. After eating a few more bowls, Naruto decided that he should save room for his date with Tenten. So he thanked Irika before heading over to the training ground where Tenten's team trained. When he arrived, he almost wished he didn't come at all. There, not 3 feet away from him, was Guy and Lee hugging while the creepy jinjutsu of a sunset appeared behind them. Naruto suppressed a shudder before turning to see Tenten looking horrified and Niji looking as though he killed someone. Ignoring the hugging green men, he walked over to the group while shouting, "Hello, Ten-chan." "Hello, Niji." Both turned to see the blonde boy approaching. While Niji raised an eyebrow in confusion, Tenten waved back to him and replied, "Hi, Naruto." The Hyuga, on the other hand, just have him a short nod before closing his eyes in an attempt to concentrate on something other than the 2 green, wearing men in front of him. The said 2 men stopped their hugging session and looked at Naruto in confusion. That was when they recognized him and rushed over to greet him. "Naruto-kun, it's wonderful to see you again, my hip rival. How was your C-rank mission that Tenten mentioned not long after you left?" Naruto chucked nervously as he tried to avoid a challenge today. He knew that if he didn't say the right things, it would lead to Lee either challenging him or doing insane things to prove that he was better. No matter how flattered he was about being considered someone else's rival, he preferred not have Lee do something that would hurt him. It was okay. We didn't encounter much, just a few bandits and such. Well, don't be discouraged, my rival. I'm sure you will have a mission that will be great for your skills. Isn't that right, Guy Sensei? The said man gave Naruto a smile, which made the man's teeth sparkle in the sunlight, before saying, YOSH. Naruto-kun will soon be able to test his skills. In the meantime, why don't you train with my youthful student Lee Naruto? Sorry, I can't today, answered the blonde. I promised Tintin that I would go with her to get some lunch when I returned. Besides, I think I hear someone saying they need help with something. What? Lee, let's go help our fellow youth in the village. If we cannot help, then we will run 40 laps around Konoha. And if we can't do that, then we will do 300 push-ups. Well, you better hurry. I think she's about to get hurt doing it by herself. Then we're off. They shouted simultaneously before running off in a random direction. Good save, Naruto, said Tintin while trying to suppress her laughter. I wasn't lying, answered Naruto with a grin on his face, and they're heading in the wrong direction. Tintin immediately stopped snickering and gaped at Naruto. Niji had also snapped his eyes open to gape at the blonde. Quickly, he activated his Byakugan and searched around the area to find that indeed there was an elderly lady who was trying to push a heavy-looking cart down the road. It's true, confirmed Niji as he deactivated his bloodline and looked at the blonde. How did you hear that? That was a mile away from this location. Naruto didn't respond immediately. Instead, he tapped his ear and answered, enhanced hearing. It's a bitch at first to get used to, but after a while it's second nature to control the hearing distance. All Niji could do was nod before going back into his meditation state, while thinking about the blonde's new talent. Tintin, however, was still gaping at him with an amazed look on her face. Just then she realized that he was looking at her and shook off her shock and smiled sheepishly. All right, so where did you want to go? Asked the blonde. Tintin thought about it for a moment before walking over to him, grabbing his hand, and dragged him out of the clearing. It's a new place that opened up about 2 days ago. It's not far from here, so I figured we should try it out. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally arrived to a medium-sized store. It was a plain white building with red letters that read Hibachi Ichiban. The two walked into the building to see that not too many people were there. The restaurant had small black tables with matching black chairs with red cushions. The floor was made of white tile, while the walls were a white cream color. The two walked over to the counter and saw that a woman wearing a white apron with a red t-shirt standing there waiting for them. Welcome to Hibachi Ichiban. How may I help you? Naruto looked around the counter for a moment before he was handed a light blue menu. He looked up to see the woman smiling at him politely. He smiled back before taking the menu and searched for what he wanted. He felt Tintin looking over his shoulder and decided to place it on the counter so both could see. I'll have a chicken with extra noodles and no vegetables, please. The woman nodded while writing it on a notepad before looking at Tintin. I'll take the jumbo shrimp with extra rice, please. Again, the girl nodded and scribbled down the order before asking, what kind of drinks would you two like? Water. Svetea. All right then, the orders will be out in a few minutes. The two nodded and walked over to a nearby table, then sat down. As they waited for their meals, Naruto told Tintin the story about Wave and about his sword. He had noted that she was miffed that he wouldn't show her yet, but had promised to show her later. Though he did tell her about the change, he didn't tell her it was due to Taisho or Kyubi, but a bloodline that had awakened. He was about midway through his story when their food arrived. As the two ate, they heard the sound of the door chiming, and both turned to see something neither had expected. Guys, what are you doing here? Asked Naruto as he looked at his team, along with Zabuza and Haku in tow. Kakashi looked back at the boy in surprise before he noticed that he was with someone. Instantly, I smiled at his student before saying, Naruto, I didn't know you had a girlfriend. When were you going to tell us? Sakura looked back at Naruto in surprise. Since when did this happen? Thought Sakura as she stared at the now blushing girl sitting across a flushed Naruto. As she's not my girlfriend, Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here anyway? asked the still blushing blonde. Kakashi just shrugged before pulling out his orange book. We came here to get something to eat. Who are you anyway? Asked Sakura as she looked at Tenten. The said girl looked back at her with a raised eyebrow before answering. Tenten, and you are? Haruno Sakura, answered the pink-haired girl as she gave her a fake smile inside, though inner Sakura was blowing a gasket. That little hussy! How dare she take away my source of encouragement from me? I'll rip her pretty little face off for that. In any case, Naruto, we will be meeting tomorrow at noon for our daily mission. He then turned to Zabuza and Haku. As for you two, I would suggest you find a hotel to stay at until you can afford your own place. Hang on a minute. Pepe to Naruto as he looked over at the former, missing Neens. My apartment complex has plenty of rooms in it. And since nobody else lives there, you can move in without much hassle or pay for a little while. You sure the landlord doesn't mind? Asked Zabuza with a raised eyebrow. Of course not. After all, you're looking at him, said Naruto with big grin. It was true, since the landlord hated him, he deliberately gave Naruto poor living conditions and also made Naruto pay twice as much on bills along with other things than normal. After having his home ransacked for the 4th time in 1 week, Naruto finally had enough and told the Hokage about what was happening. To make a long story short, Naruto had gained the land after the Hokage had stripped it away from the previous owner and was now entitled to the whole building. Zabuza only nodded his head and muttered a small thanks in return for the offer. Haku, on the other hand, had ran up and hugged the blonde for what he was doing, which made 2 of the females in the group glare at her, while Naruto blushed. After getting everything sorted out, Naruto and Tenten finished their meal, and Tenten had to leave. Naruto offered to walk her home, only for Tenten to politely decline on his offer while telling him he needed to show his new guest to his apartment. After waiting for the group to finish eating, Naruto said his goodbyes to his team before guiding Zabuza and Haku towards his home. As they were walking, both noticed that the villagers were glaring in their direction, but were not being focused onto them and more onto the blonde in front of them. As they continued walking, Naruto turned through a dark alleyway. This is a shortcut to the complex, just as a heads up, stated the blonde as he guided them through the alleyway. Just as they were about to exit it, an old man wearing a dirty white shirt with a pair of equally dirty black pants came out in front of them, blocking their path. What are you doing here, you brat? Shouted the old man. Just going home, you old prick. Why you? Just as Zabuza was about to intervene, the old man stopped yelling and cracked up laughing, while Naruto followed suit. This action confused Zabuza and Haku as the two started patting each other as though they were old friends. It's good to see you, Naruto. How's the ninja life? Fine uno guess. Though it's kind of boring at times, but you get used to it. That's good, I guess. Word on the streets says that you had a C-rank mission. I take it you just returned since I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, well, you know how it is. I'm sorry for not telling you, but I had to see someone before I left. The old man just waved it off while saying no harm in that gaki. Getting annoyed, Zabuza cleared his throat loudly so as to gain the two's attention. Both looked back at him before Naruto straightened himself. Oh yeah, these two are my friends from a mission I just returned from. Zabuza, Haku, this is Yuma-san. Yuma-san, meet Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku. The man now known as Yuma grinned before pulling out his hand. Nice to meet you both. Both shook the man's hand politely before he turned back towards Naruto. Well, I got things to do, so I'll see you around, Brad. By the way, everyone wanted me to tell you they miss you. Naruto smiled back before replying, tell them I'll visit when I get the time. The man nodded before walking through the alleyway. Soon after Yuma left, they began walking again towards Naruto's apartment complex. Curiously, Haku asked, who was that man? He and a few others were the ones who helped me get away from people who I pulled my pranks on, answered the blonde while not turning to face her, along with some of the villagers. After a few more moments of silent walking, they finally arrived at the building. It wasn't much, just a simple 4-story red building with a green rooftop and pipes all around it, much like some of the other houses. He gestured them to follow him and after going up a few flights of stairs, he stopped at one of the doors on the third floor. "This is your room, Zabuza. Haku's is across the hall from yours," said the blonde. "If you need me, I'm the first door you see coming up the stairs." With that, he quietly walked up the stairs and walked over to his door. After taking out his keys and unlocking the door, he kicked his sandals off and hung his cloak on his coach. He sighed as he looked around his apartment. In the past, he had nothing of any significant value in his home. But after his landlord had been stripped of his property, he had been able to have access to the man's own apartment. The said apartment had everything Naruto needed that he didn't have in his old one. The living room had polished oak floors along with a black leather sofa and a matching armchair for him to relax in. On the side were sliding glass doors that lead to a small balcony that overlooked the village and gave him a good view of everything below. His kitchen had a new counter, a pantry full of snacks and other things, both a freezer and a fridge which had plenty of healthy food to last him for a few more weeks. His bathroom was now big enough to fit a few people in it with a jacuzzi tub and a separate shower stall, so he could either take a quick shower or relax in his tub. To finish it all off, his new bedroom was now just as big as half of his old apartment put together. It had two beds, one for himself, the other for a guest, a window by his bed for the warm days, a walk-in closet that he really didn't use, and a small laundry chute that was stationed by the doorway. All in all, it was the perfect setup for the young boy. He walked over to his room and plopped down on his bed, not caring that it wasn't even dark. His primary thoughts were on the date he had with Tenten. Though he knew it could have been better, he enjoyed his time with her. He decided to get in a nap before he going out to train. His ideas of sleep were abruptly shattered when he heard the sound of someone knocking on his door again. For fuck's sake, raged Naruto in his mind. Can a guy get any time of peace for himself? Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I'm coming. Hold your damn horses, yelled Naruto as he walked over to the door. When he opened it, he saw that nobody was there. Stepping out, he looked around the corridor to see that nobody was there. Just when he was about to go back into his home, he noticed a small scroll on his doorstep. Carefully, he picked up the scroll before opening it to see that it was a letter from the Inuzuka head. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, it has come to my attention that you have developed something that I find interesting. When you receive this, please come visit us at the Hokage Tower. All will be explained once you arrive. Sincerely, Inuzuka-tsum. After reading the text, he grunted before walking back into his home to grab his shoes and cloak. He then closed the door, locked it, and took off to the Hokage Tower. Looking up, he saw that it was already reaching sundown. After running for a few moments, he finally skidded to a stop as he reached his destination. Walking calmly, he entered the building, walked up the flight of stairs receiving glares along the way, and finally made it to the top floor, where the Hokage's office was located. The moment he reached the floor, the door to the Hokage's office swung open to reveal a smiling Sarutobi in his usual white Hokage robes along with the white sacket. Naruto-kun, it's good to see you. Please come in, we have much to discuss, said the elderly Hokage as he gestured the young man into the office. All Naruto did was grin before walking in. The moment he entered, he saw that a woman in a standard jounin outfit with untamed brown hair with red marks on her cheeks was looking at him in amusement. A moment later, the door to the office was closed, and Sarutobi made his way to his desk while he pointed to an empty seat in front of the desk. Wordlessly, Naruto sat down and looked at the Hokage in confusion. Normally, he would have just asked what this was about, but since he was already tired and he was trying not to act childish at the moment, he decided to remain quiet until after the man finished speaking to him. After a few moments of tense silence, Sarutobi finally spoke. Naruto, I was informed of your actions during your previous mission to Wave. All this did was make Naruto's eyebrow rise slightly. I was told by Kakashi that you had unlocked a hidden ability in that sword you carry. Also, he said that you had changed during your battle on the bridge with the young one named Haku. It was clarified by the said young lady that she was winning until you changed into some different form. All I want to ask is if I may see this form and for you to explain any changes that may have occurred to the seal on your abdomen. Naruto nodded as he listened to the old man. He didn't argue, since it was bound to get out one way or another. He closed his eyes for a moment before relaxing his muscles. Taisho-san, please release my power for a moment, thought Naruto as he awaited the demon's response. He didn't receive a response. Instead, he felt a trickle of yuki flow through his body. To him, it felt like someone was pouring warm water down his body from the head down. As this was happening, Sarutobi and Sum were slightly wide-eyed as they watched the blonde boy's appearance change. After a few seconds, Naruto's eyes opened to reveal not sapphire blue spheres, but golden eyes with slitted pupils. Kuomo, Sum's canine companion, snapped up from his place in the corner of the room and looked straight at him. Immediately, he ran over before making an attempt to bow to Naruto. Inu no Taisho-sama, how may I be of service? This did three things to Naruto. First was that it made him jump since the last time he checked. Dogs couldn't talk. Second, it caused him to lose focus and made his appearance change back to his Hanyu form. Third was that it made him wonder why he was bowing and referring him to the demon in the seal. Sorry, you must have a wrong, or leader or dog demon, said Naruto while still curious as to how the dog was talking. The said dog looked back up at him with its one good eye and replied, Nonsense. Every generation has been told of your existence, and there is no possible way for you to have exactly the same scent and chakra as him. Okay, first of all, it's Yuki, not chakra. Second, how could you possibly know of his existence from this point in time? I mean, it's got to have been centuries since his time in this world. This was when Sum decided to enter the conversation. Actually, I think it's something that all dogs have. They were told that whoever had possession of the Inu no Taisho's power is considered to be the leader of the dog clan. In this case, you are in control of our dogs to do with as you please. This bit of information came to quite a shock to the boy. Not only did he have the power of a demon, a sort of the said demon, but also the entire Inuzuka clan's dogs under his command if he wished. Which brings me to the other reason that you're here today, Uzumaki-san, continued Sum. I would like to give you an invitation to becoming a member of the Inuzuka clan. What? Replied the blonde. The woman sighed before repeating it slowly. I, Inuzuka, Sum, offer you, Uzumaki Naruto, an invitation to becoming a member of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto just sat there in silence for a few moments while looking down at the floor. After a pregnant pause, he finally asked, why are you doing this? This had temporarily caught Sum off guard since she didn't think he would ask such a question. She quickly regained her composure before answering, because I thought it would do you some good to have some better training with your new abilities and how to control them better. Naruto raised his head to say something only to stop at her next words. Also to have a chance at having a family that cares. As she said this, Naruto noticed a hint of sadness flash through her eyes. Though we wouldn't be your real one, we can at least give you the family you never had before. He stayed silent as the information started sinking in. His chance to have a family, a chance to feel welcomed, a chance to experience what having a family feels like. That was when he remembered the names of his parents were. Sarutobi watched as Naruto's mood darkened as he turned to face him. For a moment, he supposed the boy had disregarded the question and now had one of his own. And like most times, he was right about the boy as he asked, who were my parents? The elderly Hokage could only sigh before answering. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't tell you this yet. Why not? Yelled the blonde. Because both of them made me promise that I wouldn't tell you anything until I thought you were ready. And I am. I can take anything that comes at me right now. Anything that comes at me, I will take care of it. You know that. Can you defeat a Jounin without trouble, Naruto? Asked the Hokage as he raised his voice slightly. The boy stopped for a moment in regards to the question. He was about to answer when the elderly Hokage continued. Can you stop an Umbu squad on your own? Can you defeat something strong as or stronger than you yourself are? No, not yet you can't, and that is why I won't tell you about them. I know that Kakashi told you their names, but that is all I will allow to slip from him. Until I know you can handle the enemies that your parents left behind, then I will tell you who they are. That, on the name of the Hokage, I promise. Naruto clenched his fist as Sarutobi finished speaking. Though he did understand the importance of it, he didn't agree to how it had to be. So with a resigned sigh, he sat down and nodded his head. I am sorry, Naruto Kropka, thought Sarutobi, but it's for your own good that you don't know yet. You still have to answer to Tsum-san's offer. Naruto blinked a few times before looking back at Tsum. He had honestly forgotten about her in the heat of the discussion concerning his parents. Thinking it over for a moment, he absent-mindedly started scratching Kuru's ear, which made the dog wag its tail in enjoyment. After a few moments of silence, he sighed and answered, I decline. This came to a shock to Tsum, as she had thought he would accept. So, without thinking, she asked, why? Don't you want to be with us? We can help you with everything you need, even teach you our own family style of fighting. Sorry, but I can't just enter someone's home and expect to be considered family. Though I would like it, I can't after living alone for all my life. It would just be too big of a change for me. Besides, I have people who live in my complex now, so I have to make sure they have a place to stay without trouble. After he finished speaking, he got out of the chair and made his way to the door, while Tsum just looked down at the floor. However, just as Naruto left, he muttered, besides, you don't want a Hanyu living with you, before walking out and closing the doors behind him. She looked back at the now closed doors with a shocked look on her face. She looked back at the Hokage and asked, what now? The old man sighed before pulling his pipe up to his mouth and took a long drag from it. Leave him be for now. I'm sure that once he calms down he might take up the offer, though I didn't think you would go so far to help him. The woman smiled faintly at that. Well, I don't like seeing someone like him go through life the way he does. It's not right to just watch him. I'll admit I didn't like him at first, but after seeing how he lived, I saw my little Kiba in his place. I didn't like it, so ever since then I have been trying to think up ways to get him into the clan so I could help him more. Sarutobi stayed silent as he took another puff from his pipe. The life of a Jinchuriki is a hard one, and it seems that he just has one obstacle after another, doesn't he? I think it's best to leave him alone for now. All these things happening him lately must be making him too stressed. Tsum nodded before getting up to leave. Just when she was about to leave, she stopped and turned to face her leader. Can I send someone to meet with him and help him with his senses? Sarutobi's face went into thought for a moment before smiling and nodding his head. Tsum smiled brightly at that and headed out of the office with one thought in mind. I might not be there to help you, but the least I can do is help you as much as I can. With Naruto was now sitting on his bed in thought. He had been thinking about what the Hokage had told him, and he was upset about it. He had lived through the bad times, pushed down his barriers, went past his limits, and it still wasn't enough to the old man. Well, fine, yelled Naruto. If Aji-san wants me to be ready, then I will be. I'll train until I can take down a Jounin, an Umbu squad, or anyone else who gets in my way. Just you watch. After he declared this, his stomach growled loudly, which made the blonde boy look sheepish. Right after I get me something to eat. Naruto had woken up early the next day, and after grabbing a bit to eat, headed towards the nearest training ground. When he arrived, however, he ran into a big problem. What the hell am I supposed to train in? Out of all his time since he had graduated the academy and meeting Tenten, he had only learned things that involved weapons and chakra control, simple trap making, and basic sealing. Other than those, he didn't have much else to train in. He could do taijutsu, but without a partner or any form of style, it was practically useless to him. Though he could ask for Guy and Lee's help, he really didn't want unless he had to. Jinjutsu was out of the question. Even if his chakra control had improved, it still wasn't even close to the standards for even a basic Jinjutsu. Then there was the possibility with seals, but that alone was a field too complex for him to handle. Finally, ninjutsu wasn't an option either, since he didn't have much in his arsenal other than Kage Bunshin, Hinge, and Kawarimi. Other than that, he didn't really have much else. What can I train in? Thought the blonde as he sat down on the ground and thought. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with something. He grinned to himself before taking a meditative position on the ground and focused. Mindscape. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a strange new environment. To be specific, it was a clearing in a forest with tall trees towering above him. Looking around, he saw that there was a small path in between the giant trees and decided to take it. After walking for a few moments, he came upon two small wooden huts. Raising an eyebrow at this, Naruto headed to the one on his left. After walking over to the door, he slowly opened it to see a sight that amazed him. On the outside, it looked like a small wooden hut that was relatively old. On the inside, however, the small hut looked like the inside of a five-star hotel. The floors were polished oak with cream white walls. The furniture consisted of two fuzzy armchairs and a large fuzzy couch in between. In the middle of all these was a bear-skinned rug with a small coffee table on top and a fireplace nearby. As he was about to continue searching, he heard someone say, "You know, it's rude to walk into someone's home unannounced." Naruto's body stiffened before slowly turning to see something most men would kill to witness. There, standing in front of him, was the form of Kyubi garbed in only a red towel, which showed off almost every curve on her gorgeous body. Closing his eyes, he quickly turned away and tried his best not to have a nose bleed, so as to not get pummeled by the said demon. All she did was raise an eyebrow at his actions before taking note of her state of dress. Sighing, she walked over to her room and got into a change of cloths. When she came back out, she was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with a pair of black sweatpants. She looked at him with a bored expression as he had yet to turn around. Sighing, she griped his shoulder and turned him around to face her. Before she could say anything, he quickly said, "Sorry, I didn't know what was happening, and I thought that this was Taisho's place or something." Kyubi giggled slightly before placing a finger on his lips to silence him. "It's fine. I understand completely, so don't worry about it, okay?" Once she saw him nod, she decided to ask, "What brings you here, Naruto?" With that said, Naruto nervously grinned and said, "I need training. So I decided to ask and see if you two could teach me how to transform quicker without me having come here all the time." Kyubi just thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Sure, I'm sure Makiba-chan wouldn't mind if I help you out. I can also give you something that could be of use to you in your training." With that said, she quickly grabbed his hand and guided him towards the door. "Let's hurry before someone finds you outside." Naruto could only nod as Kyubi led him toward the other hut. As they approached, Naruto noticed that this hut didn't look that much different from the other. The only difference was that this hut didn't have a door, but a curtain that blocked the doorway. Kyubi either didn't care, or did this often because she just walked through the curtain and yelled, "Makiba-chan, we have a guest." Naruto looked around and noticed that the difference between the two huts was very noticeable. Taisho's was set in an old feudal Japan type of fashion more than normal times like Kyubi's was. His floors consisted of tatami mats, while 3 separate pillows and trays were stationed in the middle. Not far away was a small kettle was positioned over a few bits of firewood. So far the place looked rather comfy, and it had a lingering aura of calmness. Just as he was finished observing the portion of the home, Taisho came out from another curtain while looking mildly annoyed. "I told you to refrain from referring to me in that way." Kyubi just grinned at him and said, "Since when did I listen to anybody? Anyway, Naruto here has something he wants to ask you." "Yup, do you think you can help me get your Yuki out quicker so that I don't have to focus so much to get it?" said Naruto while scratching the back of his head. Taisho only nodded before saying, "There's no harm in that, I suppose. It would be useful until you can perform it on your own without my assistance." "What do you mean?" "I am merely granting and guiding my Yuki to you. Once you grow accustomed to it, you will no longer have to rely on me to gain access to my power. So after I get used to it, I don't need to ask you for it?" "Correct. Is it the same case with you, Kyubi-chan?" The vixen blushed slightly before answering. "Unfortunately, no. Unlike Makiba-chan's Yuki, my chakra is too chaotic for you to control on your own. His Yuki is more tame than mine due to the sword you carry." She pointed at Tesega. "That sword is meant to control the demonic energies that flow through you, and while it surpasses mine, it strengthens the Yuki flowing through you." "Why is that?" because that was its original function that I had Todosai create with the blade. The point of the matter is that as long as you are in possession of that blade, you can control my Yuki until I believe you are ready to use my Yuki whenever you please. Naruto nodded and looked at Taisho with a determined look in his eyes. When do we start? The moment you awake. Before you go, Naruto, said Kyubi, I want to show you the technique I want you to learn. It's one of the only techniques I know of that doesn't require my chakra to perform. What is it? All she did was raise her hand and snapped her fingers. The instant she did, a light blue flame appeared on the edge of her finger. This is called Kitsunbai. It's a very deadly flame that can burn through almost anything. At one point, this flame was one of the weaker techniques in the Kitsune clan and was an art long forgotten. I, however, kept this ability, and as I grew in power, so did the technique. To humans, this feels like a regular fire, while to a demon, it feels like nothing. But as you progress and train with it, it will become a very reliable weapon for you. Naruto, for his part, was speechless at this. As he watched Kyubi wave the flame through the air, he couldn't help but gawk as she threw it at a nearby tree and watched it almost melt the trunk before it even got close to it. Wow, was the only intelligent reply he could give at the moment. Kyubi giggled lightly at his awestruck face while Taisho chuckled a little. I think it's time for us to bid you farewell, Naruto-san. Shaking out of his daze, he looked back at them and asked, how will you two teach these things to me? We will simply speak through you telepathically. You can do that. I've been able for quite some time now, since the day you left for that mission you recently returned from. So that was you, huh? Muttered Naruto when he recalled hearing his voice that day. Correct. Now I think it's time for you to go. You will need to begin now before you must meet your team. All Naruto could do was nod and notice that the world around him began to fade until it was no longer visible. Real world. Naruto's eyes snapped open before he closed them to block out the sunrise. After adjusting to the light, he got to his feet. Now how do I contact Taisho? You call, said an amused voice in his mind. This, of course, made the blonde jump, not expecting him to answer so quickly. Don't do that, raged the blonde. Please don't speak out loud. Speak through your thoughts so you may avoid suspicion. How's this? Perfect. Okay, so how do we do this? Simple. You will receive a small ounce of my Yuki. Afterwards, you are to tell the difference between your chakra and my Yuki. That sounds pretty hard. How long do you think this will take? 4 days, possibly 5 if you do not grasp the concept fast enough. What? However, I will still need to grant you the Yuki. This training is meant to distinguish between your chakra and my Yuki. Once you can tell the difference, then you will need to adjust and adapt to your new form. How will doing that help me? I'll demonstrate. With that, Taisho sent Naruto a tiny bit of Yuki to Naruto. It wasn't enough to trigger a change, but it was enough to enhance his senses greatly. The moment he noticed the Yuki, he fell to the ground, clutching his ears while squeezing his eyes shut. He groaned in pain as he felt as though his ears were bleeding from all the sounds, while his nose felt as though it had been torched along with his eyes. However, just as quickly as the pain appeared, it vanished, leaving Naruto lying on the ground, clutching his head. What the hell was that? That was one of the changes that you will need to adapt to. But when I first transformed, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was just now. The reason for that is because most Hanyu don't have a unique senses like you have. It is true that some yokai and even Hanyu have them because of them being an animal type of yokai or Hanyu. So in this case, I have the senses because of you two being sealed inside me. Correct. So to begin your training, you will need to learn how to adapt to your new senses. Is there any other way to do this? Would you rather proceed with this type of training at your ninja academy? Good point. Those kids tend to be very loud at times. I thought so. It's now time for us to begin. With that said, Naruto felt as though warm water was being poured down his body again. After feeling the warmness stop at the bottom of his feet, he opened his eyes, only to close them again. Damn that sun. After opening his eyes a few times, so as to let his eyes adjust to the bright light shining into the clearing, he glanced round and noticed that he could see all his surroundings a lot clearer than before. He could hear the sound of an animal attempting to go around him, and he could smell that it was deer. Now, tell me what you felt as you transformed. It kind of felt like warm water going down my body from head to toe. Good. I am now going to stop the flow of Yuki that is going through your body. Afterwards, I want you to try and bring out my power and transform. How do I do that? Simple. Focus on the warm water you were referring to when you transformed. You already have my permission, so all you have to do is grasp it. Nodding his head, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment before focusing on the warm feeling he felt earlier. Though it sounded easy, it really wasn't. The fact that he just didn't feel it like before was bugging him to no end. Yet he didn't stop. He continued to focus on trying to release the Dog Lord's power, only to fail every time. After a good 30 minutes of trying, he finally heard a new voice enter his mind. Naruto, you're not focusing hard enough. Huh? Kyubi-chan. Yeah, it's me. Mikiba-chan let me take over for a few minutes. And didn't he tell you not to talk to us out loud? You might freak someone out. Sorry, Kyubi, but this little task is starting to get annoying. Understandable, I guess. After all, after being so used to human chakra for so long, you still have to learn the basics about Yuki. Basics? Are you telling me that this is basic training I'm doing? For a mortal turn Hanyu? Yes, it is. So since you were having such trouble, I decided to lend you some help. What do you get out of doing this? Nothing, but it beats being bored. I would rather help you out than to sit and do nothing all day. All right, Fine. How do I do this? First thing back to when you transformed both times. How will that help me? Emotions are the key to most things. For example, when you thought Sasuke died that day on the bridge, you transformed, correct? Yeah, but the other day when I transformed, I wasn't sad or enraged. I was calm and serious. And that might have been the key in unlocking the transformation. If it makes things easier, imagine a silver chain inside your mind and try and grasp it with your hand. Raising an eyebrow at her idea, he shrugged before closing his eyes again and fingered the hilt of his sheath while repeating 3 words. Calm, collected, precise. Calm, collected, precise. That was when he saw it. In front of him was a long silver chain that shone brightly in the pitch-black room. As he slowly crept towards it, he felt the warm feeling occurring again as his hand came closer and closer towards it. After what seemed like forever, he finally grabbed hold of it and felt the Yuki flow through his body, changing his features. He slowly opened his eyes so that the light wouldn't be too hurtful to him. As he looked around, he could smell the scent of nearby deer and other animals along with the smell of pine trees in the air. As he looked around, he could hear almost everything from his own heartbeat to the slight shifting of the grass as the wind blew. These senses are driving me nuts, exclaimed the now silver-haired youth. Impressive, Naruto-san. I honestly doubted you would achieve so much in such little time. What do you mean? What I meant was I assumed that you would not be able to transform this early. I will now have to find another exercise for you to gain better control over my Yuki. Well, while you're doing that, can Kyubi give me the instructions for the Kitsune Bai? I'm one step ahead of you, Naruto. So what do I have to do first, Kyubi-chan? All right, the first thing I want you to do is to start a fire and revert back to your Hanyu form. Naruto only raised an eyebrow before wordlessly doing what he was told. After a few moments and a few failed attempts, he finally managed to create a small flame. What's with this? Why did you make me start a fire and turn back to normal? It is easier to simply manipulate a fire than it is to create it. By doing this, you can learn how to control and form it, so that when you do have to create a flame, you already know how to make it. As for you going back to normal, it's to help you learn to do this without going into your demon form. But enough of that. The next step is to send chakra to your chest and then immediately inhale it. Naruto simply did what he was told and focused a decent amount of chakra into his mouth and chest before inhaling. And now it's time for the hard part. I want you to then send Yuki to your mouth as you exhale towards the fire. Wait a second, thought Naruto as he exhaled the air. I thought you said this wouldn't need your chakra. And how do I use Yuki if I'm not in my yokai form? Well, when I told you it didn't need my chakra, I was telling the truth. As a half-demon, you are able to use both your human chakra and your Yuki in your regular state. However, it's much more taxing in this form, but at the same time it's better. How is it better? I was getting to that. I figured if you could gain access to your own Yuki, then you would be able to transform a lot easier than you would if normally. Naruto nodded his head in understanding, before asking, but how can I use both Yuki and chakra while I'm mainly focused on my chakra? That's the hard part. You need to learn how to do this until it becomes almost second nature to you, like your water walking and tree walking exercises are. After hearing that, Naruto could only nod his head as he focused chakra into his chest, while attempting to focus Yuki into his mouth. After a few failed attempts, he finally managed to feel it work and exhaled the air towards the small fire. He watched in amazement as the fire grew slightly, while changing from a red and orange to a ghostly blue and dark blue flame. He stood in silence for a few moments before jumping up and shouting, "I did it! I did it! Did what? I made the kitsune by, that's what." "No, you didn't." "Huh," said a now confused Naruto. "What do you mean I didn't? You watch me do it and show me step by step." "Yes, I did see you do it step by step, but I'm not impressed with it." "What the hell? I'm surprised I even managed to do it at all, and now you're going to tell me I didn't do it right." "I never said you did it wrong, Naruto. I'm just saying that in order for you to continue further, you're going to need to make that small flame stay like that permanently. Look for yourself." Curiously, he turned to see the once blue flame was now back to into original color. "Oh, so once I get that flame to stay blue, then I can continue?" "Yes, but you must learn to also bring your Yuki out quicker than you did before. I won't let you continue until you can keep the foxfire alive in this world and get your Yuki out quicker, understood?" "Haiki Ubi-chan." "Good, now get going. You've got a team to meet in about 30 minutes. "What?" yelled the blonde before he ran from the training field, kicking up dust and dirt in the process. That was how things went for the next month and a half. He would wake up, eat, and then do a few morning exercises, such as sense adjustment and kata study, before spending 2 hours reverting from his Hanyu form to his yokai form in the middle of battle with his clones. Afterwards, he would spend an hour on Yuki control before working on the Kitsune Bai till he had to meet his team. Today, however, he was lying on the side of the bridge waiting for his tardy sensei to arrive. He looked to his left to see Sasuke brooding like he usually did, while Sakura was sitting next to him trying to start conversation with him. The said Uchiha was ignoring the pink-haired fangirl while he focused more on the cloak-wearing boy in front of him. He had hardly seen him after they had returned from Wave, and he was still itching to test his Sharingan on him. Thought he would never admit it to the blonde. He was slowly starting to question his abilities compared to him. "It's that sword," thought Sasuke as he glared at Naruto. That dope wasn't a threat until he found that sword of his. Without a doubt, he could be a challenge to anyone at all. Though getting away from him will be difficult, I could still get him so long as I don't get hit. With that in mind, the Uchiha smirked arrogantly before looking away from the blonde boy. Naruto saw this and raised an eyebrow at his actions before putting it under the troublesome file in his brain. At the moment, he was just too tired to care what the boy was smirking about. As half an hour went by, Naruto finally had enough and went to sleep on the floor of the bridge while placing his hood over his head to block out the cruel sun's rays. Sakura saw this and couldn't help but frown at his actions. As of late, he had grown more and more distant from her. One part of her was jumping with joy as she could now spend more time with her Sasuke-kun, while the other part was sad that the blonde boy was now turning his back to her. After all, he was the one who always stuck up for her when nobody else would. "I guess it's true," thought Sakura bitterly. "You don't know what you have till it's gone." After another hour and 30 minutes, a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the bridge and revealed Kakashi reading a familiar orange book. "Yo," greeted the man. "You're late," shouted the pink one. "Yes, well, you see, the new Ica Paradise book came out today, and I couldn't resist." All Sakura did was glare at him, since she knew how much Kakashi liked the books and couldn't determine whether or not he was lying. Kakashi glanced up from his book to see Sakura glaring at him, Sasuke looking annoyed, and Naruto asleep on the ground. With a sigh, he snapped his book shut before saying, "Wake him up. We have a lot of missions today that need to be done." With a sigh, Sakura went over to the sleeping blonde before shaking him awake so they could begin their tasks for the day. In the council meeting room, Zabuza sighed as he sat in the middle of the room. He always hated meetings with his superiors in the past, and this wasn't much different. Though the Hokage was a lot more lenient than he would have liked, he still noticed that the old man could hold his own against most threats. Behind the said old man were 8 people whom he assumed was the council. Most of them were clan heads of the village, while 2 of them were the Hokage's old teammates. He had just finished explaining how he had ended up in the village about a week ago and was now waiting for their judgment on whether he lives or dies. It would have been sooner if not for the fact that he had asked if they could postpone it until at least Haku had adjusted to the village and until she could support herself without his help. While he didn't much care for his own life, he still didn't want to leave Haku in this world on her own just yet, and he stated that he would be damned before they killed him and left her alone and unable to help herself. "Momochi Zabuza," spoke Saratobi finally, "we have reached a verdict. You will not be executed, due to the fact that you have given a significant amount of information to the village. However, due to your record, you cannot be trusted at the moment. As such, you will be on house arrest for the next month. Afterwards, you will be able to start your shinobi duties." Zabuza sighed in relief and nodded before asking, "What about Haku?" "She will be free to do as she pleases. We have no record of her anywhere, and she was not listed in the bingo book. However, I have no real idea to what her skill level is. I would set her as a high Chunin or low Jounin rank, as you stated before. But in reality, I cannot give her that position right away. Normally, she would have had to work her way up the ladder along with everyone else." "You mean she will have to start as an academy student?" Saratobi just chuckled lightly. "Heavens no. Remember I had said normally she would have. But since she is a great asset in both combat and medical fields, it would be unwise to do such a thing. So we have decided that she will be a part of the medical field, while also receiving the rank Chunin. Normally we wouldn't do this, but since medics are becoming harder and harder to obtain nowadays, it would be foolish to not let such a useful medic join our ranks. This also is the same with you, since you are too useful to be a mere Chunin guard or anything below Jounin. In short, you're both an asset to us, and we could use all the help we can find." Zabuza sighed in relief, as he didn't want to have to tell Haku that she was starting from scratch in the village. He was also grateful that he could keep his position as Jounin and not have to do those boring missions like guard duty and such. He looked back at the smiling old man and could help but thank Kakashi for offering them to Konoha. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Zabuza said, as he placed his clenched fist on the floor and bowed to him. The old man just waved it off. "You are dismissed now, Zabuza-san. And also take these." Zabuza looked up to see an Umbu holding 2 green flak jackets along with 2 Konoha Hitayate. He grabbed both items from the Umbu before nodding and walking out of the room with 3 Umbu escorting him back to his apartment. Once the door closed, everyone turned back to the Hokage, who had just lit his pipe. "Now that that's finished, we have some important business to attend to." "Like what?" asked Narashikaku. Saratobi took a long drag from his pipe before answering. "Kyumo has sent a genin team this year for the Chunin exams." "What?" yelled Hayashi. "Are you sure?" "Jiraiya is the one who sent me that bit of information. He also says that a Jinchuriki is among the 3. All of them shuddered at the thought of Kyumo having a Jinchuriki on their side. They knew the results it could bring if the child happened to go on a killing spree around the village, and Kami knows that was the last thing they needed. And it also appears that the Kazekage is sending his children this year as well. After he said this, he could practically feel the tension in the air. The council had known for the longest time that the Kazakage had sealed a Biju into his unborn son and were reluctant to trust their so-called allies. "We must keep a close eye on both of them at all costs, then," said Aburame Shibi. "Agreed," replied Sarutobi as he finished another drag. "That is why I have most of the nearby Chunin keeping a close eye out for those teams. However, I want you all to keep an eye out as well, just in case." All council members nodded their heads simultaneously. With that, all of them took their leave as the meeting was adjourned. Looking over at his desk, he pressed the button on his intercom and said, "Naya-chan, could you please send out messenger hawks to gather all Jounin?" "Hi, Hoket-sama," came a reply. The elderly Hokage sighed before opening a drawer on the side of his desk. He reached in and pulled out a very familiar orange book while giggling slightly. "Now where did I leave off?" "Back with Naruto." Naruto groaned as he and his team walked down a dirt path. "I hate these missions," he grunted out. "For once, I agree with you, Dope," said an annoyed Sasuke. "Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad," replied Kakashi as he read his book. "That's coming from someone who just read his book the whole time and didn't help at all," muttered a grumpy Sakura. Kakashi could only chuckle nervously at the statement before going back to his book. As they continued walking, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk slightly under his mask. After almost a month of being together, they could now stand each other better than when they first started out. It wasn't much improvement, but it had improved nonetheless. Beforehand, Sasuke wouldn't have said anything, and Naruto would have been acting a fool the whole time, and Sakura would pound his head into the ground. Now, though Sasuke would say a tiny bit more than he used to, Naruto kind of mellowed out slightly and was not as loud anymore, and Sakura wasn't as violent towards her blonde-haired teammate as she used to be. Overall, the three were slowly getting better in terms of getting along. Just then the sound of a hawk could be heard, and he knew what the meaning of that hawk was. "Is it that time already?" thought Kakashi as he snapped his book shut. "All right, you three, we're done for today. You can go on and do what you wish." The moment he finished that sentence, he puffed away in a plume of smoke. Hokage's office. Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke to see almost all of the Jounin and Chunin already waiting in the room. "Wow, seems like I was the last one to see the hawk. Now, I have an actual excuse to be late," thought Kakashi as he waited for the Hokage to speak. Sarutobi glanced around the room to see if anyone was missing and found that only two were. Both were in the hospital, so it wasn't important enough for him to not begin his announcement. So, he quickly silenced the room before taking the still-lit pipe to his lips to take a small puff. After exhaling, he glanced back up at his shinobi before finally speaking. "Everyone, I've called you all here to say that the Chunin exams will be held in 2 days' time." He stopped for a moment to let the information sink in before continuing. "If any of the Jounin sensei wish to nominate their teams for the Chunin exams, please come forward now." Wordlessly, Kakashi and the Jounin of teams 8 and 10 stepped forward. Kurenai, a woman with long black hair and red eyes, and wearing an outfit that looked like it was made of bandages, stepped forward further before speaking. "I, Yui Kurenai, nominate Team 8 to take the Chunin exam." Next to step forward was Asuma, a man who had a short beard with a lit cigarette and was wearing a standard Jounin outfit. "I, Sarutobi Asuma, nominate Team 10 to take the Chunin exam." And finally, Kakashi stepped forward and spoke. "I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate Team 7 to take the Chunin exam." "Now hold on," yelled a surprised Irika. "What is it, Irika?" asked Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, I know I might be speaking out of place, but all of those who were just nominated were students I taught in the academy. I know that they are all skilled, but it's just too early for them to partake in something like the Chunin exam. I was a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto," stated Kakashi. "You are completely different from Naruto, Kakashi-san." That seemed to make Kakashi glare at him at that comment. Had someone helped him, he could have been Chunin by now, if not Jounin. "Huh? What are you talking about, Kakashi?" asked Kurenai. "Simple. Had someone taught him correctly and privately, he would have been better off than doing things on his own." "How do you figure that?" asked a now confused Asuma as he noticed his father looking just as confused as him. Kakashi looked over towards Guy, who was standing in one of the far corners of the room. All his life, he had to do things on his own. Even the most basic things in the academy can be hard for someone who doesn't have anyone to show him how to do it correctly. So it's understandable for someone to do poorly in those things. However, ever since Naruto had met his friend Tintin, he had begun to improve to the point that he knew more than his own teammates did when it came down to chakra control and its importance. That leads me to believe that if he had someone to train him in private, then he could have passed on his first try alone. Everyone looked shocked at this strange new development that had undertaken the supposed dead last of the academy. The person to take it the hardest was Iruka, since he had always believed Naruto was just acting like a fool because he was trying to fool around. "So, Iruka, I'm only going to tell you this once," said Kakashi coldly as he glared at the Chunin. "You don't know anything about how much those students of yours changed over these past few months, and as such I know what they are capable of. So stay out of this. They are no longer your students, but my soldiers." Back with Naruto. "Great," groaned Naruto. "I can now do something useful with my time." He looked back at the remaining smoke left by their departed sensei. Sasuke just scoffed and turned to go down the opposite path from the others. Just when he was about to leave, he heard Sakura ask, "Sasuke-kun, do you want to get something to eat or something?" "No," he replied coldly. "Why don't you spend your time training instead of being an annoyance?" asked the Uchiha just as coldly as before. Sakura just sunk her head down low as he said this. He, however, wasn't finished. "You're about as useless as Naruto used to be." With that said, he walked down the path, while leaving Sakura standing there looking as though she could cry. Sakura was now angry and sad at the same time. She was angry that she was as weak as Naruto used to be, and was sad because the said boy was not there, or so she thought, to make her feel any better about herself. With a sigh, she started walking around aimlessly as Naruto looked on at her with a raised eyebrow. Shrugging, he decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen before heading to the nearest training ground to train. Just as he was about to leap off, he noticed that a strange square rock was stationed right behind him. He looked at it curiously before sniffing the air. After a few sniffs, he sighed and said, "Come on out, Konohamaru." The moment he said that, the rock opened with smoke pouring out of it. He could hear coughs and curses coming from the smoke cloud, and when it cleared, he saw 3 children in the middle of the street. After they finished coughing, they were about to introduce themselves before Naruto cut them off. "Now is not the time, Konohamaru. Take Moegi and Udon back to your place or something." "But an Ai-san," whined Konohamaru. "You promised you would play ninja with us today." Naruto could only sag his shoulders as he was reminded of this. Truth be told, he did in fact like being with these 3. Only problem was that he didn't have that much time to hang out with them due to his training. Just when he was about to answer, Sakura spoke in an annoyed tone. "A ninja playing ninja?" Naruto only laughed sheepishly before scratching the back of his head nervously. While this was going on, Konohamaru was looking at her curiously. "Hey, Anai-san," said Konohamaru. "Is this your girlfriend?" Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say, since after he said that, Sakura punched Naruto straight in the jaw, sending him tumbling into a nearby fence. All 3 of them rushed over to help him as Sakura started storming off. "Look what you did to an Ai-san, you bitch," yelled Konohamaru. "What kind of girlfriend are you anyway?" That was when Sakura stopped dead in her tracks and slowly turned to give the child a glare that would make Zabuza proud. At that same moment, Naruto had regained consciousness and slowly started making his way toward an exit. That was when Sakura dashed after Konohamaru, who had decided to take the same path as Naruto. As they turned the corner, Konohamaru sped up slightly before bumping into someone. As Naruto came around, he saw that the boy was sitting flat on his, but while a boy who looked a year older than him glared at the child. The boy was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with matching pants and sandals. On his wrists, he was wearing a pair of black fingerless gloves and a strange-looking hat that looked as though it had cat ears. The two weirdest things about the boy was the purple face paint he wore and a giant bandaged object on his back. Next to him stood a young girl who looked slightly older than the boy next to her. She had blonde hair that was tied into four separate buns and was wearing a light purple shirt with a matching skirt with her hitate placed around her neck. She also wore a pair of black sandals and had a red scarf around her waist. The noticeable thing about her was the giant fan on her back. Overall, both looked rather intimidating in his eyes. Rubbing his sore bottom, Konohamaru looked up at the scowling face painted man and yelled, "Hey, watch what you're doing, you big jerk." This only caused the boy's scowl to deepen until he grabbed the child by his scarf and held him up to his height. "That hurt, you little piece of shit," he growled as he gripped the child tighter, causing him to scream in pain. "Knock it off, Kankuro. We'll get in trouble with him if he finds out," hissed the girl. "So what?" asked the boy known as Kankuro. "We still have a few minutes till he arrives, so let's have a bit of fun, shall we?" "Put him down," ordered Naruto as he glared at Kankuro. The said boy just scoffed before turning his attention back to the child in his hand. He was about to rear his fist back to punch the brat when he saw the same kid that he had ignored was standing beside him with a sword positioned by his throat. "This is the last time I'm going to tell you. Put him down," snarled Naruto as he glared right at him. "He's quick," thought the girl with a small smirk. After a few moments of tense silence, Kankuro let go of Konohamaru, who scampered behind Naruto while sticking his tongue out at him. After Konohamaru was free, Naruto backed away from the black-clad boy and sheathed his sword before walking back over to a dumbfounded Sakura and an awestruck Moegi Inudon. "How dare that little bitch make a fool out of me?" raved Kankuro in his mind. "I'll show you to mess with the likes of me." With that, he pulled off the bandaged object on his back while he began to unravel it. "Kankuro, you're not planning to use Karasu so soon, are you?" asked the girl. "This little brat needs to be taught a lesson, Temari. I want to make sure he begs for mercy." Just when he was about to yank on the object, a rock came out of nowhere and hit him right on the hand, which made him drop the strange object. He looked up to see a boy in a blue shirt and white pants glaring down at him while tossing another rock in his hand up and down. "Another damn brat, huh?" said Kankuro angrily. "Wow, another hot one shows up," thought the girl with a small blush. "Get lost, creep," replied Sasuke while crushing the rock in his hand. Naruto only scoffed as he watched this unfold. "Show off." "Kankuro, knock it off," ordered a new voice. Everyone stiffened slightly before turning to see a boy with red hair and a tattoo for love on his forehead. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with fishnet underneath, along with a matching pair of black pants and sandals. He had a white sash going across his waist and a brown leather belt, and another white scarf going across his chest that held the giant gourd on his back. The weirdest thing about this one, though, was that he had huge bags under his eyes that looked strangely like a raccoon's. "Jigura," stammered Kankuro as his body shook with fear. His counterpart wasn't doing much better as she was openly shaking as the boy gazed at them. "I didn't even notice him behind me," thought Sasuke as he looked at the boy behind him. "Wow, didn't see him there before," thought Naruto as he stared at the boy in confusion. "Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to our village. Continue to do so, and I'll see to it that you never live to see another day, understood?" "Igriega jizgara. I'm sorry." The red-haired boy then took a glance at those around him before disappearing in a whirl of sand, only to reappear in the middle of Kankuro and Temari. "My apologies for him being a nuisance. We must be going now." "Wait a sec," said Sakura. "What are Suna Shinobi doing here in Konoha?" "Clueless little girl. We're here to partake in the Chunin exams, but it seems we got here a little early," said Temari smugly. "Huh, so that's what Tintin was talking about," mused Naruto as he gained a thoughtful look. "What do you mean?" asked Sakura with a raised eyebrow. "Well, from what I know of, the Chunin exams are for ninja who are considered the best and partake in the event to gain the rank Chunin. Supposedly, it's to improve relations with other villages and to raise the shinobi level. At least, that's what Tintin told me." "Oh, so this is just some test to gain a rank?" "Yup, at least I think." You pretty much got a kid, praised Temari. So, I take it you three are here for that exam? Asked Sasuke, who landed beside Sakura. Yeah, though we pretty much know we're going to pass this stupid test without problems, replied Kankuro smugly. Overconfidence get you killed, you know. After all, I had a sword to your throat because you thought I was weak, you dumbass, said Naruto with a cocky smirk. What did you say, brat? That's enough, Kankuro, said Gaara coldly, which made the said teen flinch slightly. We'll be taking our leave now. Wait, what is your name? Asked Sasuke to the retreating backs of the Suna team. Who, me? Asked Temari with a small blush on her cheeks. No, the red-haired one with the gourd on his back. Yes, you. Temari looked back at the blonde-haired boy who was now grinning while Sasuke glared at him. The girl couldn't help but smile a bit before answering, Sabaka no Temari, at your service. And you are? The boy's grin never left his face as he answered, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Temari. Her smile was still on her face before she turned to face Gaara, who was looking at the Konoha shinobi in curiosity. He then glanced over at Sasuke before answering, Sabaka no Gaara. And who are you? Uchiha Sasuke. Very well. I hope to see you in the exams. With that, he turned to walk away, followed by his two teammates. As soon as they were out of sight, Sasuke turned to face Naruto and glared at him. What was that about, dope? Said boy just shrugged. Hey, just because you want to be an asshole doesn't mean I do. I would rather be friendly than being jerked towards them. That just ruins the whole, we are allies, so let's get along, but don't you think? The only reply he got was a grunt before the Uchiha turned away from them and walked off toward a nearby training field, with Sakura following close behind him. Naruto only sighed before walking off to do his own training. As he felt his stomach growl slightly, he smiled. Time for a visit to the Ichiraku Ramen. Cheered the blonde before making a beeline to the ramen stand. After eating a few bowls, he decided now would be the time for him to start his training. So he paid for his food and raced off towards the training ground. When he arrived, he was about to begin when a poof of smoke alerted him that someone else had just arrived. He turned to see his sensei standing behind him with his eyes smile firmly in place. Joe, greeted Kakashi. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? I thought we did all our missions for today. We did. That's not why I'm here, though, said the man before pulling out a sheet of paper. I've decided to nominate Team 7 for the Chunin exams. If you decide to partake in the exam, then just go to room 301 at the academy in 2 days. I would have handed them out today, but I kind of forgot about it. Oh, and we aren't going to be having our team meeting during those 2 days, so you can prepare for the exam. Taking the application, he read it over before the biggest grin he could produce appeared on his face. He quickly looked up to his sensei that was already holding a pen out for him. Naruto quickly signed it and handed it back to the man before he waved him goodbye and puffed away. The Chunin exams, finally I'm starting to get closer to my dream. Less daydreaming and more training, Naruto, said the familiar voice of Kyuubi. Oh, come on, I just got signed up for the Chunin exam. Can I let myself relax for a bit so I don't waste too much of my energy? He whined. Do you want me to cut off circulation to your arms and legs and make you miss the exam? No. Then get a training before you piss me off. Yes, Q-chan. Inside the seal, Kyuubi grinned while Taisho just shook his head at her actions. 2 days later. As Naruto walked to the academy, he couldn't help but curse the fox that resides in the seal on his stomach. The sadistic bitch had decided to up his training and forced him to try and make the Kitsune out of thin air. Poor Naruto got scorch marks across his hands with each attempt, only to try again once they healed. Just when he was coming up on the academy grounds, he noticed that Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting for him outside the doors. Hurry up, dope. I don't want to end up late because of you, said Sasuke as he started heading inside. Wait up, team, shouted Naruto as he ran to join them. As the three walked up a few staircases, they heard commotion coming from above. When they finally got up the stairs, they saw that a bunch of genin were stationed outside the designated doors with 2 other genin blocking the doorway. Come on, let us through, shouted one of the genin angrily. Get lost, you brats. The Chunin exam ain't easy. We've even failed it 3 times in a row. Those that take this exam either quit being a shinobi or die in this exam. So, in a sense, we're helping you guys out," said one of the genin. "Please just let us through," said a girl that Team 7 recognized. Tenten questioned Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "Didn't you hear me?" said the genin as he reared his fist back. "I said get lost." He finished as he punched the girl on her cheek, sending her to the floor. Tenten yelled a worried Naruto as he ran over to help his friend up from the floor. "You'd better get lost, otherwise my teammate might just end up killing you by accident," warned Sasuke as he eyed Naruto cautiously. "And before you leave, why don't you drop the Jinjutsu so we can be on our way?" The genin's face showed surprise for a moment before he smirked. "So you saw through it, did you?" The Uchiha only scoffed before answering. Sakura noticed at the moment we got here. This made Sakura beam with the praise she was getting before saying, "Yeah, it's obvious since we're only on the 2nd floor." The instant she finished that statement, the room number on the wall began to fade until it returned to its original number. "Impressive," said the genin, "but all you did was see through it." He finished as he sent a kick directed at Sasuke, who went to kick the opposing genin as well. Someone had other plans since a boy in green appeared between the two of them and caught each kick in midair. "Now is not the time or place to be fighting each other," said the boy calmly as he let both of their legs go. That guy caught both kicks with his hands. What kind of chakra is in his arms? Thought Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. "Hey Lee, what happened to the plan we agreed on?" asked a boy with white pupil-less eyes. "You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves." "Lee, Niji, so you guys are taking the Chunin exam after all," said Naruto excitedly. Both Lee and Niji turned to face the blonde. Once they saw him, Lee smiled brightly while Niji just gave him a short nod of acknowledgement, then turned his attention back on Lee. "Well," Lee blushed slightly as he turned to face Sakura, while Tenten just shook her head along with Niji and Naruto. "Here it comes," thought all three dryly. "Hello, my name is Rock Lee. Let's go out sometime, and I promise I'll protect you till I die," said the green-clad boy while smiling at her. "No way in hell. You're just too lame," was her reply. This made Lee's shoulders slump as he stood there with tears going down his face. "Oh, come on, Sakura-chan, he's not that bad. Hell, at least he's got a personality unlike White Eyes over here," said Naruto while pointing his thumb at Niji. "Watch it, Naruto," replied the boy through gritted teeth. "See nothing." That was when Niji caught sight of Sasuke and turned to face the Uchiha. "Hey, what about you? What's your name?" The said Uchiha just scoffed before replying. When you want to get someone's name, the least you could do is give your own first. This made Niji glare at him, then turn away from him to walk back to his team, who were happily chatting with Naruto. "Baka, let's go. We don't want to be late," yelled Sakura before walking down the hallway behind Sasuke. Naruto only laughed sheepishly before saying a quick goodbye and catching up with his teammates. Tenten's fist clenched as she watched the three leave and had only one thing in mind. That bitch better watch what she says to him. Tenten asked Niji curiously. "Huh, let's go, we have to get going before the exam starts." "All right, let's go," said Tenten as she turned to walk down the hallway. When she noticed that Lee wasn't moving, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "You coming or what?" The boy looked back at her for a moment before looking back in the direction that Team 7 had left and said, "You two go ahead. There's something I've got to take care of first." Just as she was about to protest, he vanished in a burst of speed. Sighing in frustration, she followed her teammate, who was also irritated at Lee's actions. With Team 7. "Damn it, where the hell is that room?" said a frustrated blonde. "Shut up, Baka. We're only going this way so that we don't have to get involved with any more teams," scolded Sakura as they walked down the empty hallway. As the team approached a nearby staircase, they saw the same boy who had stopped Sasuke's kick was standing on the next floor with a serious look on his face. "You, the one with the black eyes," called Lee. "I wish to fight you." This caused the whole team to look at the boy in surprise at the challenge. To prove his point, Lee jumped over the railing of the balcony and landed in front of them before straightening himself into a taijutsu stance. My name is Rock Lee, he stated seriously. As you said before, if you want to get someone's name, the least you could do is give your own first. Am I correct? Sasuke smirked and replied, Uchiha Sasuke. So, it's true, you're the rookie of the year everyone's talking about. Then it would be an honor to fight you. Wait a minute, intervened Naruto, much to Sasuke's annoyance. Lee, what the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know we only have 15 minutes till the exam starts? If we waste too much time, then we all fail. Be quiet, Dobe, snapped Sasuke as he took up his own taijutsu stance. This fight will be over with in less than 5 minutes. No, it won't, muttered Naruto before sighing. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Sasuke ignored the blonde as he kept a close eye on his opponent. Just then the boy charged towards him before sending a kick at the Uchiha's chest. Sasuke easily parried the blow and went to punch him only to be surprised as the boy was now crouched on the ground and made an attempt to sweep his feet out from under him. Fortunately, Sasuke jumped over the kick and sent one of his own towards Lee's face. The said boy simply grabbed his foot and tossed him over to the wall. Thinking as quickly as he could, Sasuke flipped mid-air before focusing chakra into his feet as he came close to the wall. The moment his feet connected to the wall, he springboarded himself towards the green-clad youth and sent a punch to the boy's face. Lee was slightly surprised at the Uchiha's performance, but managed to refocus and dodge Sasuke's punch before kicking him in the face, which sent the boy crashing into the floor. Sasuke took a few deep breaths as he stared at Lee, who had went back into his Gukken stance. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he noticed that the boy was just toying with him. That was when he himself smirked and said, well, fine then. I guess this gives me the chance to practice it. Sakura watched as her crush's eyes turned from their normal black to deep red with 2 tomo in each eye. Sharingan, that means that this freak is going to lose right here and now, thought Sakura with glee. That won't work, team, muttered Naruto as he slapped his forehead with hand while shaking his head in disappointment. Shut up, Baka. You're just jealous because you can't beat that freak and Sasuke can, shouted Sakura after hearing his comment. All Naruto did was sigh as he looked back at the fight that was already finished. Just as she finished saying that, Sasuke charged towards Lee while watching his movements. Just as he was about to reach him, Lee had disappeared from his line of vision, and in the next second, he felt a punch hit him right in his stomach, which made the Uchiha gasp from his loss of air. You really should start listening to your teammate Sasuke, said Lee calmly. Your Sharingan might be able to read and predict Nin, Jin, and Taijutsu just by looking at it. However, with Taijutsu, even if you can predict my movements, your body is not fast enough to keep up. In short, your Sharingan is useless against me. Once he finished, he quickly jumped back a bit before sending a rising kick to the boy's chin, making Sasuke go flying into the air. A moment later, he was behind the now falling Sasuke while unraveling the bandages on his arms. Did you know that among the strong there are 2 types of people? Asked Lee silently. There are geniuses and the hard workers in this world we live in. The geniuses are born with talent, while the hard workers have to train daily just to be regarded as strong. You were born with talent while your teammate and I had Turner in our own. Today, Uchiha Sasuke, I will prove that hard work can surpass any genius with this technique. Oh shit, panicked Naruto as he prepared to jump in and stop the fight. Lucky for him, he didn't have to, since a random pinwheel came out of nowhere and pinned one of the bandages to the wall. After Lee noticed the pinwheel, he quickly stopped his attack and landed silently on the ground. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still falling towards the ground until Sakura managed to catch him before he hit the floor. Naruto, however, had his focus on Lee, who was looking in shock all around. Just then, a loud puff was heard, and all present in the room turned to see a large turtle sitting a few feet away from Lee with a heated glare directed towards the boy. Lee, you know that technique is forbidden? What were you thinking anyways? Yelled the turtle. Gomen, I just... mumbled Lee as he tried to avoid eye contact with the turtle. There is no excuse for this action, Lee. Don't you remember you're not supposed to reveal your special techniques to anyone unless it is necessary? Hi. So, are you ready for the consequences for your actions? Hi. Very well. With another puff of smoke, a familiar man in green spandex appeared on top of the turtle's shell while giving the most ridiculous pose anyone had ever seen. Hello, fellow youths. It's great to see you're all so full of life today. Jogai-sensei, mumbled Naruto while giving the man a polite wave. How do you know these freaks? Asked Sakura while helping Sasuke get back to his feet. Don't ask. Now it's time for your punishment, Lee, said Guy in a relatively serious tone. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Lee and punched the boy hard in the face, causing him to go flying across the room. This made 2 out of the 3-man team look at Guy in shock while the third just started muttering about overreacting to stupid things. Lee, please forgive me for what I had to do, choked Guy as tears went down his face. As sensei, replied Lee as he too had tears going down his cheeks before hugging the man who had previously punched him. I can't believe I lost to that freak, mumbled Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, was laughing his ass off at the emo boy's expense, and yet he was glad to note that this fight had significantly dropped the boy's ego down a few pegs. After the hugging session ended, Guy stood and looked over at the 3 who were standing over to the side and noticed Naruto amongst the 3. Naruto-kun, it's great to see you again. My team has been curious as to why you haven't been training with us as of late. The blonde merely grinned nervously before answering. Yeah, I had some new jutsu I needed to learn, so I went off and trained. You know how it is, keep some secrets to yourself and all. Sasuke glanced at his teammate with mild curiosity while Guy nodded his head in understanding. True that most ninja had tendency to keep things to themselves, and Naruto was no exception to that matter. What jutsu could he have learned that would make him want to do it in secret? Thought Sasuke. Out of all the times he had seen Naruto, whenever he learned something new or something relatively usable, he would never try to keep it to himself. In fact, he would most likely show it to the world if he had the chance. Hell, if anything is Oiroke, no jutsu was proof of that. So to have the blonde try to keep something secret was something that was either very powerful or very strange. So how's Kakashi doing? Asked Guy curiously. You know Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sasuke with an equally curious gaze. The man simply chuckled before disappearing in a burst of speed. People often refer to us as eternal rivals. 50 wins and 49 loses, which makes me stronger than Kakashi, said Guy from behind the group. All members turned to face the man in mild shock and surprise. Sasuke clenched his fist at the mere thought of someone as strange as him being better than his sensei, considering that his sensei had a wide reputation. Well, I had best not keep you four caught up any further since the exam is to start soon. I wish all the best of luck. Also, Lee, once this exam is over 500 laps around Konoha. With that, the man disappeared in a puff of smoke along with the turtle. After quietly re-raveling his bandages, Lee gave the 3 a small bow before taking off to the exam room. The 3-man team stood in silence for a few moments before it was broken by Naruto, who snorted. Got something to say, Dobe? Asked Sasuke as he glared at his cloak-wearing teammate. Yeah, you're a dumbass for accepting that challenge. Naruto, watch what you say to Sasuke-kun before I dash. Shut up, interrupted the blonde coldly, which shocked both members of his team. I'm not joking around right now. At this moment, I'm very pissed off at both of you. I warned you that you would lose if you fought him, and I knew that, because I had seen both you and Lee fight plenty of times. Had he finished that attack on you, Sasuke, he would have most likely either killed you or severely injured you to the point that we wouldn't be able to partake in the Chunin exam. And Sakura, if you would have just listened to me and not put blind judgment on the fight, you should have supported me instead of against me. Now I know I'm not the smartest person in the world, but when a rookie genin fights up against a genin who has been active for almost 2 years, you can assume that the winner would be the seasoned shinobi any day. To say that both members were flabbergasted would be an understatement. Both members were almost shell-shocked at how cold and heartless their teammate had spoken to them just now. And after having it replayed in their minds a few times, they realized that the blonde was right. Sasuke was being foolish and arrogant, and Sakura was blinded by her crush that she failed to see that not only was time not on their side, but that the boy was indeed faster than her crush was. That was when Sasuke did something nobody had ever seen him do. His head sunk slightly before muttering one word. So the W what? Now, it was Naruto's turn to be flabbergasted at his teammates' actions. You heard me. I said sorry. Why are you apologizing then? Because I don't want to tell me my faults without having good reason to. As it stands, you have good reason, and for that, I'm simply saying that I understand the importance of how I need to approach things. Though I don't regret fighting him, at least I know I can't take anyone in this building lightly, not even you. Naruto couldn't help but gape at what he had just heard. However, his shock turned into happiness as he realized that Sasuke now saw him as a challenge. After all he had done in the time that he had met the Uchiha, the said boy had finally accepted him as his rival, or at least he thought. So without saying anything, he pulled out his hand for the boy to shake while grinning at the brooder in front of him. Apology accepted. Had Naruto looked directly at Sasuke, he would have saw the Uchiha smirk before shaking the blonde's hand. This smirk, however, wasn't an arrogant one. It was the closest thing to a smile that the boy could produce, at least for the moment. All right, let's get this exam over with, said Naruto while still maintaining his grin. Right, while also maintaining his smirk before looking over at Sakura. You ready? Sakura just looked back at Sasuke with a small smile on her face as she then looked over at Naruto, who was also looking over at her as well. Yeah, let's do this. Both boys nodded before walking up the stairs and towards the exam room. As they approached the room, they noticed that Kakashi was standing beside the door and was reading his book of smut. He looked up from his book for a moment before smiling and snapping his book up and placing it back into the confines of his pouch. Well, I'm glad to see all three of you came. If one of you had not shown, then I wouldn't have let you enter, said Kakashi seriously. Huh, I thought the Chunin exam was optional, said Naruto with a confused look on his face. Well, it is, but in order for you to participate in it, all three members had to show up. So you didn't forget to hand it to us. You did it to see if we would take it on our own accord, right? Asked Sakura. Yes. Was that really necessary? Yes, because I didn't want you to be forced into doing something you didn't want to. If I had handed it to you while you were all together, then you would have been compelled to do so, because you wouldn't want Sasuke or Naruto to miss out on the chance to advance in ranks. Nobody could object to that logic, so they all just kept silent and waited to see if their sensei had anything else to say. But you're all here, and that's all that matters. Before you walk through those doors, I want you all to know that I have faith that you three can pass, and that I'm very proud of all three of you, said Kakashi before giving them his eye smile again. All three Genin smiled, and Sasuke's case smirked back at him and stepped past their sensei and opening the doors to the exam room, where the beginning of a great series of trials awaited them. The moment Team 7 walked into the testing room, they were blessed with the sight of Genin from almost every village glaring at them with great intensity. Each member also felt the slightest bit of killing intent that was radiating from some of the more annoyed Genin. Absent-mindedly, Naruto found that quite a few of the ones using killing intent were the ones from AIM. Just as Team 7 was about to find a place to sit and wait, a loud squeal was heard before Sasuke was embraced and hugged from behind by Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much, squealed the blonde as she continued to hug a very annoyed-looking Sasuke. Naruto looked at Sasuke's source of annoyance and amusement, while Sakura looked at Ino in anger. Get off him, Ino pig, yelled Sakura. Oh, it's only you forehead girl. Why don't you go somewhere else and let me and Sasuke-kun spend some time together? Why you? So you three are in this too? Troublesome, said a new voice. Naruto turned to see the ever-lazy Shikamaru and his big-boned friend Choji. Choji noticed Naruto and gave the boy a small, confused wave as he and his friend approached Team 7. "Well, it looks like the group's all here," said another familiar voice. All turned to see Inazuka Kiba and his other two teammates, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata. Most parties were surprised when the said girl looked over at Naruto before giving him a kind wave. That was when Kiba took notice to Naruto's new look and asked, "What's with you, Dobe? Thinking that a new outfit will make you any better?" Naruto only looked at him for a moment before taking a small whiff of the air. "Damn, Kiba, go take a bath or something. I can smell you from here." This caused Kiba to growl at him, while Akamaru hid in his master's coat. Just when Kiba was about to tackle Naruto, Ino grabbed him and moved them away from Naruto and Hinata. "What happened to her? She usually faints around him," whispered Ino as she looked at Hinata curiously. Kurenai-sensei straightened her out about that whole thing and helped her get through it. "She's been doing great in her Jukin ever since," answered Kiba, totally forgetting his anger towards the other blonde. Ino just looked back at Hinata, then at Naruto before shrugging and running over towards Sasuke. Shino just remained silent as he observed everyone around him. When he and his team first arrived, he had quietly sent his bugs around the room before having them take a small bit of everyone's chakra. Now his bugs were on the last three-man team, and his bugs had just finished getting the first two members of the team. When they got to Naruto, however, his bugs refused to even go near the boy even when ordered him to. When he asked them why, the bugs would answer, "His chakra is different." "What is so different about his chakra?" thought Shino as he eyed Naruto through his sunglasses. "You know, you guys really need to keep it down," said another new voice. All turned to see a teen with white hair, wearing a strange purple outfit with glasses walking towards them. "You guys are rookies that just recently came out of the academy, so I would recommend that you all just keep quiet." "Who do you think you are?" asked Ino, slightly miffed at the newcomer. "My name is Kabuto, and before you get angry at me, look behind you." All turned to see three Rain, Nin glaring at them while sending out another wave of killing intent. Some members of the rookie nine shuddered under their glares, while some others either ignored them or sent their own at them. "Those three are from AIM. I hear they have rather short tempers," muttered Kabuto. "Kabuto-san, that's your name, right?" asked Sakura. "Yes, you're right. Is this your second time taking this exam?" "Oh no," said the boy while chuckling slightly. "This is actually going to be my 7th time in this exam." "7th?" questioned Naruto. "That sucks." "Naruto," scolded Sakura as she prepared to punch him, only to stop when she heard Kabuto chuckle again. "Yeah, I know, but this time will be different, I hope," said the teen while smiling a little. "So, do you know anything about this exam?" asked Ino. "Why, yes, I do. See, even if I fail, I have been doing some research on some information I've been gathering for these past 6 times taking this exam." After he finished his statement, he went to his supply pouch and pulled out a stack of cards. "I call these my ninja info cards." Holding out a random card, he poured some chakra into it, and the card changed from a blank white sheet to a graph showing all the shinobi counties. This is a graph of all the shinobi that were sent here for this exam. However, in order to see these cards, you must use my chakra, otherwise it will look like a blank card. "Do you have information on certain individuals?" asked Sasuke as he looked at the teen in curiosity. "Yes, all I need is a name, and it should be easy. Sabaka no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto." Said boy looked at Sasuke in curiosity, while others looked just as confused as he did. Kabuto only smirked before placing his hand on the deck of cards and closing his eyes. A few moments later, he was holding 3 cards. "Let's see, Rock Lee, 20 rank missions, 12 C rank, and his taijutsu has improved this year. He had gained attention as a talented genin, but didn't partake in the exam last year, so this will be his first time, just like all of you. However, compared to last year, his taijutsu skills are almost off the charts, while his jinjutsu and his ninjutsu are below average. His teammates are Hyuga Niji and Tenten. Next is Sabaka no Gaara, 8 C ranked and 1 B rank mission. Not bad for a genin. Anyway, since he is from another country, I don't have much information on him. Although in all his mission reports, he has yet to receive a single injury." And finally, Uzumaki Naruto. So far, he has taken 16 D rank missions and 1 C rank that was bumped up to an A rank. His skills have drastically changed over the past 2 months, and he was the dobe of his graduating class. His Kenjutsu is decent, yet not good enough to be considered master. His Taijutsu is decent as well, but is nowhere near as good as his Kenjutsu. His ninjutsu hasn't changed much, and his jinjutsu is non-existent. And it says here that you are his teammate, along with Haruno Sakura. Everyone looked at Naruto with slight shock while Naruto was muttering things about nosy teammates. After a few moments of silence, Naruto decided to ask his own question. So are all the people in this exam as strong as those two? Yes, well maybe. I doubt that most of these people have returned from missions without a scratch, but most of the Genin here are the top amongst other Genin from their village. Though I'm not too sure about Odo, since their village was just created late last year, I think. At that, Naruto stared back at the crowd of Genin that were still glaring at him and the others. Okay, this is getting on my nerves. Time to show them what a Hanyu is made of, thought Naruto with a small smirk. Slowly, he cast his head down to where no one could see his facial features. Taking a quick glance through the gap in his bangs, he saw that most of the Genin had their attention on him. Naruto slowly started channeling his Yuki until only his facial features changed. He raised his head up to glare at the crowd before smirking, which gave everyone a good view of his fangs. When the Rookie 9 noticed that the crowd was looking freaked out, they turned to face Naruto, who had quickly stopped the flow of Yuki and reverted back into his regular self. What? Asked Naruto innocently. Looks like your Yuki control training is paying off rather well. Congratulated a voice in his mind. Thanks, Q-chan. In the crowd, Tintin and her team smirked at the blonde's actions. They had seen the form not long ago, while Naruto wasn't training and knew about his supposed bloodline. Not far away from them, Gaara stood looking at Naruto with a small frown as he heard his mother telling him to be wary of the blonde. Temari and Kankuro were eyeing Naruto with curiosity and a bit of fear, since the sight of a boy changing his features in a blink of an eye was a rather freaky sight. In another spot in the crowd, a certain blonde-haired woman eyed Naruto as well, while her teammates took a simple glance at the child before dismissing him. Not sure about Odo, huh? Said a teen with bandages covering his entire head, but for his right eye. What do you say we give him a piece of our mind, Dosu? Asked a girl with long black hair. I say we do more than give him a piece of our minds, but also a few bruises too, said another teen with spiky black hair with a smirk. Yes, let's show him that Odo shinobi are capable of. The moment he finished, he and his teammates disappeared into the crowd. A moment later, the boy with spiky hair jumped off a nearby table before throwing 2 kunai at Kabuto, whom had jumped back to avoid them. After skidding to a stop, he looked up to see the teen with bandages around his head was now charging him with a strange gauntlet on his arm reared back to strike him. The teen swung at Kabuto's face, which the said teen had been able to dodge easily only to have his glasses break. What happened? Thought Kabuto as he eyes his broken glasses. I dodged that punch. That was when he felt pain, which seemed to be coming from his stomachy before he fell onto his hands and knees and began vomiting. Naruto, too, was feeling some rather strange effects. Damn my ears! What the hell was that? Write this down on your damn cards. The Odo Nins will definitely beat Shunin. All right, quiet down, you little bastards, yelled a deep voice coming from the front of the room. Suddenly, a giant puff of smoke erupted from the front of the room. The moment it cleared, it revealed a scarred man in a black trench coat and a blue proctor uniform had appeared, along with several Chunin who were wearing similar uniforms. I'm Marino Abiki, your proctor for the first test in the Chunin exam. As for you 3 Soundines, you had better shape up, otherwise I'll fail you all right now, understood? Yelled the man as he glared at the 3. Sorry, it's our first time and we got a little antsy. All that did was make Ibiki scoff before saying, there will be no fighting during this exam without the proctor's permission. Even then, you are not allowed to kill your opponent. If you disobey my rules, you will be failed immediately. Am I understood? His reply was several people nodding and sweating. We will now begin the first test of the Chunin exam. Now, instead of your current seating arrangements, you come up here and pick up a tab and go to the assigned seat. Once everyone is seated, we will be handing out the written exam. What? A written test, shouted Naruto as he began to panic. Yes, now shut the hell up and get to your assigned seat before I fail you, shouted an annoyed Ibiki. As everyone slowly got to their assigned seats, Naruto couldn't help but grimace at his predicament. No matter how much he trained, he still sucked at almost anything written. The only thing he could do was bang his head down his desk as he waited for everyone to be seated. Stop that, it's getting on my nerves, said the person sitting beside him. Naruto turned and glared at his neighbor, who was now glaring at him as well. His neighbor was a girl who looked slightly older than he did and had the same colored hair as he did, though her hair was long and bound by bandages that stopped at the mid of her back. She had on a black sleeveless vest with a white shirt underneath it. She also had on matching pants and sandals with a thin violet-colored sash around her waist. Overall, she wasn't that bad looking had he took the time to notice. Hey, I'll do as I damn well please. And if you don't like it, then you can just bite me, growled Naruto as he turned to face the proctor. The woman beside him only humphed and did the same as her neighbor. All right, I will now explain the rules of this test, and don't ask any questions during the explanation. When he heard no one speak, he continued. The first rule to this test is you will all start with 10 points, the same amount to the number of questions on this test. However, as you go through it, if you get answers wrong, then you will lose a point. The second rule is that this is a team test, meaning that depending on your combined score of all three of your teammates will determine whether or not you pass. So each team will compete to see how many points they can hold on to from the initial team total of 30. In response to this, Sakura raised her hand and shouted, "Hold on a minute. I don't understand dash. I said no questions, so be quiet and listen," interrupted Ibiki, which made Sakura flinch slightly. The third rule for this test is that anyone caught cheating during this test by the Chunin watching will automatically have 2 points subtracted from his test. "We'll be watching you," said an amused Chunin sitting near the wall. So there are other ways for someone to fail this test besides incorrect answers, thought Sakura as she looked back at Naruto. All right, Naruto won't do well, but if Sasuke-kun and I do okay, then there should be no problem. As for the final rule, anyone who loses his initial points during the test, or those who don't answer any at all correctly, will fail along with both their teammates. What? Yelled Sakura. No, mumbled Sasuke. I feel like hiding in a hole somewhere. Sobbed Naruto. You have an hour to complete this test. Begin. With that, everyone flipped their papers over and began the test. Naruto sat uneasily in his chair as he looked over the questions, most of which were too hard for him to even begin to understand. He searched frantically for even one question he could do correctly, and, to his dismay, he couldn't find a single answer. Sighing, he looked back up to see everyone scribbling down answers while he looked like a fish out of water. Something wrong, Naruto? Asked QB from his mind. I'm taking my exam, and I don't know a single answer, replied the blonde. Let me see it. Ow. Just look at the paper, and I will be able to see through your eyes. Oh, all right, answered the blonde as he looked at the questions on his paper. After a few moments of silence, he asked, Do you know any of these? Nope. What? Hey, I'm a demon, not a shinobi. I might be smart, but I'm no genius when it comes to what you humans do. So what do you recommend I do now? Pray that this Ibiki guy will cut you some slack? That is all you can come up with. Well, if you got a better idea, I'd love to hear it. Point taken. Just then he heard a dog bark. He looked up to see Kiba's dog, Akamaru, barking before Kiba would frantically write down answers. Raising an eyebrow, he watched for a few moments before coming to a conclusion that would help him pass this test. Q-chan, tell Taisho-san to tell me what Akamaru is saying to Kiba. What? Because Kiba is getting his answers from Akamaru. You sly little kid. I think some of me is rubbing off on you already. Naruto could practically feel Kyuubi grinning inside his mind and couldn't help but smirk triumphantly at his idea. Naruto-san, Yeah, I'm listening, Kropka. Good. I will translate what the dog is telling his owner. Remind me to train you how to do this without my assistance the next free moment we have. Got it. And with that, Naruto got a relay of whatever Akamaru was saying. By the time he finished, he had about half an hour, so he decided to sit and relax. As he waited, he saw that the blonde beside him was giving him an odd look. Glancing over at the proctors, he quickly looked back at her before whispering, "Better get back to your test, or the proctor might think you're cheating." She gave him a small nod before going back to work on her test, while Naruto continued to relax in his chair. After 20 minutes of waiting, Naruto heard Ibiki clear his throat to gain the class's attention. We will now begin the 10th question. Just as the man was about to continue, the door to the classroom opened to reveal Kankuro walking into the classroom with a proctor. When did he leave? Thought Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Well, good timing. Did your little doll playing help you any? Asked an amused Ibiki. When did he see through Karasu? Thought the boy as he walked to his seat. As he passed Tamari, he gave her a small slip of paper before continuing on as though nothing happened. Now that everyone is here, I'll explain the rules of desperation. First thing about the 10th question is you have to decide whether or not you will take it. Choose. What happens if we don't take it? Asked Tamari. If you don't choose to take it, then your points will be reduced to 0, and you fail along with your 2 teammates. What the hell? Then of course we'll take it. But here's the other rule. If you decide to take it then answer incorrectly, then that person will lose the right to ever partake in the Chunin exam again. What kind of rule is that? I've seen guys here who have taken this exam before. This only caused the man to chuckle, which scared some of the people who were already freaked out by the scarred man. You're just unlucky that this year it's my rules. However, I'm giving you all a way out of this. When he noticed the blank looks he was getting, he elaborated. Those that believe that cannot take the 10th question can choose to not take it and try again next year. Now, let's begin the final question. I will ask those who don't wish to take the final question to raise their hand. Once your number is called, please leave along with your teammates. For a while, nobody said anything. Then slowly people started raising their hands. A series of numbers was called along with 6 other series of numbers before all was quiet again. That was when Naruto noticed out of the corner of his eye that Sakura was giving him a sad smile before lowering her pencil and slowly raising her hand. No, don't do that. I can do this last question, Sakura-chan. Just don't raise your hand. Yelled a frantic Naruto in his mind. He had to think of something before she raised her hand. At the last moment, he raised his own hand, catching almost everyone in the Rookie 9 off guard. He threw them for a loop when he slammed his hand down the desk before giving Ibiki the finger with his other hand while grinning like an idiot. Yeah, like that crap was going to work. It takes more than that to scare me away. So go ahead and give us the next question, and I guarantee you I'll pass. Ibiki glared at him for getting the bird from him until he noticed that almost all tension that was in the room previously had dispersed, and almost all occupants were smirking at the blonde's words. I'll ask you this once. Are you sure you want to do this? Realize that if you fail, you are a genin for the remainder of your shinobi career. I don't go back on any word I make. That's my nindo. Little brat left me 78 people, more than I thought would be left. Though I will hand it to him, he's an interesting one. Well, stretching this out any further would be pointless. Thought Ibiki as he glanced over at the Chunin proctors before receiving a nod from one of them. To those of you still remaining, congratulations for passing the first part of the Chunin exam. What the hell? Shouted Naruto in frustration. What about the 10th question? Asked Ino. There never was, unless you count those 2 choices as the 10th question, said a now grinning Ibiki. That's a strange change in personality, thought Sakura dryly. What about the first 9 question? Were they just pointless? Asked a confused Tamari. Oh no, they had their own purpose, information gathering. You lost me, stated Naruto with a blank look on his face. As you know, this test is based on the whole team doing well. So that put pressure on the whole team not to screw up for their teammates. Oh, however, Most of you figured out that the questions on this test were too hard for you to answer. So you had to cheat in order to do so. Though even knowing that you had to cheat would have been useless if you didn't have the answers to begin with. So we had some of our chunin who knew all the answers get mixed with the crowd, so as to help you guys out. Okay, didn't see that part. Good thing I had Akamaru get me out of that jam, or I would have been panicking through the whole exam. Thought Naruto. And as you can guess, those that cheated poorly failed. Continued to Biki while removing his headband. After taking it off, he revealed his scared bald head with several holes and burn marks. The after effects of torture, thought Sasuke as he viewed the sight. Unlike him, I wouldn't make the mistake of becoming a prisoner, thought Dosu smugly. This is the result of when information is more valuable than life. And on missions and on the battlefield, people will risk their lives to get that information. But what about the 10th question? Asked Tamari as Abiki placed his headband back on. That is where this test really comes into play, the choice to take it or not take it. It's meant to be a hard choice between those two, though most would rather take it next year and hope to pass. Those who decide to stay are the ones who take a leap of faith and stay even though they might not ever get the chance to take it again. Where are you getting at? Asked Kiba, who was getting annoyed. What I'm getting at is that as Chunin, you'll be doing missions where you cannot afford to back down from it just so you can stay alive. You must be willing to take a mission that you might not come back home from and show no hesitation when doing so. In other words, those who would rather try again next time don't deserve to become Chunin, and those who take it without fear do and will have no troubles in the future. Now you have all passed the first test of the Chunin exams, and I wish you guys luck. Naruto and the other rookies couldn't help but be proud of themselves until the window next to Abiki shattered to show a black ball of something coming through the window and into the classroom. A few seconds later, two sides of the thing was being held up by Kanai and revealed to be a banner of some sort, and in the middle of it stood a violet-haired woman in a brown trench coat wearing a fishnet bodysuit, a small orange skirt, gray shin guards, and black sandals. "All right, you guys, this ain't no time to be celebrating," yelled the woman. "I'm the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, so come on, follow me to the next exam," finished the woman, now known as Anko, while pumping her fist into the air. "Bad timing," muttered Abiki, which made Anko blush slightly. "Naruto-san, may I ask you something?" asked Taisho. "Fire away," replied the still gaping Naruto. "Is she what you humans call a prostitute?" This was the wrong question to ask, as Naruto erupted into a fit of laughter that caused some others to look at him as though he was crazy. Anko, on the other hand, glared at him for laughing her blunder and made a mental note to hurt him next chance she got. After his laughter died down, he looked up to see everyone looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "What? I was laughing a joke someone told me." "Liar," yelled Sakura in her mind. "Hibiki, you need to stop taking it easy on these brats. There's at least 26 teams left this time." "What can I say? We had some pretty outstanding ones this year," answered Hibiki. "But it don't matter. I'll at least cut them in half in the next exam," replied Anko while grinning evilly. "But enough of that. Time for a change of scenery. Everyone follow me." With that, the 78 people filed out of the room. The group walked for about a good 10 minutes until they reached a fenced-in training ground. Though from where they were standing, it didn't look too much like a training ground. It looked more like a giant forest with trees that rivaled the size of some of the buildings. All in all, the place looked rather menacing to most people in the crowd. This is second stage for the Chunin exam, Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death, said Anko in a menacing tone. "Looks fun," said Naruto while trying to not show how nervous he was at the moment. "It is, and you're about to see why it's called the Forest of Death," answered Anko with a grin. "Kiss my ass, lady. This little forest don't scare me," retorted Naruto. Anko just continued to grin at him before the next thing Naruto knew, she had thrown a kunai at him, which grazed his cheek. That was also when he felt a hand grip his head to hold him still while a tongue went to lick the blood off his cheek. "Kids like you're the first to be killed," said the woman as she happily licked up his blood. Yep, the first to spill this lovely red blood I love so much. The woman watched in amusement as the boy in her grasp was shocked speechless at her speed and a tad freaked at her, licking his blood. She noted, with a bit of disappointment, that the cut she had given him was already healing up. That was when she felt a presence behind her and drew another kunai to face a woman with a sacket and an overly long tongue holding out a kunai with said tongue. "Here's your kunai, you miss," said the woman in an eerie tone. "Why, thank you," replied Anko before taking her kunai back. "Though next time, I would recommend that you don't sneak up on me, unless of course you have a death wish." "No, it's just I get excited whenever I see blood. Besides, you cut a bit of my precious hair, and I couldn't help myself." "Well, I guess we got a lot of bloodthirsty ones this year. This could be fun, unlike last time." When she looked back down at Naruto, she saw that he was gone and that he was hiding behind the girl with two buns while the said girl glared at her. Anko had to do her best not to laugh at the girl's glare before going into her trench coat and pulling out a stack of papers from one of the pockets inside. "Before we begin the second exam, I need you all to sign these forms. There'll be deaths in this exam, and if you don't sign them, it'll be my responsibility, and I don't really like dealing with paperwork. But before you do that, I'm going to explain the second exam, and then each team will check in at the booth behind me. You will be attempting to live through the ultimate survival test. Each team will enter one of the 44 gates and head for the middle of the forest where you will find Tower. However, as you go through, you have an objective you must complete. You are to do whatever means you may deem necessary to obtain one of two scrolls, heaven and earth. Half of you will get one, and the other half would get the other. To complete this test, you must make it to the tower with both. So we not only have to get to survive this hellish forest, but also obtain a scroll and get to the tower with both intact," asked Sasuke. "Yeah, that pretty much all there is to it, though there is a time limit. You have 5 days to gain one of these scrolls and get to the tower before the 5th day." "5 days," shrieked Ino. "But what about food?" shouted Choji. "There's plenty to eat in the forest, either that, or you can kill an enemy and eat him or her. Now there are 2 ways you can fail this test. One is if you don't make it to the tower in those 5 days with both scrolls, or don't show up at all. And 2 is if one of your teammates dies in the middle of the exam. Also, you must not look inside the scroll until you make it into the tower." "What happens if you do look inside?" asked Naruto curiously. "Let's just say that if someone does, then they are in for a big surprise," answered Anko with a devilish smirk. "Well, that's it for the explanations. Sign the form and turn them in at the booth, then pick a gate and prepare to begin the next exam." The moment she finished, the Chunin at the booth pulled a black curtain over the front of the stand so people couldn't look in. After that, everyone went off to sign their sheets before walking over to the booth and getting their scroll. Sasuke looked down at the scroll they had received. They had gotten a heaven scroll, so all they needed was an earth, and they were set. He looked over to see Naruto, looking bored while Sakura looked nervous. "There will be deaths in this exam. I don't know if Sakura can handle it, but I know Naruto has done it before without much trouble. Well, whatever the case, we need to be careful in this forest and not let our guards down," thought Sasuke as he looked up at the hellhole they would be stuck in for 5 days. "The second test of the Chunin exams will begin now," yelled Anko before the genin sped off into the forest. Naruto and his team stopped when they heard the sound of screaming. While it might have been expected since the proctor said there would be deaths, it didn't make it any easier for them to bear. Still, the thought of getting killed in the forest was fresh in their minds, so the 3-man team trekked onward so as to get out of the open and find someplace where they could think up a good plan. "Hey guys, mind waiting here for a moment?" asked Naruto suddenly. "Why?" asked Sakura. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes, Do. Guess who? I gotta pee alright, so just wait here." With that, the boy went off behind a small bush and did his thing. As he was going to go back to his team, he heard something coming up behind him. He turned to see a ninja from AIM rush up to him with a kunai in hand. The man lunged forward and stabbed Naruto in the chest with his kunai, only to be shocked when his kunai broke in half as it hit the blonde's cloak. Panicking, The man made an attempt to punch him in the face, only receive a bone-shattering uppercut to the jaw, which sent him flying into the air. Just as he was about to start descending towards the ground, saw the same blonde come flying above him with his sword unsheathed and cut the attacker in half, sending both parts in separate directions. After Naruto landed onto the forest floor and resheathed his sword, he saw Sasuke and Sakura come out and see his cleaved enemy. "What happened?" asked Sasuke, who was a little worried. "Some asshole tried to kill me while I was taking a piss. I got him, though, so there's one team that's done for this exam." "Does he have a scroll?" asked Sasuke as he looked at the two pieces of the body. Naruto didn't say anything to that. He instead walked over towards the body that had his equipment pouch and searched it. He grinned when he felt the only scroll in the pouch, but then grumbled when he found it was a heaven scroll. "Damn it, why couldn't you be an earth scroll?" yelled Naruto, only to be punched in the head by Sakura, who looked pissed off about something. "Would you shut up?" hissed Sakura. "If you haven't forgotten, we're in a forest full of enemies, and some of those teams might need a heaven scroll. So shut up so we don't give away our position." Naruto only laughed nervously at that while he nursed the bump on his head. Sasuke only shook his head at his teammates' actions before gesturing them both over to him. "All right, we need a code word that will help us in case an enemy tries to capture one of us. If we do this and the person gets it wrong, assume they are the enemy." Sasuke stopped to make sure both were following before continuing. When someone asks the Nin Song Nin machine, this is the answer you give them. A large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. "Got it," answered Sakura. "I don't," said Naruto sheepishly. "Are you stupid? I already memorized it." "Hey, I'm not as smart as you are, so sue me," retorted Naruto, who was getting rather annoyed. This caused the group to go silent until Sasuke started getting to his feet. With that, Naruto looked back at the scroll he had taken from the aim Nin and tucked it away into his Haori to keep it safe for a bit. That was when he felt the wind, and he noticed that since they had gotten into the forest, he had not felt the wind at all. His eyes widened, and he was about to alert his teammates when it was too late and a giant gust of wind blew them in different directions. With Sasuke eyed the area as he hid in a nearby bush. He had not seen Sakura or Naruto since the sudden gust of wind and was now thinking that they were killed off. The sound of a twig snapping made him turn to see Sakura looking uninjured. "Sasuke-kun," said a relieved Sakura. "Stop," ordered the boy while holding up a kunai. "First the code word, the Nin Song Nin machine. Right? A large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared." Sasuke nodded before lowering his kunai. "Good. Now have you seen Naruto anywhere?" Sakura shook her head in reply and went to answer when the sound of rustling leaves made her turn to a nearby bush. That was when a familiar blonde appeared in the clearing, looking battered and bruised. "Hey guys," said Naruto while grinning a bit. He went to make another step, but was stopped when Sasuke threw a kunai at him. "Code word dope. Order the Uchiha." "Yeah, team, I got it. A large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared," answered Naruto. Sakura sighed, while Sasuke smirked at the answerer. Just then, Sasuke jumped forward and delivered a kick right into the blonde's face. Sakura looked shocked while Naruto looked surprised. "What the hell was that for, team? You're not Naruto. Even if he has improved, he's still an idiot, and I know for a fact he couldn't remember that code word." "Yeah, that's true," thought Sakura dully. "He probably would have said he forgot it." Naruto smirked before disappearing in a puff of smoke. In his place stood the same girl who had the freakishly long tongue and was now smiling in the same way the proctor from before did. "So you relied on your teammates' dim-wittedness to lure me out? This is going to be more entertaining than I thought." With Naruto groggily got back to his feet. He had just barely managed to avoid going too far away from his original position, but was still too far to know where they were. Still, he had plenty of time to find them, so with that he focused some yuki into his sense of touch and placed his hand on the ground. He immediately saw outlines of countless things scattered around, but ignored them as he continued to search for his teammates. He continued to focus until he found an outline of someone who had a hairstyle of a chicken's rear end. He instantly noted that it was Sasuke and also noticed that Sakura was there too, but then he found a third person nearby and began to panic. They're under attack. I gotta hurry up and get there before the other guy's teammates show up. With this thought in mind, he prepared to set off when he felt a presence behind him. He turned around to see the sight of a very big snake come slithering towards him. The snake hissed at him a few times before lunging at him, intending to eat him whole. Naruto jumped over the snake only to get swatted into a nearby tree by the snake's tail. He gritted his teeth in an attempt to keep from screaming in pain, but had to dodge another lunge of the snake trying to eat him. Naruto quickly unsheathed his sword before transforming it into its true form and jumping into the air above the snake. He then raised his sword into a stabbing position before thrusting it forward, hitting the snake in between the eyes and killing it instantly. Once the snake collapsed onto the ground, Naruto pulled his sword out of the snake's skull and transforming it back into its katana form and sheathing it. After that, he made a mad dash towards the location of his teammates, all the while praying that they weren't dead. Back with Sasuke and Sakura. The strange woman smirked at them as she pulled out a scroll from her equipment pouch. She then held it out in front of her before asking, "You want this, right? The Earth Scroll, since you have the Heaven." The moment she finished, she brought the scroll to her mouth before devouring the said scroll. "Then let's fight for each other's scroll with our lives on the line," finished the woman before sending an enormous amount of killing intent at them. That was when both Sasuke and Sakura saw their lives flash before their eyes, or, to be more specific, their deaths. To them, every second they saw it, they felt it as well. The fear, the blood, the pain, then just as quickly as it came, it all disappeared. The only thing that remained was fear, which still gripped the two's hearts. "This is no genjutsu," thought Sasuke before vomiting. "This is pure fear. The sheer amount of killing intent she sent us made us see our own deaths. Who is girl, and why is she after us?" Sakura. When he received no reply, he looked over to see Sakura shaking violently while tears were pouring down the sides of her face. "This is bad. I have to get us out of here before we both get killed," thought Sasuke as he pulled a kunai out of his kunai holster. "I'm guessing you can't move right now." "What a shame," said the woman. "This isn't any fun at all. I guess I'll just finish you off right now." With that said, she pulled out two kunai before tossing them lazily at the two shaken genin. "Come on, move." At the last moment, Sasuke stabbed his kunai deep into his leg before grabbing Sakura and dashing off into the forest in order to gain some distance from the murderous wench. When he felt he had gotten a safe distance away from the woman, he knelt down on a branch before pulling out the kunai he embedded into his leg. He winced in pain before looking out for the woman with his Sharingan activated. "Sasuke-kun, your leg looks really hurt. Let me help you dash." The girl was cut off by Sasuke's hand covering her mouth as he continued to look out for the woman. "He's terrified right now. I've never seen him act this way before," thought Sakura. Just then she noticed an overly large snake above them and went to warn Sasuke, but couldn't due to the hand on her mouth. Finally, she moved it away and yelled, "Sasuke-kun, a snake." The boy turned before dashing off the branch the moment the snake went to attack him and Sakura. "Damn it, I was panicking so much I forgot to be aware of my surroundings," thought the boy as he continued to avoid the snake that seemed to be going for only him. Sasuke then grabbed a few kunai and shuriken before tossing them at the snake's head, aiming to at least kill the thing. To his relief, the snake hissed back before falling onto a nearby branch. His relief was short-lived, however, when some of the snake's scales started cracking and pushing as though something was coming out of it. To their horror, the woman from before came forth from the snake's body while grinning at them menacingly. "You two shouldn't be relaxing since you are the prey. and prey must do everything they can to get away from a predator like me, said the woman before slithering, not running, slithering towards them. However, her progress was stopped by a kunai that had an explosive tag attached to it. That was easy, said a voice from above Sasuke and Sakura. When the two looked up, they saw their teammate, who was grinning at them while giving them the victory sign. Good job, Naruto, congratulated Sakura. Yes, good job, came a voice from the smoke. All eyes turned to see that the woman was looking as though nothing happened. She was now staring at Naruto in amusement as she dusted herself off. That attack would have worked on any other opponent, but not me. Though I will hand it to you, you caught me off guard. Plus it seems you got by my snake very good. Oh, bite me, lady, yelled Naruto. Naruto, don't fight her, shouted Sasuke, which got him a curious look from the blonde. With a sigh, he deactivated his Sharingan and went into his weapon's pouch before pulling out the Heaven Scroll. This is what you want, right? Then I'll give it to you, then you leave us alone. What? Shouted Naruto. The woman only chuckled before speaking. Yes, giving the predator a new meal will give the prey the time to escape. Yes, a very wise choice, Sasuke. Whatever, just take it, yelled Sasuke before tossing it towards the woman. Naruto, however, had different plans. He quickly raced forward and seized the scroll midair and landed beside Sasuke. The said boy was now glaring at Naruto with absolute outrage, and yet before he could say anything, Naruto was already giving him his very own glare. What's wrong with you? Don't you see this is what she wants? Asked the blonde. She wants you to panic. She wants you to be afraid, so that you make the wrong decisions. Don't let her do that to you, Sasuke. Hide your fear and fight back with me, and maybe we can beat her. Sasuke looked back at him and saw that the boy had no malice in his voice nor in his glare. It wasn't disappointment either, it was wisdom coming off those eyes. That was when he realized that he had let his fears of death cloud his judgment and almost caused them to be killed. With this in mind, Sasuke's face went from panic and fear to determination and bravery. Right, answered Sasuke at last before reactivating his Sharingan. Well, I see that someone had the fight return to his eyes. Then let's begin anew, shall we? Said the woman with the amused grin still planted on her face. Naruto turned to face his opponent slowly while focusing on Yuki to trigger his transformation. Now he stood in his transformed state, glaring at the snake woman with his golden, slitted eyes. He then unsheathed his sword before charging her with his sword reared back for a horizontal strike. The woman effortlessly jumped over the silver-haired child and also dodged the Uchiha's kick to her face. The moment Sasuke touched down on the surface of the branch, he quickly turned to face her and dashed forward in an attempt to hit his opponent once again. He gritted his teeth when she blocked his kick with her forearm before grabbing his ankle and tossing him into a nearby tree trunk, which made him spit up a bit of blood due to the impact. When Naruto saw that his teammate's attack failed, he quickly did a cross-shaped seal before shouting, "Kakebunsin no Jutsu." In an instant, 5 clones appeared on the branch, all of which were holding their own swords before all 6 charged the woman. This tactic was shot down as she continued to dodge his clones' attacks before punching his clones while making them puff out of existence. Finally, Naruto was the only one left standing. A second later, Sasuke appeared beside him, looking a little beat up but still okay to fight. "This is getting us nowhere," said Naruto. "You see why I didn't fight her before?" asked Sasuke. "Yeah, but that's what makes it more fun, right?" "Whatever, you got a plan, or are we going to keep doing this until she kills us?" "I'm working on it." "Well, you better hurry up, otherwise we might not make it much longer." "Yeah, you don't worry, I'll think of something," said Naruto before changing his sword into its Zanbato form. This seemed to grab the woman's attention as her eyes widened at the sight of his sword. The moment Naruto saw this, he charged, hoping to catch her off guard. He was mistaken, since she jumped over the blade and delivered a kick to the back of the blonde's head, sending him down to the ground. She was, however, not expecting her feet to be swept up from under her by Sasuke. The said boy then jumped into the air before flashing through a few seals before shouting his own jutsu, "Katon, Hou Senka no Jutsu." After calling his jutsu, Sasuke fired 5 fireballs about the same size as a human skull towards his downed enemy. The woman, however, managed to get away, since once the smoke cleared, all that remained was mud. Focusing chakra to his feet, the boy stuck to one of the nearby branches and kept a close eye out for his opponent. She appeared soon after and went to punch him, only for him to jump, dodge it, and deliver a knee to her gut. "Naruto now!" yelled Sasuke before jumping away. She looked up to see a ghostly blue flame coming towards her. She was thankful she managed to get away, only to feel some of the fabric on her outfit get scorched by the mysterious fire. She turned her attention to the direction that the fire came from, only to see Naruto with his sword reared back over his head before swinging down upon her. She jumped over to the boy's left and saw that the sword had cleaved right through the thick branch as though it was butter. He then turned towards her and made a mad dash at her with his sword reared back again at a horizontal angle. Naruto swung his blade and snarled when he missed her again. He was running low on time, since he still couldn't hold the form for more than 15 minutes before returning to his Hanyu form. Thinking quickly, he held out his index and his middle fingers before focusing his own Yuki into them. In a few seconds, his 2 fingers began to glow yellowish green before making a small strand of Yuki. During his training for the past month, Naruto was given this exercise as a way to better his Yuki control. Taisho had stated that it was not only a training method, but also a weapon, since pure Yuki was deadly, and having it concentrated made things even deadlier. So as he did this, he saw Sasuke fighting off against the strange woman in a taijutsu battle. At the moment, it looked like Sasuke was faring well until she grabbed his fist when he went to punch her and was given a sharp kick to his chin, making him fall back. That was when Naruto struck by sending his Yuki whip towards the woman who had most of her attention on the Uchiha. The moment his whip made contact, he smirked when it hit her back, which got him a grunt of pain from her, and causing the back of her shirt to rip, but not cut her flesh. That was only downside to this. Since he had just started getting the hang of this exercise 3 days ago, he had yet to make his whip strong enough to cut through objects like Taisho had shown him. She glared at Naruto before charging him with incredible speed. He lashed his whip out at her a few times, only for her to dodge them, since she was going at such high speeds. After getting close enough, she dodged another swing of his sharp sword and punched him with great force into a nearby tree trunk. Before he could even get his bearings, she was already on him as she outstretched her tongue, wrapped it around his ankle, and slammed him onto the branch they were standing on. Naruto gasped as the air was knocked out of him, only to receive a kick to his gut that made him go through the branch and fall towards another, which she preparing to make him go through again. However, before she could get to him, she had been punched hard in the face by Sasuke, who had been waiting for the right moment to attack, and was sent into a trunk. Going into his equipment pouch, he pulled out 3 shurikens before tossing them at her. She went to protect herself since she was still embedded in the trunk, only to see the shuriken whiz past her. That was when she noticed that the shuriken had wires attached to them, only to be ensnared by the said wire. "Looks like the predator is trapped. Guess it's time for barbecued snake, right, Sasuke?" said Naruto as he got to his feet. "Yeah, I agree with you there, dope. You want to help cook it?" asked an amused Sasuke. "Don't mind if I do," answered Naruto before focusing chakra to his lungs, while focusing Yuki into his mouth. Sasuke himself flashed through more seals before landing on the tiger seal and shouted, "Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu." The instant the jutsu was called, Naruto released his Kitsune, which made the ghostly blue flame appear once more. As the 2 boys fired their techniques, Sakura watched as both flames merged to make a light blue flame as it came closer towards the target. The moment it hit, a shriek of pain was heard as the victim felt its blazing heat come straight at her. When the flames died down, both boys looked back at the sight of a huge hole in the tree, and the target slouched over slightly. "Good job, team, we missed." "Don't complain, at least we got her." "Got who?" asked the woman as she looked up at them again. That was when they saw a portion of the woman's face was burned off, revealing a pale white face, with strange purple marks by his eyes and a yellow slitted eye. The woman chuckled Then her voice changed into a male chuckle. It was a bizarre moment that the boys would never forget as long as they lived. You both have entertained me greatly. I always knew that the Uchiha was going to be this strong, but for the Uzumaki to be just as strong is incredible. However, I'm afraid I must finish this now since I've seen what both of you can do. We'll see about that, shouted Naruto before charging him with his sword reared back. However, once he reached striking distance, the man had simply parried to the side before grabbing his arm and breaking it, then used his tongue to grasp a hold of the silver-haired child. The said child gritted his teeth in pain as continued to struggle for a moment until he felt his shirt being lifted up to show the seal placed on his abdomen. So, it appears the seal is visible. Well, I can have you get in my way, so I'll leave you with a gift, said the man as he started doing some seals. He then pulled his hand back to show purple flames on the tips of his fingers before slamming them on the seal, while saying, "Go Gyu, Fuin." Naruto screamed in pain as the purple flames hit his abdomen and could feel his Yukai form fading. He felt the tongue around him loosen before being tossed onto the branch. The man then turned his attention onto the Uchiha, who was panting due to the fact that he was almost out of chakra. Just as he was about to approach him, he heard a gasping of breath behind him and turned to see the silver-haired boy using the Tesseiga as a crutch and staring at the ground. "Sorry, Hebe team," gasped out the boy while slowly raising his head up. "But you sealed up the wrong demon," finished the boy as he looked up at the man's face. The man just smirked as he eyed the boy with a bored look on his face. He knew that Naruto was on his last leg since his arm was hung limply by his side and that his eyes were glazed over. "Naruto-san, you cannot last any longer," said a worried Taisho. "Don't worry, I want to at least get one good hit on him before I pass out. You do not even have the strength to lift up Tesseiga, let alone use it." "I will hit him, just need one more shot." Naruto grunted as he heaved his sword upon his shoulder before staring at the man. "I don't know who you are or why you're after us, but I'll at least hurt you in good time before I pass out," gasped out Naruto. The man seemed to smirk as he looked at Naruto, with boredom clearly visible in his eyes. "Oh really? Well then please show me." Naruto gasped a few times before his vision got blurry. That was when he felt time stopped again. He looked around and saw that there was someone coming towards him. The man in question was giving him a proud look. He was wearing a red Haido and a matching red hakama with a white obi. To add to his confusion, the man had long silver hair, just like Taisho, along with golden eyes with slitted pupils. The most noticeable thing about him, though, were the two dog ears poking out of his head. The man continued to smirk at him as he came closer towards him. Naruto didn't know what to make of the man, so all he did was stay rooted to the spot until the man stopped right in front of him. "Taisho?" asked Naruto nervously. The man simply shook his head before speaking in a gruff and somewhat arrogant tone. "Ah, you kidding? I don't look nothing like my old man." "Who are you then?" The man's smile never faltered. If anything, it grew. "My name is not what's important right now. What is important is that you have my sword." "Okay, now I'm getting confused. Whose sword is this and why are you here?" The man's eyes seemed to twitch before he bopped Naruto pretty hard on the head. "Get it straight, kid. It's my sword and the only reason I'm here is because you have it. That still doesn't explain why you're here. Look, I'm here to do you a small favor, all right? So be damn grateful I'm doing this, you brat." "Hey, don't call me a brat, you damn." "Wait, what favor?" "This one." After he said that, he pulled a clawed hand up and tapped the Tesseiga with one of his claws, and Naruto felt the familiar pulsing of the sword. "Now that my part has been played, I got to get going, brat," said the man as he went to walk away. "Wait." The man stopped and turned to face him. "Are you going to be in the seal with Taisho and Kyubi?" The man only smirked before turning towards the path and continued walking. Just as he was about to leave his sights, he gave a small wave over his shoulder before disappearing. "Well, boy, I'm waiting," said the man smugly. Naruto didn't know what it was, but something inside him made him turn towards the man with a new look in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt the Tessego pulse again and felt his limbs moving on their own accord. Soon after, he had his sword reared back while the sword emitted a bright yellowish glow. "Sasuke, move out of the way," said the red-cloaked youth. Even if he was confused, Sasuke did what he was told and, with great difficulty, moved away from where he previously was. Not long after, Naruto's glazed eyes locked with the man's, and with one last look, took a mighty swing towards the man. The effects of that swing were chaotic as three separate beams of Yuki came rocketing towards the horrified man. At the last moment, he quickly bit his thumb and spread the blood across the strange tattoo before calling out, "Kuchios no Jutsu." A moment later, a giant snake appeared while the three beams of light came closer towards them. The man's shock was doubled when the three beams hit the snake, causing it to be cleaved into three separate pieces. He was so shocked by the display of power that he didn't even feel one of the beams hit his left arm, which was cut clean off. As the three beams left the small area, a small explosion was heard behind them, and if one were to go and check, they would find that a small portion of the forest was now gone. Such power, thought the man as he surveyed his arm and the snake. I must get that sword, or at least him in my possession. With that in mind, he looked back at the boy who was now gasping for breath with Sasuke and Sakura beside him. "Very good, Naruto-kun, along with you, Sasuke-kun. You have both done exceptionally well against me. Now I would like to leave you both with a little parting gift." With that said, the man formed an odd seal with his only hand before outstretching his neck and lunging at the Uchiha and bit him on the neck. He then went for Naruto and bit him on the neck as well. He then reverted back to his body and looked to see what seals they had received. Sasuke had a seal that looked like three black tomos, while Naruto had one that looked like three black diamond shapes. Odd. I've never seen that one produced before, thought the man. The screams of pain coming from both boys rung through his ears and couldn't help but smirk as he watched the only member of Team 7 panic before looking at him with a glare. "What did you do to them?" yelled Sakura. "I merely left them a gift. Both of them will seek me out once they realize what I can grant them." "Who the hell are you?" "My name is Orochimaru, and now that I have done what I came here for, I will take my leave." With that, the man now known as Orochimaru sunk into the ground, all the while chuckling like a madman. After he left, Sakura went to check up on her two teammates and found that both of them were gripping at the same spot on their necks. "What do I do?" wondered Sakura as she tried to help both boys out of the area and into a place they could hide. Inside Naruto's mind. In a dark room somewhere in the depths of Naruto's mind, a figure held up by numerous amounts of chains hung on the ceiling of the room. The said figure was hanging limply in the chains with his eyes closed, most likely asleep. His eyes suddenly snapped open before a crazed smile appeared on his face. Strange black markings began to appear all around his body, starting from his neck, until he was almost completely covered in them. "Baka," said the figure. However, his voice seemed to be a mixture of two people talking at one time. He tugged on the chains, causing some of them to fall off the ceiling. "Soon, Naruto, you will succumb to the evil that resides in you, and then your soul will belong to me."